Chapter 1 Red Star Farm. Stardew Valley is here, please take your luggage and get off. Listening to the reminder of the ticket seller on the long-distance bus, Leon lifted the handbag on the chair and came to the rear door to wait. After passing through a long tunnel, everything in front of you suddenly became clear, and what caught your eye was the vitality of green. Apart from the asphalt road where the bus was heading, there were basically no traces of artificial carving. Finally, the bus stopped at a simple station. Leon looked at the strange and familiar platform and got off with great strides. Leon, right. As soon as I got off the car, an old man wearing a felt hat, brown suspenders, and a green shirt in front of the platform, greeted him enthusiastically. I am the Mayor Lewis. I have communicated with you by phone before. Your grandfather's friend is very happy that his child can return to Stardew Valley. Although Lewis' beard and hair already have a lot of silver wire, he looks full of energy and is very energetic, which makes Leon envious. Hello, Mayor, please help me arrange the farm matters, thank you. Leon stepped forward and shook hands with Lewis, thanking him at the same time. After all, this farm was abandoned before he left the Hoja supermarket chain. If it weren't for Lewis, he would still have to go through a lot of inheritance procedures to obtain the management and ownership of the farm left by his grandfather, and would not have come here so quickly to start his new life. Ha ha ha, your grandfather and I are the best friends, so it's time to help you. The local economy also needs the help of farmers like you. Stardew Valley has the best land and natural scenery. If you plant here, you will get the best reward. By the way, just call me Lewis. Lewis said with a smile, and greeted Leon. Let's go and see your farm. I've arranged for the best carpenter in the town to help you repair the house. After leaving the station, Lewis and Leon headed west, walked along the path of grass and soil, and walked for more than 10 minutes, and finally arrived at the farm. Looking at the half-person tall, densely packed with wild grasses, rocks, and trees, Lewis explained to Leon with a nervous expression, here, because no one has come to take care of it for a long time, it's a bit wild, but I believe you can plan this farm well. If you have any needs, you can also contact me, and I will do my best to help you. Perhaps because of worrying that Leon was scared away by this farm that was basically equivalent to being abandoned, Lewis added. But what surprised Lewis was that there was no difficulty in Leon's eyes, but instead looked excited. I will, from now on, this is my farm, right, Lewis? Of course, we have to sign the land deed first, and I'll put it in your farm hut. Lewis nodded, then took Leon along a small road that had been cleared yesterday and arrived in front of a hut in the middle of the farm. The cottage is not big and a bit old. You can see traces of newly repaired areas in many places. There are also jingling knocks in the wide open door. Robin, I'm here with the farm's owner. Lewis shouted into the house. After a moment, the knock stopped, and a red-haired lady wearing work clothes, jeans and an orange-yellow coat walked out of the room. She looked like she was over middle age, but it was not difficult to see that she was a beauty when she was young. But the beauty's muscles were a little exaggerated, because the other party's arms exposed by the rolled sleeves. Even if the bodybuilder saw it, he had to knock one of the muscle lines. Hello, farmer, my name is Robin. I am a carpenter in Pelican Town. It's okay to live in this old house for a while, but it may be a bit inappropriate to live for a long time. Remember to come to my store to place an order. I will help you rebuild the best house. Carpenter Robin greeted Leon, but at the end he had not forgotten to promote his business with Leon. "Hello, Ms. Robin. I will seriously consider your suggestions. By the way, my name is Leon." Leon nodded and replied. "Robin is the best carpenter in the town. She can meet it as long as you have needs. There may be many places to cooperate with her on your farm in the future, and maybe you can become good friends," Louis added. "It only involves carpenter work," Robin reminded with a smile when he heard Louis' words. Louis touched his beard awkwardly when he heard this, while Leon smiled. The other party undoubtedly drove the car, but Leon could see that Robin was a free and cheerful person. "My work has been completed. Although the outside is a bit miserable, the inside has been repaired. I have also created a brand new single bed for you. The furniture commissioned by Louis has also been placed for you and you can move in directly." As Robin said, he enthusiastically pulled Leon into the house to check her work results. Just as Robin said, Leon felt Robin's sincerity and craftsmanship when he entered the house. The brand new wooden floor with the aroma of wood can't smell any paint. Although the house is not big, the furniture is arranged in an orderly manner, with an old TV, a wooden chair, a small round table, a brand new red brick fireplace, and a single bed with sheets and quilts. Although it is very simple, there is no big problem when living. "It's a very good house, much better than I expected." Seeing the satisfied smile on Leon's face, Robin had a lot of good feelings for Leon. After all, what craftsmen care about the most is that their labor results are praised. "The bathroom has not been prepared for you. After all, the space in the house is not large, but this is a farm. You can handle some things in the wild." But there are some things that Robin has to explain to Leon in advance. "It's okay, I will find a way to solve it myself." Leon nodded, not thinking about this for a moment, but then he put the problem behind his back. As Robin said, what does such a large farm need to do in the bathroom? "Then I'll take a step first." Robin began to pack up his tools when he heard this, then greeted Leon and left. After seeing the house, Louis, who stayed, took out a document from under the sheet of the new bed and reminded Leon, "Okay, if you have no other problems, you can sign the contract." Leon took the contract and looked at it for a while, and confirmed that it was the inheritance contract of the farm, and there was no twists and turns of the text trap, so he signed his name. "About this farm, your grandfather once called it Red Star Farm. Do you need to change your name?" Louis asked after seeing Leon signing the words. "No, I'll call it Red Star Farm." Leon shook his head with a smile on his lips and said, "I like this name very much." Chapter 2 The game is reflected in reality. I wish you a good dream. By the way, Pelican Town is not far from the farm. You can go east along the way we came to the town. Pierre's family runs a produce shop, and because of your arrival, the residents of Pelican Town are full of curiosity about you. Remember to meet new friends in the town." Louis reminded Leon with a smile. Leon nodded to show his awareness. Louis then patted Leon on the shoulder and left the cabin. After Louis left, Leon was not in a hurry to go out to patrol the farm that already belonged to him, but instead opened his own system panel. Name, Leon, Liang. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Wild CAI, 0. Mining, 0. Battle, 0. Fishing, 0. Special ability, none. Backpack items, axe, pick, watering kettle, sickle, hoe, upgradable on May 12th. The simple and clear page, Leon felt extremely friendly, because this system panel is the character panel of the game Stardew Valley. When Leon was sent to this world by a mud truck, Leon felt strange. The unit he worked for was called Hoja Group, the city he lived in was called Zuzu City, and the country he lived in was called Vanjir Republic, which was in war with the Gotlo Empire. Most people in this world believed in a god named Yuba. At first, Leon felt that the setting of the world he came to looked familiar. It was not until he flipped through a letter from his grandfather at his workstation. After seeing the name of the farm he named, he remembered why this world made him so familiar. Because this is the world of Stardew Valley, a farming masterpiece that boasts free and leisure farming, but in fact, you will basically consciously implement the 627 working system. This system panel was also awakened when Leon found the envelope, but it was always inactive at that time. After signing the transfer contract with Pelican Town Mayor Lewis, this page was officially unlocked. This is also the reason why Leon came directly to Stardew Valley and inherited his grandfather's farm, on the one hand, for the system, and on the other hand, for his own future. After all, it is impossible to work. If you have your own farm that can produce and sell yourself as a farmer, why should you just live a life by looking at others' faces? Moreover, as an old player in Stardew Valley, Leon was completely unhappy and inherited this farm and could not make money. He was very familiar with the routine, and it was hard to tolerate it if he didn't make a fortune. So after confirming that his system can be used and the full functionality has been unlocked, Leon is ready to start his farm life. First, look for 15 parsnips seeds that are a benefit for beginners, an umbrella-shaped genus Esli Pinot plant similar to radish, and is considered a relative of green vegetables. But after searching in this small house for a long time, Leon was desperate to find that he didn't seem to have found the reward for this novice gift package. Then he searched for it uncertainly, but he still got nothing. Only then did Leon realize that games are games, reality is reality. When games in reality, many things that I am used to have changed silently. But this does not stop Leon's enthusiasm. It doesn't matter if he doesn't give the seeds. Can't he buy it? You know, before leaving Hoja, he received a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Compared with the 500 yuan given in the game, it is definitely enough as startup funds. But what Leon cares more about now is the tools provided by his own system. What is the situation? After all, farming in reality is a physical and technical job. Although he grew up in the countryside when he was a child, Leon is still not very skilled in this business. After all, his family moved to the city after getting better conditions, and Leon has not yet taken the turn to participate in farming activities. Walking out of his house and looking at the dense weeds and stone blocks in the farm, Leon thought to himself, and a silver sickle appeared in Leon's hand. After waving it in an attempt, the sickle was quite light, so Leon waved at the weeds in front of him, and all the weeds in the area where the sickle blade was cut were emptied. This is so interesting. Seeing such an unscientific scene, Leon was a little excited. If he had such a sickle when he was a child, then there would never be any rapeseed flowers within a radius of 5 miles. The effect of the sickle also made Leon feel that his farming life might be much easier, so he decided to clear out the open space in front of the hut. Every time I waved the sickle, an area was cleaned up. Except for the gravel and scattered trees on the ground, there were basically no weeds. When a large area that was finally cleaned up, Leon was a little gasping. Even if he didn't need to cut the weeds by himself, it would take a lot of effort to wield a sickle for a long time. This is basically a common problem for modern young people. Except for some occupations, most young people are in a sub-healthy state. Leon, who stopped cleaning the weeds, also noticed that in the area where the weeds were cleaned, in addition to revealing the soil and rocks it had originally covered, some interesting things appeared. There are 3 types of them, tied with yellow weeds, entangled green plants, and a handful of mixed seeds. The moment he reached out to touch it, Leon saw an introduction page appearing in front of him. Fiber, resource: a native material derived from plants. Hay, resource: dried forage, which can be used to feed animals. Mixed seeds, seeds: there are a little bits of all kinds of seeds. Plant them and see what they can grow. And when he was exposed to these things, Leon also saw the system prompt, that is, these things can be directly included in his system backpack. Now Leon is excited. Reality is indeed reality, but he has a system, so this means that he can rely on a sickle to mow the grass to accumulate these mixed seeds. In the game, mixed seeds can be grown: potatoes, parsnips, and cauliflower, which are considered to be the most excellent seed resources in the early stage. After all, except parsnips, the seed prices of the other 2 crops are not low. He is not sure how much seeds he can get with this money, but now he can get free, so he naturally has to get free. With the way to obtain mixed seeds, Leon immediately became motivated. Looking at the large weeds covering the farm, in his eyes, it was one mix of mixed seeds after another. Chapter 3: Pelican Town. As the sickle passed by, weeds were removed, leaving fibers, hay and mixed seeds falling. Although Leon, who had put these in his pocket, had sweat on his face, the harvest smile never disappeared from his face. The climate in spring is not very hot, and the coolness brought by the breeze also made Leon feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. With the weeds cut off with a sickle, Leon could sense that a wonderful power was quietly pouring into his body. When Lion's arms, which were waving the sickle, began to sore and numb, he reluctantly stopped his harvest. Looking at the farm open space that was much cleaner and refreshing than when he first came, and the land completely exposed to the sun, a sense of pride arose. Standing on the steps of the cottage, looking at the farm environment that was completely different from when he first arrived, Leon was really happy. Although this was just a small step, it was at least much easier than he expected. Without weeds and the land is exposed, you can dig soil and dig holes to plant. Thanks to the sickle provided by the system, the weeding effect is excellent and it is directly removed from the roots, rather than just like ordinary sickle harvesting weeds. It can only clean up the stems exposed on the soil. If you don't take the initiative to turn over the soil, you cannot completely remove the root system. Weeding has always been a major issue in farming. After all, weeds will absorb nutrients and water in the land in order to grow, and are in a competitive relationship with crops. If the weeds are not cleaned up in a piece of land, the growth efficiency of the planted crops will definitely be greatly reduced and the harvest after final maturity. Now without the interference of these weeds, Leon can also feel at ease to hoe the ground and prepare to start planting the mixed seeds he had collected before. But before that, Leon needed a break. After all, it was cleaned up weeds and most of the farm are not easy. Even though the sickle provided by the system is very useful, the physical strength is still solid, not to mention that the farm is still very large. Sitting on the steps in front of the wooden house, Leon wiped the sweat from his head with his sleeve, gasping heavily, and quietly looked at this farm that was still a bit wild, with countless thoughts and plans in his mind. But before Lion's mind could spread, his stomach began to roar. Hungry. Touching his belly, Leon felt the emptiness and hunger in his abdomen at this moment. He was addicted to the joy of eating. He stopped at this moment and his body honestly reflected his needs. But looking around his farm, Leon was sadly finding that he seemed to be unable to find anything to eat for the time being. Although there was water and electricity in the wooden house, there was no kitchen refrigerator, so there was no food reserve. Reality is not a game. Players can have 20 hours of liver without eating and drinking, and then fall asleep for 4 hours and wake up the next day and still have a lot of energy. Since there is no food available on the farm, Leon doesn't plan to just wait here to starve to death. So he decisively took his deposit, left the farm, and walked towards the east along the dirt road he was walking on when he came. Pelican Town is located in a town not far from the east of the farm. Under the jurisdiction of Mayor Lewis, it is the only town in Stardew Valley. It is a core area where players socialize to participate in festival purchases. Unlike the game where you can walk 2 steps away from the farm, it took 20 minutes to go to Pelican Town before embarking on a road paved with cut rock floors. Even if you haven't officially entered Pelican Town, Leon can still see the general appearance of Pelican Town here. It is a very traditional European town. Most of the architectural styles are 2-story buildings intertwined with bricks and stones and wooden boards. Occasionally, some green can be seen on the roof of the slope, and the mottled walls are covered by ivy. The trees growing everywhere are not decorated at all. They integrate buildings and nature. With just one glance, people can find that unlike the civilized impact brought by the steel jungle, this town gets along well with nature. After walking along the stone-paved road for a short distance, after passing the sign "Welcome to Pelican Town," the first thing Leon sees is an empty square. The square is very large. Apart from the stone road and the street lights placed around the square, there is basically no modern building. But this does not prevent it from becoming a place for people to gather together to chat and rest. Unlike the dozens of NPCs with only names and surnames in the game, Leon saw many strange faces in this wide square. Some of these people were wearing miners' uniforms, some wore uniform blue work clothes, and some wore casual shirts and dresses at home. They gathered together in groups of 3 or 3, mixed with some adults with children in the middle, watching the children who were having fun in the square venting their vigorous energy, and they were chatting happily with acquaintances who were also parents. Most people had smiles on their faces, and at this moment, Leon noticed that it was almost dusk. "Oh, stranger? Are you a tourist?" Just as Leon looked up at the sky, a brown-haired lady with a very dangerous hairstyle in a Japanese drama happened to pass by and saw Lion's strange face, and asked curiously, "No, I am a new farmer. The Red Star farm not far from here is now managed by me." Leon responded with a smile. "Oh, you are the farmer who will come in the next 2 days, as the mayor said. Hello, my name is Jody, I am a resident of Pelican Town. I am very happy to know you." Jody looked at Leon in surprise and introduced himself. "My name is Leon." Leon naturally responded politely, and looked at Jody curiously for a few more times. This is a resident of Pelican Town whom he is very familiar. Leon, it's a pretty good name. Welcome to Pelican Town. Everyone will be neighbors in the future. I look forward to your farm bringing some surprises to the local market. Jody said to Leon with a smile. By the way, this is your first time in town. It just so happens that there is nothing wrong with me. Do you need me to take you around Pelican Town? After all, the town is quite big. I am extremely happy, but does Mrs. Jody need to prepare supper for her children? Although she is still familiar with Pelican Town, Leon is still a little confused when facing Pelican Town in reality. He is naturally very welcome, but considering that the other party has 2 children to take care of, Leon did not force it. Are you really old? Even if it was our first meeting, you could tell at a glance that I was a housewife. Jody's expression was a little disappointed, but Leon found that she was not actually like she was acting like she was joking with Leon. But today the children have their own things to do. I'm a rare free time. Do you really don't need me to take you to visit Pelican Town? Chapter 4 Starfruit Bar. There is extreme pleasure. Leon did not refuse after hearing this. Jody covered his mouth and laughed, haha, let's go together. I think you should really want to know the location of Pierre's seed shop and Hoja supermarket. After all, you are a farmer, and seeds are an indispensable and important material on your farm. But compared to these 2 places, I want to go to the restaurant in the town more. Leon smiled bitterly and shook his head, I've been busy all day, and I'm very hungry now. Then I have to go to Gus Starfruit Wynight's right, he's the best chef in the town, and there you can also meet many neighbors in the town. Jody immediately suggested when she heard this. Okay, please lead the way. If you haven't eaten yet, maybe I can invite you to have a meal together as a thank you. Leon nodded and decided immediately, without forgetting Jody, the warm-hearted lady. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I've eaten it, but if you insist on inviting me, maybe I won't refuse to invite me to have a beer. Jody spread her hands and explained. Okay, then I'll treat you to a beer. Leon responded to Jody's words. Then the 2 walked together towards Star Bar. Many people greeted Jody on the way, and it was obvious that the lady was very popular in Pelican Town. Of course, there were also many people who were curious about the strange young people following Jody, but most of the eyes were just curious, without any rejection or a mess of strange eyes, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. The Starfruit Bar is not far from the square. It is just east of the square. This is a completely wooden structure building with a huge starfruit sign hanging on the walls. There is also a small sign below, which says the words supply of food and wine. There were still many people chatting outside the bar at this moment. Jody took Leon through the crowd and entered the bar, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most of them focused on Leon. A new face. Oh, he's a guy I've never seen before. A very handsome guy, is he a relative of Jody? Haha, Leon, you are actually here, welcome. Compared to the curiosity of those strangers, Louis in the bar immediately came up to meet Leon after seeing the appearance of Leon. It seems that you have known Jody, which is very good. Jody is a well-known good person in the town. Louis first praised in front of Jody. He shouted to everyone again, everyone, this is the farmer I mentioned a few days ago, Leon, who came to inherit Red Star Farm. From now on, he will be a part of our Pelican Town. I hope everyone can be kinder to him. Welcome. The customers who were drinking applauded and cheered with face, and they were not that perfunctory attitude. Obviously, it was a happy thing for them to have a newcomer in Pelican Town. There are not many young people nowadays who are willing to come to a small country town like us. Welcome to you, Mr. Leon. My name is Marnie, and I live on the south side of your farm. If you have a chicken coop or a livestock shed on the farm, then welcome to my ranch and I will select the healthiest animal cubs for you. At this time, a middle-aged woman who was slightly fat but felt friendly when she looked at her, walked to Louis and introduced herself to Leon. I will, Ms. Marnie, this is also part of my farm planning. Leon naturally would not refuse the promotion of the party. After all, as one of the several suppliers of Stardew Valley, Marnie's ranch is also a major pillar industry in Stardew Valley. In the future, Leon did plan to raise some common domestic animals such as chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, so he naturally would not give up making friends with this ranch tycoon. However, seeing Marnie and Louis standing together, Leon couldn't help but think of the little secret between the two, but it was just fleeting. Looking at Louis who was pulling her to cheer her up, Leon hurriedly spoke. Although it's a pleasure to make new friends, I think I should eat something first, and I'm almost hungry and fainted. Ha ha ha, I forgot that your house is still empty now and I haven't prepared food for you. Go and try Gus's craftsmanship. He is the best chef in the town. I recommend you try his salad and I'll treat you. Louis immediately said to Leon Amway. Well, Mayor, don't need me, I brought the money. Leon hurriedly declined. But Louis pushed Leon directly and sat on the bar. Don't be polite to me, my relationship with your grandfather is much closer than you think. I owe him a lot of things. As his grandson, I naturally cannot neglect you. And I said, just call me Louis. After saying that, Louis also made an angry expression and shouted to the chubby boss who was wiping his wine glass in the bar, Gus, come and entertain our new farmer. In the future, your supplier may have one more, and it can be guaranteed to be absolutely fresh. I am extremely happy. Welcome, Mr. Leon, the menu is here, order what you want to eat yourself. The fat boss, who is called Gus, happily put down the cup in his hand and came to Leon and handed over the menu. Of course, you can drink something. Since Louis has reimbursed you for food, even if I invite the drinks, don't be polite. Just treat this place as your home. Seeing this, Leon was not easy to refuse. After all, the other party's enthusiastic appearance was not fake, and he knew Gus, and the bar owner was really kind-hearted. Another waitress at the bar who was helping her came over at this moment, with long blue hair spreading on her shoulders, a long red dress that was eye-catching, her facial features were very beautiful, and she had an indescribable aura. Hello, farmer, my name is Emily. If you want to drink something in the future, you can come to me. Listening to the other party's energetic greeting, Leon smiled and responded politely, thank you, but I won't drink it anymore. I don't have a good alcohol tolerance. Haha, it's okay, except for the drinks, we also provide a variety of freshly squeezed juices. It is spring, how about a serving of peach juice? Anyway, Gus treats you, you don't have to worry. Emily blinked at Leon, and Gus was not angry when he heard what he said. Instead, he nodded happily and said, yes, the peaches in this season are the sweetest. Just try them. The peaches I chose are the freshest and fullest. Then just have a peach juice and a pizza. Leon looked at the menu and found that it was basically all dishes he was familiar with. Considering his appetite and cost-effectiveness, he chose the most plentiful pizza and the peach juice recommended by Emily. Okay, a pizza, a peach juice, it's coming soon. Chapter 5 Overtime. When the pizza was delivered to Leon and looking at the whole piece of pizza as big as the mouth of the wash basin, Leon swallowed. It has to be said that in terms of portion size, he had already surpassed all the pizza restaurants he had eaten, because it was a giant pizza that exceeded 14 inches. Under normal circumstances, 3 or 4 people can eat enough together for pizza of this size. Now it is presented to Leon, but Leon was shocked. Seeing Leon in surprise, Gus leaned into Lion's ear and whispered, "This is specially made for you. Life on the farm requires a lot of calories, and even if you can't finish it, you can take it away and keep it for tomorrow morning, right?" "Thank you." Thinking that his farm hut did not provide his own ingredients for cooking, even Leon himself didn't know how to deal with breakfast tomorrow morning, he immediately thanked Gus. This chubby bar owner and chef is still so delicate. Gus smiled and reminded, "Okay, eat while it's hot. In fact, if you can't get busy, you can come to my place to order food. I will send it to your farm so that you don't have to come to the town specifically for just one meal." "I will consider it." Leon nodded and responded. After all, this was a necessity. His wooden house does not have the kitchen utensils to cook by himself now. Pick up a piece of pizza that has been divided in advance and put it in your mouth. The fragrant cheese and soft pizza crust give you great satisfaction. This is an American pizza, not as traditional as Italian pizza, with more ingredients, but this does not hinder its deliciousness. In addition to the essential cheese and butter, the pizza is also sprinkled with basil and chopped ham, and the flavor of onion and black pepper is added to it. Every bite is irresistible. When I was hungry, carbohydrates were always the best gas station. After eating 3 large pieces in a row, even Leon felt a little overwhelmed. Seeing that there were still 5 slices of pizza left, Leon struggled to finish the peach juice. "Full, Gus, your cooking skills are really great, it's a great dinner." Gus smiled proudly when he heard this. "Of course, you'll be fine if you're full, I'll pack the rest for you." Looking at Gus helping him pack the remaining pizza, Leon thanked him and looked at the situation in the bar. "Although many people looked at me curiously when I first came, now everyone is drinking and chatting on their own, including Jody who brought him here, and he found a friend he was familiar with and started drinking beer." At this time, Leon remembered that he still owed Jody a glass of beer, and immediately spoke to Gus. "Jody's wine is counted on me, Gus, how much does it cost?" "20. Gus replied with a glance at the beer in front of Jody. Leon was stunned when he heard this. The price was much higher than he expected, but he still paid the money. "Are you wondering why the price is so expensive?" Gus noticed Lion's heartache and asked happily. "Yes." Leon didn't feel embarrassed either. After all, this is a very normal thing. Except for nouveau riche, few people don't care about the price when buying things. Because Jody bought 4-person beer, she didn't drink it alone. Gus explained, "Maybe she didn't know you wanted to invite her to drink, otherwise based on my understanding of Jody, she would only order a bottle of dark beer." "It's okay, make friends." Leon was not worried about this issue. He took the packed pizza and said goodbye to Gus, then walked to Louis. "Louis, I'm going back to the farm. Thank you for your supper. It's a great bar." Louis put down the wine glass in his hand and patted Leon on the shoulder. "Of course, young man, you are going back to the farm, right? Remember to rest early. I will go and see you tomorrow morning. Remember not to get up too late." "Okay." Leon didn't care about Louis's visit. After all, he was the mayor of Pelican Town, so it was also worth caring about the local farm. After greeting Marnie and Jody, whom he had just met, Leon embarked on a journey back to the farm. It should be said not to say anything. Although this is a small town in the suburbs, because there is no neon light pollution, you can see the stars and the moon everywhere when you look up. The occasional breeze blowing from the valley penetrates into Lion's nose with the fragrance of flowers, which is quite pleasant. There are not many people in this point square. It seems that most people here abide by the living habit of resting at sunrise and setting sun. After leaving Pelican Town, the dirt road leading to the farm was not dark. The light provided by the moon and stars was enough for Leon to see the road beneath his feet, and returned to his farmhouse calmly. Leon glanced at the quiet farm under the moonlight, and was a little itchy again. Put the packaged pizza in the house, and Leon arrives at the closest to the wooden house on the land. I took out a pickaxe and began to clean up the pile of gravel on the ground. Logically speaking, these gravel piles are actually the most convenient and suitable to clean them by hand, but since they are picks produced by the system, there should be special places, just like the sickle you use during the day. Sure enough, a pickaxe hit the pile of gravels, and Leon felt a significant recoil, and the pile of gravels began to disintegrate. They did not disappear directly like weeds, but instead shrank in scale. Another pick came, and the size of the pile of gravel became smaller. When the third pick was knocked down, the pile of gravel collapsed directly and turned into stones scattered on the ground the size of fists. Stone, resource, a common material that plays a wide range of roles in construction and processing. After putting these stones into the backpack, Leon found that under these stones, there were actually two dark charcoal blocks reflecting the moonlight. Coal, resource, a combustible ore that can be used for processing and smelting. The unexpected harvest did not surprise Leon, because the farm's stones did have a chance of coal appearing after collecting them, but compared to these basic materials, he wanted to knock out rare things like crystal balls. If you knock that thing opens with a blacksmith, you can open a lot of things, and even some rare minerals that cannot be obtained in the mine. Whether it is sold or donated to the museum to receive rewards, it is an extremely good reward. It is a mineral blind box, very interesting. It was harmless to not harvest the crystal balls, and Leon continued to clean up the piles of gravel. Finally, the complete land was cleared out without any debris. Leon put away his pickaxe, rested for a short while, and took out his hoe to prepare for the most important ceremony before farming and turning over the ground. Chapter 6: The Power of System Tools. The flat hoe head is connected to a wooden pole more than 1 meter long, and is a very common trapezoidal structure hoe. Lift the hoe high and hoe it into the soil. Using the lever principle, lift the hoe handle, and a small piece of soil was turned over, revealing the fertile black soil hidden under the dry and hard surface. After wiping the sweat beads on his head, Leon continued to turn over the land he had chosen. Seeing the flat land becoming suitable for sowing, Leon stopped and took out the mixed seeds he collected when harvesting weeds during the day from his backpack. It was evenly sprinkled on these turning soil, and the seeds magically sank after they touched the soil. Although Leon was a little surprised, he was not scared, but he just felt that this should be the credit of the system. In fact, not many mixed seeds collected during the day were sprinkled on the turned land, and only 1/4 of the turned area of Leon. However, these lands are not considered to be in vain. Leon plans to go to the Pierre seed shop in the town tomorrow morning to check the situation and prepare to purchase more seeds. I took back the pickaxe and took out the sprinkler. This thing is quite heavy, but it is still within the acceptable range of Leon. The sprinkler tilted towards the land where the seeds had been sprinkled. The clear water fell like raindrops, and when appropriate, it stopped flowing out. Even if Leon was still inclined, it could not let another drop of water sprinkle in the pot. This made Leon sigh that even people who have no farming experience can easily master the farming ability after getting this set of tools. After watering the land with seeds, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had done everything he could. After taking back the watering kettle, Leon felt obvious fatigue. Back in the wooden house, he cleaned his hands and face with tap water in the pool. Leon drank 2 sips of raw water in big mouthfuls, then took off his coat and lay on the bed. When he was busy, he didn't feel it. Now that he stopped, he felt how tired he was. He didn't do much, but the soreness and drowsy mental state that the muscles conveyed to the brain told him that he had overexerted. This made Leon unconsciously remember the physical strength settings in the game. He did not see this value on the system's personal panel, but it is undeniable that this thing may indeed exist. This may be the price of using system tools, and a lot of physical strength is paid. But all this seems worth accepting in Leon. After all, if you follow the tools of ordinary people to complete what you do today, you will probably spend several times more time and physical fitness than you. Leon, who was lying on the bed and thinking about it for a long time, fell asleep in a drowsy manner under the request of his body. When he woke up again and opened his eyes, the sun was already shining in the window of the wooden house. I slept so well this sleep. Leon got up from the bed and put on his clothes, glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Leon didn't pay attention to the time when he fell asleep last night, but it was only about 10 o'clock. It's an extremely healthy time to fall asleep. Anyway, Leon just feels refreshed and energetic when he wakes up now. He washed his face and brushed his teeth with cold water. He prepared some common daily necessities, including clothes, before coming to the farm, which avoided a lot of trouble. As for the morning breakfast, it was the pizza that Gus helped to pack yesterday. Although it was already cold, it was not bad and it tasted bad, but keep it full. However, this also gave Leon a plan to prepare a kitchen by himself. After all, he couldn't eat every meal outside. His current financial resources are not allowed, and subsequent farm resource shipments are also a problem. In reality, there is no storage box that throws agricultural products or other economically valuable products into it, and you will receive money the next day. He has to wait for Louis to come today to ask himself how to sell the products on the farm. Louis had not appeared at this point, and Leon was not planning to be idle. After leaving the wooden house, he took out a kettle and watered the mixed seeds planted yesterday. Although he was not sure what these seeds could be planted, it was absolutely wrong to water them once a day. After watering, Leon felt his physical loss, but not much, which was probably equivalent to the physical exhaustion of trotting for about 5 minutes. After a little rest, he could make up for this part of the physical energy consumed. Louis had not appeared yet. Leon thought for a moment, chose to take out the axe, and at the same time set his sight on the trees on the farm. Timber is also one of the indispensable resources. Yesterday, because I was familiar with the tools and went to the town, Leon did not consider logging. Now the people who can work are almost the same. Leon naturally would not miss the opportunity to clean the farm and stock up on a little bit of wood. Finding an oak as thick as a bowl, Leon grabbed the axe and slashed the tree trunk. The power fed back made him numb, and there was a conspicuous axe mark on the oak tree trunk. After slowing down a little, Leon learned to be smart this time and no longer chopped with all his strength. Instead, he used half of his strength to chop the oak tree trunk in rhythm. The force of the recoil would not be too strong, and the traces of the axe would be more obvious. Until the gap had eroded more than half of the trunk of the entire oak, with the help of gravity, the oak finally began to tilt and made a crisp sound. Leon looked at the tilting direction of the oak, came to the back of it, and repaired 2 more axes, and finally put them down. The oak trees that fell to the ground fell into wood of the same length and size were scattered all over the ground. Wood, resource, a strong and tough plant material with a very wide range of uses. Seeing this scene, Leon took a breath. He really didn't expect the system tools to be so powerful. It was already outrageous that the sickle could clear out the deep grass roots buried underground when it was swinging. Now the trees cut by the axe can be directly obtained as fine processed wood, which really opened Leon's eyes. Even if these woods are directly sold on the market, no one can find fault. This neat and smooth cutting left no burrs at all. Each of them is basically the same size. At least there is no difference to the naked eye. It seems that it was a finished product that was uniformly processed in the machine. It is said that it was just cut down, but no one would believe it. Thinking of this, Leon frowned unconsciously. It seemed that he might need to be careful when using system tools in the future, otherwise he would be troubled by ordinary people. Chapter 7 Mystery and Miracle Farm. Although there are many secrets in Stardew Valley, most ordinary people do not know about these mystery, so Loki Development is also considered as the homepage of the project for Leon. Thinking of this, Leon took all the wood into his pocket and did not plan to continue logging. Because Louis is coming today. There was nothing to do, so Leon naturally returned to the wooden house and started to have a house. Actually, it was not a difficult thing. It was just digging a hole on the ground and then using the stones collected yesterday to build a small stove. A simple wilderness kitchen was done just like that. Although it looks a bit rough, it is quite sturdy. Now it is only a pot and some seasonings, so no matter what, I still have to go to the town today. After all, food is the most important thing for people. People are iron and rice are steel. People always have to eat. It seems you are already considering eating. As soon as you washed your hands and left the wooden house, Leon saw Louis squatting in front of the stone stove he had just built and carefully looked at it. After seeing his appearance, Louis stood up and teased. Yes, after all, it takes half an hour to go to Pelican Town, which is too wasteful of time. Leon explained. It is understandable that your current farm does require you to be busy all the time, but in your spare time, I still hope you can go to the town for more walks. Louis glanced at the land that had been sorted out in Leon and saw traces of water sprinkling on it. Oh, you have started planting? I'm really hard-working. I've brought you a gift, but you have to wait for me. As he said that, Louis turned around and left the farm. After a while, Louis appeared on the farm in a pickup truck. Yesterday, a lot of things were still on the way to transport them, but now I finally got them all, so I'll send them to you, all of which will be helpful to you. After getting off the car, Louis greeted Leon, "Come and move together, you can't let me be the main force, just an old man." Leon hurried forward to help and found that there were actually a lot of things behind the pickup truck, the most conspicuous of which was a mini refrigerator more than 1 meter high. "This was what I entrusted Willie to bring you from the opposite side of the Sea of Gems." Louis saw Leon locking the mini refrigerator at a glance, and immediately spoke proudly, "The price is comparable. We are much cheaper and have excellent quality. Gifts are a bit expensive. Although I don't know the prices very well, furniture and appliances cannot be too cheap no matter how I think about it. After all, the technological level in this world is not that exaggerated. Although there are many black technology, the overall technological level is more like the 1970s and 1980s. It doesn't matter, you don't know that farmers have assistance policies locally, and tax exemptions will be exempted in the first 3 years of your acquisition of Red Star Farm." Louis explained, "These things are helpful to your life and work, so you can treat them as my investment in you. After all, the local economy also needs to be led by you, the farmer. Stardew Valley is a tourist town, and we need some representative locations." "Is it mean that tourists will visit my farm?" When Leon heard this, he frowned unconsciously. "No, on the contrary, I will not let outsiders enter your farm easily." Louis shook his head, "They just need to know that there is a big farm in Stardew Valley." Speaking of this, Louis glanced around and found that there was no one except himself and Leon. He immediately spoke in a low voice. "Child, you just came here and don't know some secrets, but this farm is your grandfather's hard work and the pride of Pelican Town. Its origin and past are full of miracles. Every generation of mayors will help protect the secrets of this farm. At this point, you and I stand together." "What do you mean?" Although Leon knew some secrets of this world, he was just a few words, but Louis seemed to know very well, which made him quite curious. "You will understand in the future." Louis smiled without explanation. Then, in order to prevent Leon from asking more questions, he immediately called out, "Hurry, we will move your refrigerator in and install an email. I have also brought you some seeds and fertilizers, which are all good things. Hurry, Leon, move." Louis became a riddle man, and Leon had no way to inquire, so he had to move all the things on the pickup truck with Louis. The mini refrigerator was installed in the house and connected to electricity. When Robin returned to repair the wooden house, he reserved a lot of plugins, which saved him a lot of trouble. The fertilizer was piled up by Leon in the firewood room outside the empty wooden house. The email address was a small iron box hanging on the wooden pole. I dug a hole and buried the wooden pole. The email address was placed next to the wooden house. Remember to check your email every morning, and there may be some letters sent to you. Of course, if you want to mail the letter, you can also put it in the email. Stamps and envelopes can be purchased at Pierre's seed store. Louis, who had placed the email address, said to Leon. The postman in Stardew Valley basically works every day, so there is no need to worry about the transportation of letters. Louis, you said before that you would not let outsiders come to my farm. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but tease Louis. Of course, but the postman is not an outsider. If you happen to run into it one day, I hope you won't be too surprised. Louis reminded Leon with a smile. When everything was done, Leon immediately asked, "By the way, Louis, what should I do if I want to sell the output from the farm?" If you are in a hurry to use money, you can sell the crops to Pierre and the minerals to Clinton. He is a blacksmith in the village. Robin can digest the building materials, you have seen her. Aquatic products can be handed over to Willie. If you are not in a hurry, today workers will come to install shipping boxes on your farm. If you throw those things into the shipping boxes, I will send someone to recycle them for you to sell them, but the money may take 2 days to call you. Louis explained. Does the shipping box? Leon was a little stunned when he heard this answer. After all, he thought that only the game had such convenient functions, but he didn't expect that there were actually some in reality, but it was not installed yet. Yes, the shipping box, a very magical thing. You will know after you load it. This is one of the secrets. Louis smiled mysteriously, with expectations on his face. Perhaps he also wanted to see Lion's expression after discovering some wonderful things. When will the workers come? Leon asked curiously. When you're not on the farm, Louis replied. What if I don't leave the farm? Leon asked back. That's when you sleep, Louis added. Chapter 8 Young man, do you like fishing? Leon hates riddle people, especially when riddle people make puzzles about themselves. But Louis obviously would not explain, so even if he was curious, Leon probably wouldn't be able to learn the truth from this cunning mayor. Maybe the truth needs to be discovered by yourself. Although it is quite troublesome, Leon thinks it is quite interesting, because these truths that are hidden by Louis must be very interesting. Thank you for your explanation. Are you going back to the town? If so, I want to take a ride and buy some ingredients and kitchenware in the town. Without getting the answer, Leon had to temporarily suppress these curiosities and instead plan his previous plans. Of course, by the way, and if you don't mention it, I will invite you and me to see Willie. He has a gift for you. Louis nodded and then got on the pickup. Get on the bus, let's go together, and we'll take you to the town by the way. Leon did not refuse. After getting into the co-pilot, Louis drove him away from the farm. It's different to have a car. It only takes 5 minutes to drive half an hour to Pelican Town. This is the only hospital in the town. The attending doctor, Harvey, is a doctor in the town. He has good skills and good people, but he is a little bad at socializing. If you are unfortunately injured or sick in the future, you can get the best treatment here. On the north of Pelican Town Square, Louis stopped the car and pointed at the big house with the Red Cross sign hanging on the side. After introducing the hospital, Louis prescribed for a short period of time. This is Pierre's seed shop. In addition to seeds, he also sells some daily necessities, but his main business is agricultural products and medium and high-quality seeds. Although the price is a bit expensive, if you want high-quality crops, Pierre's seeds are definitely the first choice. Leon looked out the car window and saw the signature house with the Pierre seed store hanging. It covers a large area. Through the transparent glass door, you can also see many people purchasing it. The overall layout is basically no different from that of supermarkets, but it looks closer to the countryside. Basically, the shelves are all placed on vegetables. But Pierre will close the store on Wednesday. If you want to buy seeds on this day, you have to go to the Hoja supermarket. After Louis finished speaking, he continued driving forward. After crossing a stone arch bridge, he took Leon to see a blue two-story building with a distinctly modern atmosphere. The steel concrete structure is completely different from the architectural style of most houses in Pelican Town. The huge Hoja supermarket sign is hung at the top, and behind the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the supermarket is full of goods and a large number of employees wearing uniforms are busy in front of the shelves. Louis obviously saw this and couldn't help but speak. Actually, there is a Hoja in the town, which is very good. It is open 24 hours a day, and it is cheap and has a wide range of products, but I always feel that its style does not match Pelican Town. After saying that, Louis couldn't help but add, but it can also be regarded as driving the overall economy of Pelican Town. Morris, the head of Pelican Town of Hoja Supermarket, was recently asking me to propose to transform the abandoned community center into Hoja's logistics warehouse. I was very confused. After all, on the one hand, it is the economic growth of Pelican Town, and on the other hand, it is the cultural atmosphere of Pelican Town. I don't know how to choose. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to Clinton's blacksmith's shop. Louis turned his direction and drove towards the south. After passing by a small park, he took Leon to see a dark brown stone house. Clinton's blacksmith shop, the old industry in Pelican Town, has run blacksmith shops for generations, so they have outstanding craftsmanship. The tools and weapons they produce can be said to be the best. If you want to go out for adventure one day, it is definitely the best choice to come here to choose a handy weapon. Leon nodded. This world is not that safe. There are monsters in some places in the wild and mines. After meeting Clinton's blacksmith shop, Louis continued to drive Leon to a large building located further north near the river surrounding Pelican Town. The library and museum in Pelican Town is the cultural exchange center of Pelican Town. However, the previous generation of curators swept away all the antiquities in the museum and fled to the Catello Empire, so now there is only the function of library. Speaking of this, Louis' expression was a bit ferocious. Damn old director, I didn't expect that he would surrender to the Catello Empire. If I had paid more attention to the museum, I would have shot him before the beast raised by the bitch left. Leon didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. Louis also realized that he was a little manic. He took a deep breath to calm down and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the beach, Willie is waiting for us there." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and took Leon through the town, crossed a stone bridge and a forest path, and arrived at a beautiful beach. Stardew Valley is located on the edge of the Gem Sea, so the rich natural and mineral resources here need to be transported out by sea. Pelican Town was established for this reason, but the times have changed. Pelican Town has now become a marginal area of the Vanger Republic and has turned to the development of tourism. Opening on this clean and tidy beach, Louis said to Leon Kopp. "So is Pelican Town still maintaining sea transportation now?" Leon asked. Compared with sea transportation, the roads that have been repaired are actually cheaper to transport, and there are no large quantities of cargo in Stardew Valley that can be used for docks and cargo ships, so the port now only operates fisheries and loses its ability to transport. Louis said, parked the car on the edge of the beach, got off with Leon, and then stepped onto the pier set up on the sea. At the end of the pier, a wooden house stood alone on the ocean. When the two approached the wooden house, Leon was the first to see an uncle wearing a felt hat, a little dark, wearing a sweater and a big beard, and holding a cigarette in his mouth stood on the dock and looking at the sea in the distance. "Willie, I've brought you the farmer you want to meet," Louis greeted after seeing the uncle. "Haha, Louis, thank you, come, let me see if our new farmer in Stardew Valley is what kind of guy?" Willie turned around and saw Leon beside Louis, and the first thing he said was, "Young man, do you like fishing?" Chapter 9 Hoja Supermarket. This unexpected opening remark made Leon stunned, but he still answered from the heart. "I like it very much." After all, the hobby of fishing is like this. Men usually unlock automatically when they reach age. Modern civilized society has basically closed the channels for ordinary people to hunt. Fishing is considered the most friendly hunting channel, which makes people enjoy the joy of playing with prey. "Then you can fish?" Willie continued to ask. "Little bit, whether you can catch fish depends entirely on luck," Leon replied truthfully. "It doesn't matter, the local fishery needs fresh blood like you. I'm very optimistic about your future." Willie laughed and patted Leon's shoulder, then quickly got into his house, and walked out with a bamboo fishing rod in a short while. "I have gained a good harvest recently when I went to sea, so I was able to change to a new fishing rod. Although this one is a bit old, it is perfect for a novice fishing rod. As a gift, I will give it to you." As he said that, Willie handed the fishing rod to Leon. Leon glanced at the fishing rod. Although the rod body was made of bamboo, there was no shortage of real bait floats, and the handle position was even more warm and shiny. Don't refuse. Willie's favorite thing is to see young people join him, but most of the residents of Stardew Valley are not very enthusiastic about fishing. Louis dissuaded Leon from the side. Leon himself was also very interested, so he nodded and thanked Willie, and then took the fishing rod. Looking at Leon holding this old fishing rod, Willie's smile became even brighter. "Okay, this is also a kind of heritage. If you have extra fish catches and don't know how to deal with them, you can come to my store for sale. I will provide you with the fairest pricing based on the quality." "I will." Leon nodded. He did have this idea. After all, he would not let go of the profit items such as fishing that have no other expenses except time costs. "Okay, Willie has seen it too. It's time for me to go back. Leon, what are your plans?" Louis asked after seeing Willie and Leon chatting. "Would you go back to town with me, or learn fishing skills here with Willie for a while?" "Go to the town. I just moved here and there are still many things that I haven't purchased. I need to prepare some." In Willie's expectant gaze, Leon chose to return to the town. After all, in terms of daily life and hobbies, the former is more critical. However, Leon did not forget to thank Willie for his gift. "As for fishing, I will ask Captain Willie for advice next time." "Ha ha ha, call me Willie, I'm not a captain." Although Willie said this verbally, he could tell that he was very fond of the title of captain with his happy face. Leon said he could easily grasp this. Perhaps these Pelican Town residents were unfamiliar with him, but they were really familiar with them. After having communicated with Louis Robin Joddiggs and others as verification, Leon is sure that the personalities, preferences, and characters of the residents of Pelican Town they know are basically no different from those in reality. I got on a pickup with Louis. With Louis' recommendation, Leon went to Hoja supermarket with him. After all, compared to Pierre Seed store, Hoja supermarket has a wider variety of items and is cheaper. Hello, Louis, Leon. As soon as he entered the Hoja supermarket with Louis, Jody, who had just met last night, saw the two of them and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Jody. Louis responded, and so did Leon. Jody, carrying 2 bags of goods, came to Leon and whispered, "Thank you for your drink last night. If I hold a party next time, you must come." Okay. Leon did not refuse, after all, such kindness was still necessary. Although he has no idea about his wife, he has many friends and many ways, not to mention that Jody is a good person. He is good at making friends with her and is convenient for integrating into Pelican Town. Well, by the way, you should still be single? Jody suddenly asked at this time. Yes. Leon nodded, then looked at Jody curiously, and Jody smiled when she heard this, and replied, "Then I might have figured out who to invite to this party." After saying that, Jody gave Leon a playful look, and then left the supermarket with a basket of vegetables. Leon was speechless, but he was also looking forward to it. "You can buy things yourself, I have to go and chat with Morris." Louis saw Jody and Leon saying hello and whispering. Leon nodded, and then Louis left. Leon also entered the supermarket and started wandering. Hoja supermarket is actually quite familiar to Leon. After all, he was a Hoja employee before he left the company, responsible for managing the procurement plans and orders of a store. Moreover, the status of Hoja supermarkets in this country is also monopolized. You can basically see the existence of Hoja supermarkets in every city or even township. Therefore, the layout of this chain supermarket is basically very different, and the types of products are the same. Leon easily found the area where the kitchen utensils they need are located. After a set of kitchen utensils, I bought some commonly used seasonings. Finally, I chose a bag of rice and some easy-to-storage vegetables and meat to end this procurement journey. When I went to the counter to check out, Leon happened to see Louis coming towards me, and a man wearing glasses and a calm face with a calm face. "Morris, get to know him. This is the new farmer in Stardew Valley, Leon. Leon, this is the head of the Pelican Town branch of Hoja supermarket, Morris." Louis took the lead in helping the two introduce each other. "Hello." "Hello." Both of them maintained basic social etiquette to say hello to each other and shook hands, but Lion's expression was very calm, while Morris was different, with a very enthusiastic smile on his calm face. "Mr. Leon, maybe we can establish some commercial cooperation in the future. As far as I know, Hoja is provided by a unified supplier, and there should be no possibility of cooperation between us." Leon replied with a business-style smile. "That's a branch in a big city, and in Pelican Town, as the store manager, I have the right to choose a more convenient and suitable supplier," Morris explained, while his eyes were fixed on Leon, but Mr. Leon seems to be very familiar with Hoja's business context. "I used to work for Hoja too," Leon replied. "So that's it." Morris nodded and looked at Leon with even more eager eyes. Chapter 10 In-Depth Communication. Morris's eyes made Leon a little wary. After all, boys have to protect themselves outside these days, but he didn't think Morris was a strange guy. This look represented perhaps the interest relationship that the other party liked. So as my own person, I would like to ask Mr. Leon a question. Do you support Hoja Supermarket's proposal to transform the old community center into a logistics warehouse? This can enhance the logistics system of Pelican Town, while also making it more modern. It is good for you and me. With better logistics, your farm may also have more sales channels. Sure enough, the next moment, Morris directly put forward his ideas. Sorry, I'm still unfamiliar with this town, and I think you should ask the mayor for such a question, rather than me, the farmer who just landed. Leon smiled and chose to go over it perfunctorily. Okay, then would you like to know about the membership system of our Hoja supermarket? Morris was a little disappointed when he heard this answer, but immediately raised a new topic. No. Leon refused decisively this time. Don't be so anxious to answer. Hoja will always exist in Pelican Town to provide the best consumer experience for the residents here. You can wait until you need it and consider this. As a first meeting, you may like this thing. As Morris said, he handed Leon a paper coupon. Leon glanced at it and it was a discount coupon with a 20% discount. It was available for a single purchase, and it was a one-time prop. Leon did not refuse this, but instead smiled and thanked Morris. Then thank you Manager Morris for your gift. I will consider joining the Hoja member club. Looking forward to your reply. I wish you a happy shopping. Morris's lips curled up a little, as if he was very proud, and then he said goodbye politely. Leon has no ink traces. He used this coupon to buy the order, and it was cheaper for more than 40 yuan. He could buy an extra bag of 10 kilograms of rice, which was considered a profit. When Louis and Leon brought the things onto the pickup truck and got on the car, Louis asked while driving towards the farm. What do you think of Morris' proposal? A proposal for the old community center? Leon asked back. Yeah. Louis nodded and replied. Maybe I can only answer this question after I have been to the old community center. Leon replied, after all, you have to see what the old community center looks like. When I send you back, if you are interested, I can take it to see you. Louis suggested. So, what do you think about Louis, this community center? Leon did not leave the journey idle, so he began to ask Louis. Me? I'm very confused. You know, the community center used to be the busiest place in Pelican Town, where many activities and parties were completed, but now young people would rather watch TV at home all day than go out, so they gradually became abandoned. Louis said this with a little depressed expression. I don't like this, and Morris has mentioned the idea of acquiring a community center more than once, and the amount of the acquisition will not be too low. The development of Pelican Town requires this money, but I don't want to see this former community center disappear like this, but it also takes a lot of money to repair it. Pelican Town's assets cannot provide this expenditure, so Leon, how do you think I should choose? This is not imminent, you have a lot of time to consider this issue. Leon comforted tactfully. You are right, this is indeed not an imminent matter. Louis was relieved when he heard this. Thinking about it made him feel much better. He is not worried about dragging on, so Morris doesn't plan to acquire the old community center, because this is one of the few places for sale in the town with a large area. As long as Morris wants to open up the market in Pelican Town and Stardew Valley, then Lewis believes that Morris will never give up this proposal easily. And he may also use this time to see if he can save enough money to repair the community center to revitalize this old community center. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he doesn't want to let the community center be abandoned like this. So in the following time, Lewis relaxed a lot and told Leon a lot of stories and legends about Stardew Valley on the way. Until the two arrived at the farm, Leon immediately found a large box of 2x4 sizes and more than 1 meter high placed next to the mailbox. Haha, it seems that our workers have installed the shipping box for you in advance. As I said, as long as you are not on the farm, the workers will naturally help you complete the job. Lewis was not surprised by this, but instead joked with Leon happily. I really want to see what these hard-working workers look like. Leon agreed, already having his own answer in his heart. I'll see you. Lewis comforted Leon. Then the two got out of the car together, and Lewis helped Leon move the things into the farmhouse and suggested, "Do you want to have lunch at my place?" Of course, after lunch, we might be able to check out the old community center. Leon nodded, not polite. After all, Lewis' enthusiasm gave him a sense of care from an elder, and the other party was not out of politeness, but really wanted to invite himself to have lunch. Then let's go. Lewis immediately got into the car and greeted Leon. I'm going to take you to meet the community center. You know, when the community center was established, your grandfather also made great efforts. Is this related to him? Leon was a little surprised, he didn't know the news. Of course, your grandfather has brought a lot of changes to Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. Do you know why I have a good relationship with your grandfather? Lewis, who was driving, asked back. Why? Because my position as mayor, strictly speaking, it was your grandfather who helped me sit firmly. Pelican Town was different from now. If it weren't for your grandfather's support and Red Star Farm's prestige in the local area, I might have stepped down long ago. Lewis sighed. This is also the reason why I care about you. Your grandfather has helped me so much, but by the time I can do something for him, he has left the world, so I want to return this kindness to you. Of course, the most important reason is that I want Red Star Farm to return to its original appearance, even better than before. Leon, I believe you can do it. Chapter 11 Lewis's Request. In Pelican's Town, Leon entered Lewis' home and prepared to see Lewis's craftsmanship. On the way here, Lewis told a lot of his former grandfather that he helped Stardew Valley when he was still here. This situation made Leon feel a little strange. After all, the plot mode and what is shown in the game seem to be different. But what Lewis said was reasonable and sincere, and his emotions forced Leon to believe that what Lewis said was indeed true. However, Lewis said these things, and Leon believed that Lewis should not only encourage and motivate him to run Red Star Farm in order to get closer, but also the idea of encouraging and urging him to run Red Star Farm. After all, the local economy relies solely on the tourism industry and can only maintain the status quo. The farm you inherited may bring new vitality to Pelican Town's economy. Similar to those who bid for large factories and companies in developing cities to settle down and establish production bases. His own farm may not be able to provide jobs, and neither Louis nor himself intend to let outsiders interfere in the development of the farm. And Louis also said that there will be no taxes on the farm within 3 years. So why does Louis think that the farm will drive the economy of Pelican Town? Just as Leon was thinking about these questions, Louis served a large pot of stew and 2 bacon sandwiches on the table. Eat something casually, after all, it was a temporary idea and there was no preparation. After Louis said that, he called Leon to have a meal together. Leon nodded and enjoyed this simple but delicious lunch, asking for the doubts in his heart. Louis, how did the Red Star Farm bring economic improvement to Pelican Town? Is this question? It's not difficult to understand. You have just come into contact with the farm and have not understood many things yet. Let me talk about it first. Louis pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then explained one by one. First of all, the land of Red Star Farm is an extremely fertile and magical soil that can cultivate high-quality crops. These crops are larger than ordinary crops, and have higher flavor and nutritional value. This crop is not only economic but also very social value. Countless wealthy businessmen are flocking to this high-quality crop. If a farm can produce this high-quality crop stably, it will be favored by them. In order to ensure the stable supply of this high-quality crop, they will provide a lot of support, and as the towns where the farm is located, they will also receive this help. This is the first point. After Louis finished speaking, he looked at Leon, as if he wanted to wait for Leon to digest himself. This news. Leon started to think after listening to this explanation. He still knows high-quality crops. After the crops in the game are planted, they will be based on the additional conditions during planting, such as planting grades, fertilizers, and other external factors. After the crops mature, 4 grades of ordinary, silver star, Venus and iridium will be produced according to these factors when receiving the goods. In addition to the increasing price and gain provided by these crops of different qualities in the game, there is really no special thing in other aspects, so on this question, Leon asked again. Where does the social value of high-quality crops exist? Health and longevity. Some botanists have done research and experiments on related aspects, and finally came to a point, that is, long-term consumption of high-quality crops can greatly improve the physical fitness and lifespan of the eaters. Louis explained. So that's it. When Leon heard this explanation, he instantly understood that as long as health and longevity were involved, there was no smart creature that could reject this benefit. What about the second point? After Leon got this explanation, he immediately asked about the second point mentioned by Louis. The second point is related to faith. Yuba is the god of creation, which is a world-recognized belief. In the legend of Yuba, he is also a farmer. The legend says that our world is a plant in his plantation. Therefore, in the eyes of believers of Yuba, a farm that can produce high-quality crops is the place of God's favor. The reason why Stardew Valley, where Pelican Town is located, has become a tourist city is because of the huge reputation brought by your grandfather after he ran the Red Star Farm. After Louis explained this point, he reminded Leon mysteriously, the governor is a believer of Yuba. He attends the Hawaiian banquet in Pelican Town every summer. This is also your grandfather's original contribution. After learning that you want to inherit Red Star Farm, the governor also provided a lot of help, hoping that you can restore the glory of Red Star Farm as soon as possible. It seems that the status of a farmer is very high in this world. Leon muttered. What did you say? Louis asked in confusion without hearing Lyons muttering clearly. It's nothing, it's just a wonder why my grandfather was so glorious, but he never told me. He just handed me a letter before he died, so that I came here to run a farm when I was tired of the life of ordinary people. Leon said casually. Louis laughed loudly when he heard this. Haha, are you complaining that your grandfather has not left you with rich property? I happen to know about this. He once talked to me about this, and the last thing he told me was that he was also a farm created from scratch, so he hoped that his descendants would be the same, but I have to say that he has left the greatest legacy to you, that is Red Star Farm. Speaking of this, Louis' expression became much more serious. Leon, you may not know the potential value of Red Star Farm, but when you fully dig out its secret, you will understand what a huge fortune it is. After your grandfather passed away, countless people wanted to get the right to operate this farm, but none of them succeeded. Only you immediately became the second farmer after contacting me. Do you know what this means? I don't know. Leon replied in his heart. His understanding of the world has only been in the game. How could he know too many secrets? It means that countless people are paying attention to you, whether it is out of kindness or malice, you are already being watched. But I believe you can get through these troubles. Louis explained to Leon. I don't know much about too many things. After all, I am just an ordinary mayor. If you want to know more, you have to discover and understand yourself. As the mayor, I can only guarantee you that I will unconditionally support you in the operation of Red Star Farm. This is a decision that is beneficial to you and me. Pelican Town needs Red Star Farm, so I ask you to let Red Star Farm shine its own light again. Chapter 12, Old Community Center. Looking at Louis's eyes, Leon felt a lot of pressure and quickly nodded in agreement. He accelerated his eating speed and suggested to Louis as soon as he finished eating. I think we should go to the old community center. Okay. Louis seemed not hungry. After putting down the half-chewed sandwich in his hand, he stood up and took Leon out of the door. This time, Louis took Leon to walk to the north, crossed the square of Pelican Town, and walked for 20 minutes. The two finally arrived at a community center that had been covered with most of the main body with vine-crawling plants and looked a bit dilapidated. I've arrived. This is the community center that was once. I haven't been here for a long time. Every time I see it as a broken appearance that is left unattended, I feel ashamed. Standing at the door of the community center, Louis spoke with an awkward expression. Leon didn't say anything, but just walked forward curiously and looked at the locked door. Can you see what's going on inside? Of course. Louis immediately took out the key, opened the already rusty door lock, and threw the big lock aside. I don't plan to lock it up in the future. If you want to have an adventure date with the girl you know in the town one day, maybe you can use this old community center, and the mice inside will definitely warm up your feelings quickly. It sounds like Louis is not serious but very reasonable. Leon's expression was a little helpless, but he still got into it first. As soon as you enter the door, there is a pungent smell of damp wood. The sun shines through the door, illuminating the dust floating in the air with an extremely conspicuous appearance, forming a bright path, a standard Tyndall effect. Louis followed closely behind him, looked around the hall, and sighed again. Hey, is it so broken? Just as Leon was about to say something, he saw an apple-sized creature suddenly appeared on the tattered floor behind Louis. 4 lines similar to hands and feet were stretched out from both sides of the apple-shaped thing, and the body had rough facial features. At first glance, it looked quite cute, but when I looked, I felt a strange feeling. Leon forced himself to calm down and showed no panic. After all, before coming here, he was ready to see this thing. Now that he really saw it, he would not lose his composure. What are you looking at? Seeing Leon staring at him with all concentration, Louis turned around in confusion, but when Louis spoke, the unknown creature disappeared, so Louis could only see the broken and rotten wooden floor. It's nothing, I saw a mouse. Leon said perfunctorily, but after saying this, he felt something kicked on his instep, so he lowered his head and saw the little thing that had disappeared before, which appeared on the heel again. The feeling of being kicked was caused by this little guy. Obviously, this little thing was a little dissatisfied when he heard Leon recognize him as a mouse, so he took insignificant revenge. Leon ignored the other party's intention. When Louis turned around, the little guy disappeared again. It is normal to have rats. After all, they are uninhabited after being disrepair and the environment is dark and humid. This is undoubtedly the mouse's favorite place. Louis said, walking to the center of the hall and looking around for a long time before speaking. Leon, do you think that such a community center is really necessary to exist? It is so broken. Yes. After confirming that you can see those strange little things here, Leon also thought about the old community center. After all, Pelican Town must have a community center, right? It always feels strange to build a warehouse in such a beautiful location, right? I don't know that it would take a lot of money to repair this old community center. Louis said bitterly, but the finances in Stardew Valley are not good now. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge, and I am very interested in this community center. Leon said. Do you want to fix this place? Louis was excited when he heard this. But Leon did not directly answer this. Louis' series of expressions and words were all hinting that he wanted to find a way, but he was unwilling to let Louis treat him as a kid so easily. No, I just think your proposal before coming in is very good. Haha. Louis smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Leon ignored Louis's intention and set his sights on an area of completely exposed soil under the planks beside the fireplace in the community center. There is an arched hut made of wood and vines, which is a creation similar to an igloo. Under Lion's gaze, the hut was calm, and Louis noticed Lion's gaze again, and also saw the strange hut, and then explained. Maybe Jas and Vincent sneaked in. They are kids from the town and are very good kids. It's okay, I just think this building is quite fun. Now I've finished watching the old community center, let's go. Leon withdrew his gaze and suggested to Louis. Okay, let's leave. Just as I said before, I don't plan to lock the door, just let the old community center open. Louis nodded and left the community center one by one with Leon. Are you going back to the farm now? Louis asked Leon outside the community center. I plan to stroll around the town and get to know more about the residents here. Leon replied. That's fine. If you moved to the farm, you can be considered a part of the town. It's also beneficial to know more people in the town. In this way, there will be no acquaintance when you come to the town for festivals in the future. Then I'll go back first, and I need to organize the financial statements. Louis did not doubt when he heard this, and after saying this, he hurried in. After Louis left, Leon did not return to the old community center immediately. Instead, he wandered around for a while and looked at a small park not far from the community center. Compared with the dilapidation of the community center, it is well maintained here. There is no shortage of sand pools and swing slides for children to play. There is also a fountain in the center, and a blonde girl stands beside the fountain and enjoys the sun lazy. Leon found her, and she naturally found Leon, but before she could ask Leon who the strange face was, Leon turned his back and left. Strange guy. The blonde girl muttered as she looked at Lion's back, but she's quite handsome. Chapter 13 Mysterious Scroll. Leon returned to the community center and immediately got to the little vines covered with vines. He squatted down in front of the house and looked curiously at the entrance of the house. He had been curious about what this place looked like for a long time, but unfortunately, with his naked eyes, all he could see was pitch black. The light seemed to be unable to penetrate the darkness. Leon hesitated for a moment, but finally did not reach his hand in. After all, the unknown is always afraid. If you stretch out your hand without knowing it, you will know if you will become Yanguo. However, when they approached the hut like this, they didn't see those little things coming out. Leon felt that maybe they didn't want to see themselves very much now. So Leon began to wander around the old community center, looking for something special with purpose, but most of the old community center was broken furniture and garbage, and there was basically no real and complete creation. There will be a special block in the community center in the game, but the reality is not, which gives Leon a headache. After all, the old community center is really big, and the internal light is not very good. It is really not easy to quickly find what you want. But at this moment, the apple-like little thing appeared in front of Leon again, waving two bean sprout-like little hands, as if saying hello to Leon. Then Leon saw the little thing jumping towards a tattered room. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly followed. Under the leadership of this little thing, he finally saw a scroll placed on the shelves. He hurriedly picked up the scroll and opened it. Leon looked at the completely confused symbol inside and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not been in vain. There was indeed a sacrifice in this old community center. The little thing also saw Leon opening the scroll, jumping on the spot for 2 times, then disappeared from Lion's vision and disappeared. Leon didn't pay much attention to it, and after getting the scroll, he planned to leave directly. Just as the door was opened, Leon noticed a figure standing outside the door and pushed the door open. The unprepared opponent was startled when Leon pulled the door open. Following the sunshine, Leon saw the figure clearly. It was the blonde girl he just saw in the small park. "It's you." The blonde girl also saw Leon and shouted in surprise, "Why did you open the door to the old community center? Are you a thief? Is there anything worth stealing in such a ragged place?" Leon looked at the blonde girl speechlessly, and then introduced herself. "My name is Leon, the new farmer. This is what the town mayor Louis took me to visit," and he opened the door lock himself. "Oh, you are the new farmer. Hello, my name is Haley." The blonde girl Haley breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then greeted Leon politely. Leon nodded, then walked out of the old community center. "What, do you want to go in and take a look?" "No, it's too dirty inside." Haley shook her head quickly. "Then I'll close the door." As he said that, Leon closed the door to the community center and was about to leave. Haley said again, Louis brought you here. Are you planning to entrust you to repair the community center? No, I just took me here to see it. And it's not easy to repair such a big place. Don't get close to here if you have nothing to do. If there are mice, I'm going back to the busy farming industry. Leon shook his head, not planning to talk to Haley. After all, he still has a lot to be busy with. Haley also heard Lion's perfunctory attitude towards her and glared at Leon with some anger. Out of curiosity, she came to see why this strange guy was wandering around here. Now that she knew Lion's identity, she had not despised his farmer's identity. Why did the other party start to despise her? But Haley had no intention of stopping Leon. After all, they were just nodding friends who had just met. They nodded for a long time without saying anything, so they had to turn around and leave in a suffocation. Seeing the other person's appearance, Leon was speechless and couldn't figure out why Haley had this expression, but Leon didn't plan to understand. After all, this girl is indeed a troublesome girl. At this stage, Leon did not intend to have any intersection with her. Hongxing Farm is in chaos, so how can I have time to have a long love for my children? Thinking of this, Leon rushed towards his farm. Now he urgently needed to go back and study the scroll he just got. After returning to the farm after half an hour, Leon was a little gasping. After returning to the wooden house and taking a sip of water, he sat on a stool and spread the scroll on the table. Looking at the various irregular symbols on it, although Leon couldn't understand it, he could probably guess the meaning. After all, he had experience in the game plot, so he wouldn't be shady. This scroll is quite important because it involves contacting a big boss in Stardew Valley. After looking at the scroll for a while, Leon found that apart from looking at it, he didn't see any tricks, so he had to put it away and put this matter behind temporarily. Then Leon began to sort out his purchase supplies today and the items sent by Louis. The mini refrigerator has been powered on, and the temperature in the refrigerator has remained below zero at this moment, so Leon threw some vegetables and meat he purchased into it, all of which were daily necessities purchased at Hoja supermarket. Then Leon, the seasonings I bought were arranged neatly and sorted out a complete set of soup pots, frying pans and kitchen knife and pottery bowls. This can be considered as a simple kitchen system. If you cook, you need to go outside to cook. Continuing to count the things Louis sent, Leon found that in addition to the mini refrigerator, Louis actually sent some seeds and fertilizers, as well as a set of rain boots, raincoats, rubber gloves, and rubber shoes, which can protect themselves. What made Leon even more confused was that when he got these things, the system did not respond to these labor protection services at all. Instead, when he bought seeds and fertilizers, he saw the system's prompts. Paper blast seeds, seeds sow in spring, harvestable within 12 days, there are only 4 months in the game in a year, and the reality is extended to 12 months. Primary fertilizer, chemical fertilizer slightly improves the quality of the soil, which increases your chances of growing high-quality crops, and can only be used in plowed soil. These 2 items have been systematically identified and can be included in the system backpack. However, because the 12 empty spaces in the backpack are almost full, Leon can only put these seeds and fertilizers outside. Chapter 14 What are you doing? At this moment, Leon misses the production bar in the game. If there is that thing, make some boxes and place them outside, and some things can be stored in the box instead of carrying them on your body to occupy the backpack lattice. Unfortunately, there are no other pages on the interface on the system except for the personal panel, as if castrated, which makes Leon very uncomfortable. It is difficult to take out the things stored in your backpack because the wooden house is too small and all these things are moved out. At least half of your wooden house will be filled with them. However, no matter how much you complain, the farm tools provided by the system are really easy to use. Although they are not as automated as some dark-skinned traditional farm tools, the effect is still very impressive. Taking these parsnips seeds and putting the fertilizer in the bag sent by Louis, Leon started the farming industry again. The land that had been plowed out yesterday happened to work. First, they sprinkled the fertilizer on the land. Seeing some yellow and white spots appearing on the black soil, Leon planted parsnips seeds on these soils with fertilizers, took out a kettle and watered them all. After working hard for more than 10 minutes, I finally planted all the parsnip seeds. After observing the seeds planted for a while, there was no sign of germination. Leon was not too anxious. After swaying in this small field for a few times and confirming that there were no other problems, Leon looked at the sky, then at the farm, and silently took out his axe. 80, 80, 80. He shouted meaningless slogans, and Leon turned into a bald strongman and began to cut down the trees growing wildly on the farm one by one. As regular wood was put into the bag, Leon became more and more vigorous as he worked. Some trees actually dropped corresponding tree species in the middle of the journey, and Leon also dug a hole and buried it in the soil. The seeds of trees are completely different from crops. These seeds can grow freely as long as they are buried in the soil and do not require any care. Before dusk, Leon took back his axe. There was no way, and he was overdrawn. Although the large amount of regular wood harvested by logging stimulated the brain to secrete a lot of dopamine, the consumption of physical energy was also on an upward trend. There are basically no trees in the area near the wooden house on the farm. These are all the contributions of Leon in the afternoon, but the price paid is that Leon feels that his hands no longer belong to him. Without the strength to continue logging, Leon certainly could not be idle, so he began to wander around his farm. Red Star Farm is very big. How big is it? It took me half an hour to visit Leon to have a specific impression. In addition to the abandoned greenhouse in the central location, the farm is still in a wilderness. The excellent thing is that the farm is very flat. After visiting this entire farm, Leon felt that this place is really suitable for agricultural planting. Because there are small ponds in many places on the farm, and although these ponds are not large in area, the water quality is very good. It can be seen that the underground water sources are connected to the bottom of these ponds. These ponds should not be formed naturally, but were left by my grandfather's farm. The significance of the existence of these ponds is very important to the farm. Whether it is the cultivation of crops that require water, can be collected nearby to cultivate, or the drinking water needed for breeding animals, these ponds can provide convenience. In addition, this flat land can provide a large amount of planned and constructed vacant land. In the future, only Leon needs to develop step by step, and it is definitely not a problem that the entire farm becomes farmland. But the farming area is too large, and Lion's scalp is a little numb. Now, a small area is cultivated in the early stage and it feels easy to take care of Leon, but when this field expands to the entire farm, Leon is a little panicked. Because this is not a scale that one person can handle, if the entire farm is really planted, then Leon may have to go out to water it as soon as he opens his eyes every day, and it may not be able to water it until the early morning. This world must have a sprinkler, and it must have a sprinkler. Thinking of this, Leon prayed silently in his heart. After all, compared to doing it personally, large-scale planting of agricultural equipment that does not rely on automation is really not something he can do alone. But recruiting workers, Leon had never considered this matter at all. Not to mention that his system cannot be exposed, it is simply the operation of this farm. Leon did not intend to let outsiders intervene. Because there are so many people and eyes, who knows whether these people recruited from outside will cause trouble for themselves. Instead of trusting strangers, it is better to find a way to automate them. However, none of these are possible for him to consider for the time being. He must first complete the original accumulation of capital, and his experience in the game tells him that the ability level in the system panel will definitely provide him with solutions to these problems. What we need to do now is to honestly go through the initial accumulation first, and then consider other issues when the assets come up and the levels are also up. Back in the farmhouse, Leon took out the rice bag, grabbed 2 handfuls of rice to wash it, and threw it into the soup pot. Then he took out a piece of frozen hard pork from the refrigerator, cut it out a small piece of pork, washed it, cut it into shreds, threw it into the soup pot, sprinkled with salt and oil, and took the soup pot out and put it in front of the temporary earthen stove he had made. He took out the hay from his backpack and lit it, then took out the regular wood, split it into small pieces and stuffed it into the fire pit. Leon sat on the ground, watching the crackling wood and flames in the fire pit, and quietly waiting for the meat porridge in the pot to cook. At this time, the sun in the sky had set, and the twilight landed on this land. The sound of frogs and insects came from afar, which made Leon relax a lot. This quiet atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. Without the car whistle and fireworks of the big city, Leon felt a long-lost peace in his heart in this farm close to nature. There is no need to think about how to deal with complicated work communication and difficulties with bosses tomorrow, nor do you need to think about how long you need to last on holidays. Here, Leon just needs to live for himself. What are you doing? Just as Leon staring at the fire pit in a daze, a female voice suddenly rang behind Leon. This sudden inquiry shocked Leon, but he couldn't recover in an instant. He turned his head and found that the girl who was asking about herself was a beautiful girl with purple hair. Chapter 15 Strange Girl. Prepare for supper. Leon replied truthfully. Although the girl with purple hair did not introduce herself, Leon could still guess the other party's identity with such a special hair color. So, you inherited this old farm, right? The girl looked at Leon for a moment when she heard this, then took a small step back and explained. Sorry, although I know someone has inherited this farm, I don't know you've come, so I came over rashly. It's okay, but it's not safe to come here in the middle of the night. Leon shook his head and talked to the other party. Aren't you afraid? No, I like the darkness and quiet places. Before you come here, this farm is my favorite place to come to the evening because it is very quiet and no one disturbs you. The girl replied, then asked awkwardly. Do you think I'm weird? No, everyone has their own preferences. Leon shook his head and replied. Thank you for your understanding. By the way, my name is Abigail. What's your name? The girl was a little happy when she heard the expression on her face. Then she stopped being restrained and walked to Leon and asked. Leon. Leon replied, I'm glad to know you. Well, so do I. There are few strangers in Stardew Valley to settle down. The town is full of familiar faces. It's really good to be able to meet new people. Abigail nodded and echoed. Leon smiled, looking at Abigail with no intention of leaving, so he asked, "Have you had dinner? Do you want to have something together?" "Are you asking me? It seems that we have only met for the first time." Abigail looked at Leon in confusion and asked back. Leon had a headache when he heard this. He forgot that the cultural tradition here was more inclined to the West. He just used the politeness of Eastern culture to greet him and misunderstood him. After all, in the West, there are only couples who invite to have a meal together. So Leon hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I don't mean that, I just think it might be more lively to have dinner together." "You are so weird, but you should be a good person." Abigail complained to Leon, but unexpectedly sent Leon a good person card. "Why do you say that?" Leon was also a little confused. Why did he inexplicably receive a good person card? "I can't explain it clearly, anyway, I don't think you are a bad person, even though you are very strange." Abigail explained in a bit of entanglement. Leon shrugged when he heard this, but didn't care about what the other party said that he was strange. He looked at the meat porridge that had already started to appear and had a meaty aroma. He asked again, "So, do you want to stay for something? If you don't want to, then I still think you should go back early. It's not safe for a girl to go out at night." "Since you have invited me so enthusiastically twice, I'll have something to eat." Abigail was confused for a moment when he heard this, but finally chose to stay. This surprised Leon, but he didn't say anything. After learning that Abigail was about to stay, he returned to the wooden house and took an extra tableware. When I came back, I saw Abigail squatting on the edge of the fire pond with enthusiasm, poking the fire pond with a branch, firewood burning inside. "Do you know, I have long wanted to try creating such a bonfire in the wild and experience it. This is why I came over when I saw you." Seeing Leon coming back, Abigail immediately stood up and explained. "So, are you an adventurous girl?" Leon concluded. "Well, I can say that I don't like a peaceful life. I always feel that I should do something special. In this way, maybe when I get old, I don't have to regret that my life has been so ordinary." Abigail nodded with a happy expression, obviously agreeing with Leon's statement. Leon opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but considering that he was only meeting the other party for the first time and many words were not suitable for him, he chose to shut up. However, after putting down the tableware, he continued to pay attention to the flames in the fire pit and the meat porridge in the soup pot. The two of them were squatting and standing in silence, looking at the fire pit and the soup pot. Leon felt a little embarrassed, but Abigail glanced at Leon from time to time, and then looked at the soup pot, looking eager to try. "It's almost done, how much do you want to eat?" Removing the lid of the soup pot, looking at the shredded pork and the expanded rice grains inside, Leon grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and threw it into the fire pit to extinguish the fire. Then he took out the spoon and started serving porridge in the bowl. "Half a bowl is enough. I can't eat too much at night," Abigail replied. After hearing this, Leon served Abigail half a bowl, with shredded pork as the majority. After all, it was to entertain guests, so he had to show some sincerity. The simple meat porridge has only salt and oil, and the taste of pork is actually not rich, but the steaming porridge is filled with the stewed shredded pork with rice soup, which has a unique flavor. Anyway, Leon was very comfortable to eat, so I drank 2 big bowls in a row. Compared to Lion's rough speed, Abigail seemed much more ladylike. He dug up the small mouth with a spoon, blew it and cooled it, and then put it into his mouth. He tasted it bit by bit, and could not see any special expression. Is it delicious? After eating 90% full, Leon put down the pottery bowl and asked Abigail. Average. Abigail sent the last spoonful of meat porridge in the bowl into his mouth and replied. You're not polite. Leon smiled and took the bowl from Abigail's hand. Since you've finished eating, then go back. Okay. Abigail nodded and actually agreed to Lion's proposal. Then Leon saw the purple-haired girl turn around and leave without looking back. Seeing this scene, Leon was speechless, but he just glanced at the other party's back and took the bowl back to the wooden house. Leon, who cleaned the bowl and pot, cleaned everything, then washed and went to bed to rest. Since taking over this farm, Leon found that he had no one to stay up late for a day, and he didn't need to go past 12 o'clock or 8 or 9 o'clock, and he was very sleepy. Anyway, there is nothing to do at night, so sleeping is also a good choice. When he woke up after he was full the next day, Leon opened his eyes. There was no sunlight outside the window, but instead he was a little drowsy. Leon stood up and walked to the bedside, looked at the sky, then raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch, making sure he wasn't getting up too early. It's going to rain. Chapter 16. This is not scientific at all. Walking out of the wooden house, looking at the dim sky outside, the air was a little wet, but the raindrops did not fall. But looking at the clouds in the sky, Leon knew that the time when the rain fell should not be too far away. The dark clouds were coming here, and the wind mixed with cold and wet seemed to be telling people that a heavy rain was on the way. After glanced at the crops on the ground, Leon was surprised to find that some of them had sprouted. It was only 2 days before the first batch of seeds they planted, and the land in Stardew Valley was indeed very fertile and very special. Because it was going to rain, Leon didn't mean to take out a kettle to water it. Waiting for the raindrops to fall is no more convenient than irrigating them one by one. Gaga. At this moment, a crow actually landed on the cultivated land. While chirping at the top of his throat, he actually wanted to dig deep into the soil to find the seeds in the land and eat it. Can Leon watch the crow rob his property? He stepped forward with a quick step, took out his sickle and waved it to the crow. The crow was also startled by Lion's movements, and directly raised his wings and flew into the air, screaming, as if scolding Lion's sneak attack. Leon frowned and looked at the crow. This bird is very smart and very revengeful. This time he was considered to be hated by this guy. What if this guy took advantage of his absence from the farm and lost his crops? Wouldn't it be a blood loss? So Leon looked up at the crow hovering over the farm. The other party was reluctant to leave for a long time, and Leon did not dare to disappear rashly in front of the crow. He was worried that this guy would land on the ground and rush to the crops when he left. After a 10-minute stalemate, the raindrops in the sky began to drizzle. The crow finally quickly fled the farm under the threat of the rain soaking its wings, which caused difficulties in flying. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. There is no need to stare at this kind of bully in the bird world for the time being. However, what should be prevented must be prevented in advance. The older generation of farmers have many ways to prevent animals from invading farmland. Among them, the one with the most widely spread and the most usage rate is the scarecrow. If it is in the game, Leon only needs to reach the first level of farming to unlock the scarecrow's drawings and place them in the fields to drive away the crows, but the system in reality does not seem to be equipped with such a system. However, it was not too difficult to make the scarecrow. It happened that it was raining now and there was nothing to do, so Leon returned to the wooden house. First, 3 pieces of wood were taken out, 2 of them were nailed together to form a longer piece of wood, and then one was placed horizontally to make it look like a cross. Then Leon found another set of old clothes and put them on the cross, stuffed them with hay as filling, tied the cuffs and corners of the clothes tightly with hay, and a rough scarecrow was finished in this way. Finally, he put a baseball cap on the scarecrow's head. Leon looked at this rough thing and felt a little restless. Although he looked like a person from a distance, Leon was really not sure about the specific effect. But after all, I had to try it out, so Leon put on his raincoat and took the scarecrow out of the door, inserting it into the middle of the open field. Just after completing this work, the system prompts actually came. The first time I made the item successfully, I am unlocking the production function and recipe, and the unlocking is successful. The production and recipe bar plugin are integrated into the personal panel. Please check it out by the farmer. At the same time, Leon also discovered the scarecrow he had just made, and he could actually see the system notes from it. Shrunk-made scarecrow, barely prevents crows from attacking your crops, but they can't fool these smart guys for too long. Is it so bad? Leon looked speechlessly at the description of the scarecrow he made by himself, and always felt that the system was looking down on his own skills. At least in Lion's view, this scarecrow is much more refined than the scarecrows I saw before. However, since Leon felt very surprised because he created the scarecrow on a whim and unlocked the production function, so he opened the personal panel. Name, Leon, Liang. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Wild CAI, 0. Mining, 0. Battle, 0. Fishing, 0. Special ability, none. Backpack items, axe, pick, watering kettle, sickle, hoe, wood 187, hay 31, fiber 84, stone 11, coal *4, upgradable on October 12. Manufacturing recipe, scarecrow, treasure chest, bonfire, torch, wooden fence, wooden door, wood path, stone path. There are indeed more manufacturing bars and formulas, and in addition to the scarecrow, there are also some basic formulas, including the treasure chest recipe that Leon Zinian Nian. When I saw the bonfire recipe, Leon was a little confused. If the plugin for the production bar needs to manually DIY to create an item by itself, why didn't this function be unlocked when I was in the wildfire pit yesterday? Is it because my earth stove cannot even meet the evaluation of shoddy production, so the system does not think that it is building something? Thinking of this possibility, Lion's expression suddenly became awkward. However, since the production function is unlocked, Leon naturally needs to try it. So after clicking the panel's production recipe, Leon first clicked the recipe for the treasure chest. At this time, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him: does 50 wood be used to make treasure chests? Yes. Leon nodded, and then the wood in his backpack dropped sharply by 50 pieces, and a box that was 1 meter high and 50 centimeter wide appeared in front of him. Treasure box, where to collect your items, 0/36. Simple description, simple appearance. Then Leon placed the treasure chest on the head of his bed and placed his hand on the treasure chest. The lid of the treasure chest was automatically opened, and a virtual page appeared in front of Leon. His backpack was on the left, and the box was empty on the right. Try to drag the remaining 137 pieces of wood to the first space of the box. Sure enough, the wood in my backpack was transferred to the box, occupying one of the 36 grids of the box. The body of the box has not changed at all. It is obvious that all these woods are taken out and placed on the ground, which can occupy more than 10 times the area of the box, but it is stored inside the box without any disturbance, as if there is an independent small space inside the box. This is not scientific at all. Chapter 17: The farmland expanded again. Although Leon complained so much, he still honestly threw everything except the tools into the box. The backpack that was about to be filled was immediately empty, and the box was only filled with a small amount of spaces. All items can be stacked, but I don't know if the stacking limit is 999. However, for the time being, the storage space of this box is enough for Leon to use. With the storage space of the treasure chest, Leon also felt that it was time to prepare more materials. However, it is urgent to deal with the farm matters first. After all, farms, agriculture comes first. So Leon, who was wearing a raincoat, brought 1,000 yuan of funds and left the farmer. Go straight to Pelican's town. The rain makes the muddy dirt road slippery, but it feels quite comfortable to walk on it, just like stepping on cotton. The difference is that the mud on this road does not even follow the feet, and it will not cause an embarrassing scene of rain boots falling into the mud. However, Leon still spent the extra time on the way, which made Leon unable to help but start thinking about whether he wanted to find a transportation tool. When I came to Pelican Town, because of the rainy day, there were not many people hanging out in Pelican Town, rubbing the mud stained on my shoes on the turf beside me. Leon followed the route I wrote down yesterday and came to Pierre's grocery store. Pushing open the glass door, Leon entered it. The store can see the local style from the decoration and shelves, basically all of which are wooden shelves and wooden floors. As soon as he entered the door, Leon saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses waving to him. "Welcome to Pierre's grocery store, strange friend, what do you need?" "Seed." Leon replied directly. Pierre first glanced at Leon's rain boots and found that there was no mud on it. He breathed a sigh of relief and came up to ask, "Oh, seeds are needed, strange faces, you are the new farmer Abigail met yesterday?" "Yes." Leon nodded, then asked, "Can you tell me the types and prices of seeds here?" "Of course, there is no problem. This is the price list. In addition to seeds, I also sell all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities. The quality of the Pierre grocery store is definitely the best in Pelican Town, which is absolutely different from the Hoja family." Pierre promised confidently, and at the end he did not forget to step on the Hoja supermarket. Leon just smiled at this. His peers were enemies. The goods and consumer groups of the two stores basically overlapped. It is appropriate to be competitive. If he believed Pierre, he would be a fool. However, looking at the price list handed over by Pierre, Leon was a little surprised. Like in the game, the seeds of Pierre's family are indeed cheaper than those of Hoja. The parsnips seeds cost 20 yuan per serving, which is very expensive. The 4-person beer portion of Gus Star fruit bar is only 20, but this seed can actually plant 20 parsnips. Strictly speaking, the seed price is not expensive. Then Leon looked at the prices of other crops, 60 per serving of green beans, and the number of seeds of 20 plants, 80 cauliflower, 50 potatoes, 20 tulips, 70 kale, and 30 blue jazz. The price is basically the same as in the game, but the weight of these seeds is different, and they are basically 1 or 2 dozen plants. This means that to plant a portion of the seed, you have to dig out 20 holes and water them 20 times. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but take a breath. My life, which originally felt quite relaxed, suddenly became heavier. Isn't it just that the game is 627, get up at 6 am and go to bed at 2 am and do it for 7 days? Reality has to do this? But it's quite fulfilling to think about it. It's so scary. Faced with such a life, Leon felt fulfilled. He couldn't help but shivered, but he still honestly bought a copy of all kinds of seeds. There were 140 pits of 7 seeds. Fortunately, it was raining today and I didn't need to water it myself. So after buying the seeds, Leon glanced at the price list again. He didn't see the service of the backpack upgrade that should have been here, so he returned the price list to Pierre and paid the money and quickly left Pierre's seed shop. He returned to the farm without stopping. Looking at the inferior scarecrow who had been completely wet by the rain and became soft, Leon glanced at the originally reclaimed land on the ground, and found that there were no traces of being searched and destroyed. Then Leon took out his hoe and began to cultivate land suitable for seed sowing. With a systematic hoe, we basically dig a hole at a time, and we can also bring soft land nearby. In addition, the rain moistened the land, which made Lion's reclamation unexpectedly easy. Even so, the 140 pits were dug out, which made Lion's waist overwhelmed and conveyed a sense of soreness and numbness to Leon. Leon, who stood up straight and stretched his body and stretched his muscles for a while, did not rest for too long, began to dismantle the seed packs and sow them one by one. Each seed fell to the ground, and the loose soil around him naturally began to gather and wrap the seeds in the soil. This unexpected situation surprised Leon, but it undoubtedly reduced Lion's workload. After all the seeds were planted, Leon immediately returned to the wooden house, took off his rain boots and raincoat. His body was wet. I don't know if it was sweat or the rainwater seeping through the raincoat, but it was quite uncomfortable anyway. But this state also made Leon not have the intention to clean up and change his clothes. He leaned against the eaves and gasped, enjoying the rest after work. When Leon turned his eyes to the result of the morning, his eyes were full of pride. Compared with the bustling fields yesterday, the large planting area in front of him now truly had the appearance of farmland. Moreover, in order to ensure that the crops can have enough growth space and avoid trampling on the crops, Leon is planted separately, with clear distinction between the fields. Crops are planted in the two-turned lands, and a small path is empty in the middle for Leon to walk. This planting model is seen in Lion's previous life. It can ensure sufficient sunlight shines on the leaves for photosynthesis while ensuring that each plant has sufficient nutritional intake is considered a relatively scientific regional division. Of course, this planting model also requires a lot of land. Fortunately, Lion's farms are not short of land. I'm done with my work, it's time to reward myself. What should I eat for lunch today? When his body recovered and his strength was restored, Leon stood up and muttered. Chapter 18, The Mage Rasmides. Just as Leon was considering the problem that had troubled countless people with such lunch, a crow actually rushed out of the rain and landed in front of Leon. After shaking the water droplets stained on his feathers, he spit out a note from his mouth. Then he flapped his wings again and disappeared in front of Leon. Leon looked at the direction of the crow leaving in confusion, then picked up the note that the crow had just spitted out. The wet note looked quite disgusting, but out of curiosity, Leon opened it. Some of my intelligence sources tell me that you seem to have found something interesting in the old community center. Maybe I can provide you with a little help. If you are interested, choose a suitable time to go to the tall tower in the westmost part of the forest, and I'll be waiting for you there. This is the message written on the note. As soon as he saw these messages, Leon became excited because this is the boss he was waiting for. It turned out that it was a crow who delivered the letter. Fortunately, I saw that the email was empty in the morning and was a little disappointed. Leon looked at the contents on the note again, and confirmed that he had not missed some details, so he threw the note into the soil beside him. But before leaving, I still have to eat something. Without rushing to see the owner who sent the letter, Leon returned to the wooden house and took out the bread he had purchased before. After eating 2 of them whole, he poured a large glass of water. He felt the fullness from his stomach. Then he went out again and put on his raincoat and boots, and walked towards another exit on the south side of the farm. There is a road leading to Pelican Town to the east of the farm, a path leading to the mountain to the north, an exit to the forest to the south, and a dead end to the west, and a cliff wall on the other side. In fact, Leon has long had the idea of exploring the forest, because Stardew Valley is a location with extremely excellent natural appearance. Here, wild animals and plants can basically grow freely. Even if you don't farm, you only need to be more diligent and have a certain amount of wild collection knowledge. Then in Stardew Valley, you can accidentally harvest a lot of wild edible plants. The reason why I haven't set out is simply because Stardew Valley is too big. From the comparison of the area of the farm, Leon can infer the area of the forest in the south. It may take half a day to go there. Leon doesn't believe that the forest will be as harmonious as in the game. The jungle in the wild says there are no beasts inside, but Leon doesn't believe it anyway. Now that he has received the invitation, Leon can explore this area with confidence. Since the other party has sent a message to prove that he has entered the other party's vision, if he encounters certain dangers on the way to the forest, I believe this big man will not stand idly by. The forest on rainy days is actually quite dark, but what is gratifying is that there is a relatively flat dirt road at the junction of the farm and the forest. At a glance, you can see the tall barn. Leon knew that it should be Marnie's ranch, but the destination of this trip was not there, so Leon was walking west. Unlike the forests imagined by Leon, the tree density in this area is not very large, and there are also many traces of artificial carving, such as an artificial dock on a lake, huge ancient trees separated by wooden fences, and trampling on multiple trails that run through the forest. This made it not difficult for Leon to walk, and because of his wide view, he walked west. Not long after walking, Leon saw a tall tower made of stone built on the hillside. There is the destination of my trip, the mysterious retreat master in Stardew Valley, and the mage tower of Master Rasmades. With the conspicuous mage tower as the target, the path to Leon to the mage tower has become much clearer. On the road, I also encountered some weeds and fiber plants that were blocking the road, which were easily harvested by Lion's sickles. While rushing to the road, I also added some fiber materials. It's just that I didn't see wild plants unique to the wild in the spring, such as leeks and wasabi, which can be eaten and sold for money, which makes Leon a little regretful. When Leon arrived under the mage tower, he saw a step leading to the mage tower. He climbed the stairs step by step and approached the mage tower. Before Leon could knock on the door, the gate of the mage tower automatically opened. Hello, farmer, I am Rasmades, the pursuer of arcane, a medium that connects reality and supernatural, the master of the 7 elements, the guardian saint. Forget it, the name is too long, you just need to know that I am a mage who uses supernatural powers. As soon as Leon entered the door, an old man wearing a traditional wizard hat, a wizard robe, a long purple hair and a purple beard wearing a black cloak left a magic circle in front of him and walked to Leon to introduce himself. Hello, Master Rasmades, I am Farmer Leon, I'm very happy to meet you. Leon smiled and greeted the mage, while his eyes couldn't help but look around in the mage's tower. There is no way, the power of supernatural magic is something that everyone will be curious and longing for, and this is also Leon. The main reason why he is looking forward to meeting with the mage is that he wants to learn cool magic. Haha, Leon, I have already anticipated your arrival. Don't worry, focus on my mage tower. Come on, I'll show you something. After the mage finished speaking, he signaled Leon to step forward and then noticed the mud on Lion's feet. Oh, it's raining outside, this is something I didn't pay attention to, and it's a bit hasty for you to come on a rainy day. Accompanied by the mage's words, Leon was surprised to see the mud on his feet disappearing out of thin air, and the residual rainwater on his raincoat was evaporated. Even the smell of sweat from work disappeared without a trace. He seemed to have just taken a shower and changed into clothes and had not yet gone out to get wet in the rain. All of this happened after the mage said this. Leon knew that it was the magic of the other party showing his magic to himself, and to dispel his doubts. This made Leon a little jealous and sighed, magic is indeed magical. The mage glanced at Leon and smiled, you don't have much talent for arcane, so don't consider this. Leon was a little disappointed and embarrassed when he heard this. As expected, this kind of big shot was so vicious that he could guess clearly what he was thinking. He didn't say anything more immediately. He walked to the mage to see what he planned to let him see. The mage also noticed that Leon had extinguished his intention to learn magic. After looking at Leon with approval, he pointed to the magic circle beside him. Have you seen this kind of creature in the community center? Chapter 19, Integration with the Forest. Following the mage's guidance, Leon saw an apple-shaped gadget with slender limbs appeared in the center of the magic circle, the kind he saw in the community center. Unlike the community center, this little guy made a crisp and high-pitched sound when summoned. The independent syllables had a strange rhythm, but it had nothing to do with known language. Is it the kind you see in the old community center? The mage turned his head and looked at Leon and asked. Yes. Leon nodded. Although he knew what this gadget was, he still had to follow the plot, because following the plot was beneficial. They call themselves Zunimo, a kind of elves, but for some reason, they refuse to talk to me. The mage looked at the little apple, or Zunimo, and then explained to Leon with embarrassment. So I don't know why they moved into old community centers, but I can tell you that they are harmless and you don't need to be afraid of them. I'm not afraid, I'm just curious. Leon replied. Well, it seems that you have accepted supernatural power and existence, just like when you saw me casting spells, you seem to be a special child. The mage looked at Leon seriously. If I weren't sure you didn't have the desire to pursue the secrets of magic, maybe you were a good heir, but sorry, you are not suitable for this path, and your grandfather wouldn't let you choose to go on this path. Why do you know him too? When Leon heard this, he felt a little irritated. The grandfather in the game just left something and would have a nightmare in 3 years to summarize the player's management of the farm. The grandfather in reality was full of presents. Yes. The mage just nodded and did not reveal anything. Seeing this, Leon had to change the topic. So, Master Rasmades, you came to me just to tell me not to be afraid of these little guys. No, this is just one aspect, mainly because you saw them. The mage waved his hand. These Zunimos in the old community center have existed for decades, and many people have been there, but so far, you are the first person to see them. So, it will be very troublesome to allow such a group of Zunimo to appear in the human world. The mage replied, this is the reason why I look for you. Do you know the reason why they appear in front of you? I don't know very well, but it should have something to do with this. After saying that, Leon took out the scroll he found in the old community center yesterday and handed it to the mage. Interesting, a complex language, but I can crack it. The mage took the scroll for a while and understood the content, and repeated it. We, Nimo, are very happy to help you. In return, we want the gift of Stardew Valley. If you are someone who can blend in with the forest, you can see what the scroll really looks like. After repeating the content on the scroll, the mage glanced at Leon. It seems that these Zunimo are indeed coming for you. So what should I do? Leon asked. Wait for me. After the mage finished speaking, he walked to the side and found a huge crucible. With a wave of his hand, countless green materials fell from the void and fell into the pot. Then clear water began to emerge from the pot, soaking these green materials and floating them up. When the pot was filled with water, flames began to appear under the crucible, and as the flames burned, the pot began to boil. Well, it's almost done. When the water in the pot had been completely boiled to green, the mage leaned forward and sniffed it, and said to Leon with an embarrassed expression, the taste is not very good, but the effect should be no problem. What do you mean? Although he had guessed the other party's intention, Leon still pretended to be ignorant, but his eyes were completely placed in the pot of green unknown liquid. It is a talent to be integrated with the forest. This talent is rare, but you have the potential to inspire it. Otherwise, Zunimo would not find you and let you get the scroll. Now in this pot, ferns, moss larvae, caramel top poisonous mushrooms and other materials filled with forest essence, so if you drink it, you can inspire this talent. After the mage finished speaking, he handed Leon a wooden bowl with a strange look on his face. Leon swallowed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little scared when he heard these boiled ingredients and the strange smell he smelled in his nose. Don't worry, this can not only inspire your talent, but also strengthen your body. As a farmer, your physical fitness is too poor. The mage saw Lion's embarrassed expression and immediately filled the wooden bowl and stuffed it into Lion's hands. Drink, kid, this will bring you a whole new kind of power. Looking at the green soup in the bowl and looking at the mage, Leon had an illusion that he seemed to be hell roaring at this moment, and the mage was Gul'dan. After all, this scene was so suitable. But in the end, Leon didn't ask what the price was. He held the bowl with one hand, pinched his nose with the other, and poured it directly into his mouth. In an instant, the fishy, bitter, and complex smell rushed straight into Lion's Tianling cap. The strong sense of disgust made him want to spit out the soup he had just drunk, but the mage seemed to be ready, so he raised his hand and closed Lion's mouth, allowing him to swallow the disgusting soup to ensure smooth breathing. The moment the medicine was taken, Leon felt floating, and the scene in front of him began to blur, and countless green plants replaced everything seen in the real vision. The earth, shrubs, vines, grass, and other plants appeared alternately in front of Lion's eyes. It took a long time for Leon to come back to his senses. The illusions of the plants disappeared and what the eyes could see returned to normal. At the same time, when Leon woke up, he also discovered his own changes, that is, there was an unspeakable energy in his mind, and this energy was urging him to leave this closed space and go outside. So Leon walked out of the house with his heart. The mage did not stop him when he saw this scene. Instead, he looked at Lion's back with interest. When he saw Leon coming out of the mage tower, bathed in the rain, lying straight on the ground, then he walked over and asked, "How do you feel?" "Very good, unexpectedly good. I seemed to have become a plant. I heard the soothing from the earth, felt the caress of the rain, felt the warmth of the sun hidden behind the dark clouds, and felt the congratulations from the wind." Lying on the ground, his whole body was wet with rain and mud behind him, Leon answered with a smile, not caring about his embarrassing appearance at the moment. "This is the charm of nature. Congratulations, you are a natural child now. This will bring a lot of interesting changes to your life. I hope you can adapt. Now it's time to go back." Chapter 20 Scarecrow. After saying this, the mage returned to the mage tower and closed the door tightly. Leon climbed up from the ground and looked at the mage tower. He knew that he probably couldn't knock on the mage's door, so he left the area in the rain. Walking the road when he came, Leon had a brand new experience. In this green forest, he felt unprecedented comfort and comfort. The plants here seemed to be welcoming his arrival, and Leon also keenly noticed that the small animals hiding on the pine trees were watching him curiously. However, these timid little guys did not mean to show their heads, and Leon did not bother them. They returned as they were about to leave the forest area. Leon suddenly squatted down. He took out his hoe and stared at a green plant to dig it out. The next second, a plant with thick rhizomes like lettuce was dug out by Leon. Wild wasabi, collection, a rhizome spice that grows in spring. So you are hiding in the soil. Looking at the wild wasabi, Leon put it in his backpack and sighed, "If I hadn't possessed this new power, I wouldn't have been able to detect your existence." That's right. After filling the unsweet soup and awakening the power of nature, Leon found that he had some interesting connections with nature, such as this wild wasabi hidden in the soil. In Lion's eyes, it was a special existence that was extremely eye-catching and shining among the surrounding plants. No wonder Leon did not find any unique wild collection items in spring before. After all, buried in the soil, the exposed leaves also look the same as the surrounding green plants. Without the power of nature, Leon could not detect the location where they were hiding without the power of nature. Although the decoction is difficult to drink, the rewards temporarily displayed are enough for Lion's surprise. This extra ability is basically to install a radar for Leon to find wild plants, highlighting it as practical. Moreover, Leon believes that this power can not only be used to do such things, but there should be other special places, but there are no contacts with the conditions that can be triggered for the time being, so Leon can only have expectations for this. As for the system, there is no prompt for this power, but Leon is when I opened the system panel, I still saw that there was an additional entry in the introduction of the treasure bar that was originally empty under my own panel, Forest Magic. Forest Magic, you have the magic of the forest. It's gone, just such a simple and meaningless explanation, which made Leon look confused. He didn't know whether the system could not analyze the meaning of the forest magic, or simply felt that there was no need for analysis. Leon felt that the system was most likely to want to explore it himself, just like the previous production bar. If he didn't do things manually, he might be able to hide the system from him for the rest of his life. This made him regain the understanding of the system. This system seems to be guiding and assisting him in this world. It has no active goals and will not ask for anything from Leon. Just like the game Stardew Valley, all the secrets and Easter eggs are explored and discovered by yourself. However, Leon thinks this is good, because it suits his current identity and is an honest farmer. After walking all the way, I returned to the farm in the spring rain. As soon as I returned to the wooden house, Leon took off his raincoat and rubber shoes, put some clean cold water from the faucet and took a cool shower, wiped it with a towel, and changed into a new set of clothes. It feels good to have a new look, and Leon, who has changed into new clothes, does not plan to go out again. It seems to be in a very good way to watch TV on a rainy day. Unlike in the game, in addition to the divination channel and weather forecast, there are also 3 programs that occasionally teach the food queen who teaches players cooking recipes. There are other programs in real TV. For example, the movie channel that plays movies, the entertainment channel that plays soap operas and celebrity gossip, the local radio station that plays news, etc., which are rich in content, perfectly helped Leon spend this boring time. It was not until the sky outside cleared again that Leon turned off the TV and walked out of the wooden house. The farm was quiet after the rain, and the air was filled with the smell of soil and grass. The whole farm seemed to have been refreshed, and a large amount of green came into Leon's eyes. Occasionally, you can see some wild flowers hiding in the grass and blooming tenaciously, swaying in the wind, and Leon can feel the joy of these plants. This special emotion also infected Leon, and he knew that this should be related to forest magic. Then Leon looked at the scarecrow he made again. Because of the baptism of the rain, the scarecrow's clothes were completely soaked, and the hay was also in charge of filling them. At this moment, the scarecrow became a fat man, and it looked very shady. After hesitating for a moment, Leon pulled it out and demolished it. There is no way, the style of the scarecrow in this inferior version is too distorted. Not to mention whether it is effective in driving away the crows. Just inserting it here, I feel that the atmosphere of the farm has become strange. As a face control, he still feels that the scarecrow should have retired. As its successor, Leon intends to replace it with the Scarecrow unlocked in the system production bar. Opening the system's production panel, choosing the Scarecrow, and looking at the materials needed for production, Leon first glanced at the inventory in his backpack and found that he did not bring coal, so he returned to the treasure chest of the wooden house to pick up a piece. After spending 50 wood, a coal, and 20 fibers, Leon looked at the Scarecrow who replaced these materials in his backpack and took them out. Unlike the Scarecrows he made, the Scarecrow that provides the formula in this system looks more than 2 meters high, with a lonely wooden stick on the lower body, and a complete human figure on the upper body. As long as you don't look closely, it is no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, the Scarecrow was wearing overalls and a straw hat. If it weren't for the straw leaking under the 2 sleeves and the wooden stick on the lower body, Leon even felt that he had made a simulated doll. It is hard to imagine that the raw materials of this Scarecrow's realistic workmanship are wood fibers and coal. Sure enough, things related to the system are not scientific at all. He brought the Scarecrow to the center of the farmland, and Leon inserted it into the soil. After observing the seeds planted in the morning for a while, he left the farm. Chapter 21. You don't want to take advantage of me, right? Farm life is not all about Leon, and it is necessary to relax occasionally. Moreover, the little bread I ate at noon was full, and Leon could still feel the bitterness of the terrible soup left in his mouth. He urgently needed some delicious food to replace this terrible aftertaste. The path to Pelican Town is still a bit muddy, but the rain boots help Leon to isolate the invasion of this mud, and on the way, Leon also gained some gifts from spring nature. Daffodils, collected a traditional spring flower suitable for gifts. Leek, collection a delicious close relative of onions. On the way to Pelican Town, Leon did not find these hidden good things. Now these plants cannot hide in front of Lion's natural radar. It felt great to look for these collectibles while walking. Until I arrived in the town, Leon had already 3 daffodils and 5 leeks were collected. Pelican Town regained its vitality after the rain. The residents of the town appeared in the square, and some people were even spontaneously clearing the garbage in the square. The usual appearance shows that they really like this town. When I walked to the Starfruit bar, I opened the door and saw the lively atmosphere in the bar. The only bar in this town seems to never lack customers at night. After scanning the guests, Leon went straight to the bar and sat down. He was seen by Emily, who was tidying up the wine cabinet, and immediately came up to meet him. "Leon, you're here, are you going to eat?" "Hello Emily, where is Gus?" Leon asked Emily. "In the kitchen, am I not charming? You only noticed Gus's traces at the first time," Emily answered, puffing her mouth and complaining to Leon in dissatisfaction. Leon scratched his head awkwardly when he heard this. He didn't think so, but asked by the way. Unexpectedly, Emily's reaction was so great, so Leon waved to Emily. "Well, my fault lady, how about I perform a magic trick for you as compensation?" "Oh, can you still do magic?" Emily immediately became interested when she heard this. "How should I cooperate with you, or do you need to provide any props?" "No, you can reach out." Leon shook his head, then directed Emily to stretch out his hand, then put his hand on. "Now close your eyes and count 3 numbers. You can't just want to take advantage of me, right?" Emily looked at Lion's hand so naturally on her hand, and her face complained with a rosy look. You can understand this too, but this is also a part of magic. Leon replied without blushing, and his heart was not beating. How can he not be brave enough to flirt with girls? Okay, but if I find that you didn't surprise me, I might be angry. Emily was a little surprised when she heard Leon admit so decisively, but she still closed her eyes obediently and did not forget to threaten Leon. Leon smiled and said nothing. After seeing Emily closing her eyes, she chose to take out the daffodils that had just been picked from her backpack. Emily, who had just closed her eyes, felt the intersection of her hands and lions. There was something more. She couldn't see it without opening her eyes, but she could feel that it seemed to be some kind of plant. Okay, open your eyes. Leon, who took out the daffodils, reminded Emily. After hearing this, Emily immediately opened her eyes and looked at the intersection of Leon and her hand. She held it in her hand in surprise and looked at it. It's daffodil. How did you do it? I didn't feel your hand leaving my hand. Why did this daffodil suddenly appear in our hands? Emily asked curiously, her eyes full of confusion. Secret. Leon smiled mysteriously. He couldn't say that he had a backpack that existed independently outside this world. What an interesting magic, I forgive you for your previous misogyny. Emily smiled and looked at Leon, then handed the daffodil in her hand to Leon. I'll give it back to you, the fresh daffodils of this season can be sold for a lot of money. No need, I'll give it to you as a gift. Leon waved his hand indifferently and pushed the daffodil to Emily's hand again. Don't forget, this is a miracle that was born together in our hands. You must protect it. Okay, thank you. Emily was not confused and accepted the gift openly. Then she went to find an empty wine bottle and washed it, inserted the daffodils into it, placed it in the innermost part of the counter. Then she walked back and looked at Leon and teased. You seem to be good at making girls happy. Before you come to Stardew Valley, you must have many girlfriends. No, the life in Zuzu City is not as comfortable as here. I am busy with work every day and don't even have enough sleep time. Where can I get the time to find a girlfriend? Leon replied with a wry smile, and the flower language of daffodils is regarded as a symbol of respect and mystery. It can express the gratitude of the gifter. Thank you for the peach juice you invited me to drink a few days ago. Emily retorted to Leon with a rosy expression when she heard this, but that was Gus treating her. I just brought it up for you. That's also to repay your excellent juicing technology, can't it? Leon asked with an eyebrow raised. Okay, your answer has passed, what do you want to drink? Emily hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't say what she wanted to say, so she had to change the topic. It's better to have peach juice. I like its taste very much. Leon replied. What should I eat? Emily's face turned even more rosy when she heard this, but she still didn't forget her job. Leon looked at the menu hanging behind the bar, just today's special fish rolls. Okay, a fish roll and a cup of peach juice, totaling 30 yuan. Emily immediately wrote Lion's order request on the small notebook in her hand, and then quoted the price. Leon felt a little distressed when he heard this. After all, this is 30 yuan. The price of it is very high. Half of the 2,000 yuan he brought has been used up. I don't know how long it will last for the remaining money. However, Leon still paid the money obediently, and then he saw Emily crawling into the kitchen to inform Gus of his new order. After a long time, Emily appeared in front of Leon with freshly squeezed peach juice and fish rolls. The fish roll was as big as Leon expected. The thin cake crust was covered with large pieces of floured eggs and fried until golden, and with sweet butter and vegetables. The whole fish roll was about the size of 2 palms. Leon couldn't wait to grab it and put it into his mouth. The crispy fish meat and soft pie crust burst out with an extremely sweet flavor. With just one bite, Leon felt that the 30 pieces he spent were really good. Chapter 22 Old Events. After having a decent dinner, Leon finished drinking the peach juice in the glass, then he leaned against the bar with satisfaction and silently looked at Emily, who was cleaning up. Emily obviously noticed Leon's gaze. She didn't feel anything at first, but as her gaze stayed longer and longer, Emily's movements became more and more stiff. Finally, unable to bear Leon's gaze, Emily finally put down the plate in her hand, looked at Leon with shame and asked, "Why are you always staring at me? I'm full and my material needs are met, so my spiritual needs must also keep up, right?" Leon was not worried about this and joked to Emily with a smile, "You won't drive me out because of this problem." Emily looked at Leon speechlessly, without saying a word for a long time. In the end, she could only turn her head hatefully and not look at Leon, trying to protest Leon's eyes in this way. But the next moment, Emily saw Leon getting up from the bottom of her eyes, as if she was about to leave the bar. This surprised Emily, then subconsciously asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, goodbye, Emily. By the way, please say hello to Gus. His fish roll is delicious." Leon nodded, then waved his hand, and left the starfruit bar in a casual manner. Emily watched Leon's departure back until Leon completely disappeared, then she came to her senses, looked at the door, then looked at the daffodils that were inserted into the bottle, biting her lips and muttering, "What a strange guy." Leon on the other side was not in a hurry to go back to the farm, but wandered around Pelican Town. After all, there was nothing to do when you went back now. Walking around the town can not only digest food, but also familiarize yourself with the situation in Pelican Town, so as to avoid getting lost here in the future. After walking down the starfruit bar for a short while, Leon discovered a small garden. Although spring has just begun, there are already some blooming flowers in this garden. An old lady wearing a red sweater was in this small garden, carrying a kettle to water the flowers. Her serious and careful attitude made Leon know that the old man really liked these flowers. "Hello, Grandma. Anyway, I was idle, so Leon stepped forward and said, 'Your flowers are well taken care of, and you can tell that you are an excellent gardener.'" "Haha, what a sweet-mouthed young man. I just watered them. In fact, they can grow so well because of the climate and environment of Stardew Valley. Here, any plant can get the most comfortable growth environment." The old lady replied with a smile, squinted her eyes, and turned her head and looked at Leon. "Young face, young man, are you a tourist from Stardew Valley?" "No, I am the successor of the farm outside Pelican Town. My name is Leon." Leon introduced himself. "As the heir to the farm, I heard from Louis that the original farmer is your grandfather, right?" The old lady looked at Leon seriously and said, "It looks very similar, you two grandfathers." "Grandma, do you know my grandpa, too?" Leon asked curiously when he heard the other party's statement. "Of course, after all, when your grandfather came to Zinged Valley, I already lived in Pelican Town. I still remember his loud voice when he first came, but I didn't expect that so long had passed in the blink of an eye. When the old lady said this, her expression was a little remembrance and a little lonely. Child, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I will live in the villa in the town. You can call me Evelyn, of course, call me Grandma. Your grandpa and I were the best friends at the time. The old lady Evelyn said to Leon enthusiastically. I'm glad this guy's farm resumes operations again. Okay, Grandma. Leon continued to scream with Grandma without shyness, while hesitating whether to throw the questions that he had been curious about to this kind old man. But in the end, Leon gave up this idea. Evelyn heard Lion's name and smiled. Then he bent down and fumbled under a flower pot, and finally took out a pack of seeds. The gift for you, this pack of seeds can plant beautiful flowers. Although the farm's planting is mainly economic crops, flowers are also indispensable. If you plan to stay in Stardew Valley for a long time, then I hope these flowers can help you. Oh, it's the seeds of tulips. After taking the seeds, Leon recognized the flower species in the seeds with the help of the system. Grandma, why did he give me tulip seeds? Dear, I was surprised that you could recognize this tulip seed at a glance. It seemed that the old guy didn't entrust the farm to the wrong person. Evelyn was surprised that Leon recognized the flower seed without any sign at a glance. Then he explained with a smile, in fact, in Pelican Town, tulips are very popular flowers, especially for girls. Giving the tulips that have just bloomed to those young girls will be the first step in the beginning of your beautiful relationship, so do you understand the meaning of letting you plant it? How could Leon not understand what Evelyn mean? He is teaching himself to be a girl. He should say whether those who are elders like to gossip about the younger generation. He nodded helplessly, I understand, but in a short period of time, I don't want to find a partner. After all, the farm work has just started. When Evelyn heard this, she was stunned. She looked at Leon silently for a long time before she sighed and replied, You are exactly the same as your grandfather's answer, but as a person who has experienced it, I have to advise you that sometimes work and love are actually not in conflict. People worth it are as dazzling as flowers. If you don't pick them, then you may have withered when you come to your senses. After saying this, Evelyn's expression was a little tired. Child, I'm a little tired, so I'll go back first. If you have time, you can come to my house. I will treat you well and wish you a happy life on the farm. Seeing Evelyn's departure, Leon chewed Evelyn's words just now, and the question in his heart also had an answer. It seems that I remember correctly. At the beginning of the game, the girl's photo on the fireplace in the scene where Grandpa delivered the player's letter. It is indeed the kind and graceful old man with grey hair. From the other party's words and the family situation of Evelyn who knew, it can be seen that the two did not go to the end. This also explains the meaning of these words Evelyn said. Thinking of this, Lion's expression was a bit strange. It seemed that his grandfather was in Stardew Valley, and there were probably many stories. Chapter 23 Fried Meal. The tulip seeds given by Evelyn were taken into his pocket, and Leon no longer had the desire to continue exploring Pelican Town. The seeds he just obtained could not be idle. He had to go back and plant them on the farm to live up to his wishes. When Leon returned, he began to reclaim new land and planted the seeds of this tulip. The amount of seeds was greater than what Pierre's store provided. This pack of seeds could actually plant 43 portions. This undoubtedly made Leon busy in the field for another half an hour, but Leon did not dislike it. After all, it was a seed for free, and he had adapted to such a life and enjoyed it. After everything was done, Leon found that he did not seem to be as breathing as before when he was resting. Although he was a little tired, the feeling was not strong. It was obvious that the effect of the forest magic was really strengthened, as the mage Rasmades said, strengthening his physical fitness. After planting these tulip seeds, Leon returned to the wooden house, washed up and lay on the bed. Although there was a TV to relieve boredom, Leon did not intend to waste his time on it. He could get up early if he fell asleep early, and there was still a lot of work waiting for him to deal with tomorrow. When the next day was just dawn, Leon slept until he woke up naturally. He washed his face with cold water and brushed his teeth. Leon kept leaving the wooden house and focused on the fields he had cultivated, just in front of the wooden house. Seeing that the crow that he was worried about appeared in the field, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, then walked to the scarecrow in the middle of the field, patted the scarecrow standing silently between the world and muttered, "Brother, you will be the security captain of Red Star Farm in the future." Unfortunately, the scarecrow did not respond to Lion's intention, but just shook it in Lion's slap. Leon didn't care about this, so he took out a watering can and began to water the crops in the fields one by one. A pot of water is obviously not enough to water this large planting area. Fortunately, there is a reservoir not far from the reclamation area. The water in the pond is extremely clear. Although there are no fish, there is no problem with filling the kettle. After traveling through the reservoir and the fields 3 times, Leon watered all these plants. As soon as he took back the kettle, Leon returned to the wooden house to pour a large pot of water. Then Leon took a few eggs and a small bowl of flour from the refrigerator and began to add the eggs to stir the dough. Suddenly, he took out the leeks collected yesterday from the bag and chopped them into the dough. When the golden dough mixed with light green was finished kneading, Leon threw it aside and woke up, washed his hands and set fire. The rain yesterday made the fire pond a little wet. Fortunately, there was no water accumulation, and Leon didn't need to look for dry turtle. The hay in the backpack was the best ignition cause. Coupled with the divided wood, a hot flame soon appeared in the fire pit. Leon hurried back to the wooden house to get the dough, cooking oil, and of course the most important frying pan, and began to prepare his own breakfast. Although the simple chopped green onion egg pancake is a magical version, when the dough that is divided into cakes shaped like a cake evaporates a rich scallion aroma during the frying of hot oil, Leon realized that his chopped green onion egg pancake did not fail. But the dough seems to be too much. If all these doughs are fried into cakes, I am afraid I can't finish them. Although there is a refrigerator, this kind of cake must be eaten while it is hot. After the second heating, there is no crispy cake crust to taste. It would be great if there was a meal. Looking at the fried scallion egg pancake in the pot, Leon couldn't help but mutter. What is a meal? At this moment, a female voice appeared in Lion's ear and asked. Leon turned around and found that the person who asked was actually the last night Abigail, who came up to the farm to have a free meal, immediately complained speechlessly, "Did you install surveillance on my farm? Why did you show up as soon as I cook? I'm just here to deliver things." Abigail looked at Leon in confusion. It was obvious that she didn't quite understand what Leon said. "By the way, you haven't answered me yet, what is a meal?" "Just eating together," Leon explained, stretching out his hand. "What are you here to send? Show me." "Is that what it means?" Abigail nodded. "Is it the term for you city people? It's quite interesting." Then Abigail handed a sealed seed to Leon and said, "It's the seeds my father wants to hand over to you. Yesterday, when he checked the inventory, he found that he sold you a potato seed that was already considered inferior seeds. He originally planned to come here and apologize to you, but I was idle and helped him deliver them to you." Mr. Pierre is intent. Most people pretend not to know when they encounter this situation. Leon sighed after taking the seed. "Although my father is stingy, likes to take advantage of small gains and is very good at face saving, he still cares about the quality of seeds. He always thinks that the seeds of Pierre are the best in Stardew Valley, and he has high self-requirements in this regard. By the way, I have to apologize to you," Abigail replied. "Thank you for helping you out. By the way, have you eaten breakfast?" Leon nodded and then asked subconsciously. Abigail smelled the fragrance of onion in the air when he heard this. "I've eaten it, but I'm embarrassed to refuse you so enthusiastic, so I can eat a little more." Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly. He just politely asked. Unexpectedly, this greedy little girl became serious. However, he had done a little more and didn't care about opening her mouth one by one, so he greeted Abigail, "Then you have to go to the house to help me get the bowl. I can't leave here for the time being, so as not to get these pancakes battered." "Okay." Abigail was not an indecisive person either. He immediately nodded and went to help Leon. When she came back with the bowl, she happened to see Leon turning over the pot. Watching the pancakes turn over gracefully in the air and fall into the frying pan accurately, Abigail praised, "Your cooking skills are very good. After all, I'm a bachelor, so I have to have some cooking skills to avoid starving to death, right?" Leon replied while paying attention to the pancakes in the pot. "I'm just talking about cooking, not taste," Abigail reminded. "The porridge that night was not my unique skill. Just wait for me to prepare it, and you will understand." Leon rolled his eyes on Abigail, and then continued to cook himself. Chapter 24 I Will Forgive You This Time. Abigail held the bowl and squatted beside Leon, looking at Lion's pot. The churning pancakes were unscrupulously exuding the stimulating fragrance of leeks, which made her unable to help swallowing. "So I couldn't help asking, do you have to wait a long time?" "No." Leon shook his head, then stretched out the spatula and picked up the golden scallion egg pancake in the frying pan, and landed in the bowl in Abigail's hand in a very perfect arc. "Try it, I don't know what it tastes like when adding leeks." Leon greeted Abigail and signaled that he could start eating, but he continued to pancakes. But this did not interfere with her appetite. She blew a few breaths to try to cool the high temperature on the pancake, and tried to stretch out her small mouth and bite a small bite on the pancake. Crack! Along with the sound of the crispy and fragrant cake crust rubbing against the teeth, Abigail subconsciously widened his eyes. "Wow, it's delicious." Leon glanced at Abigail's expression and was sure that he had not made a mistake this time. It seemed that the wild leeks did not have any strange special flavor, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Abigail's evaluation. What he cared about wasting his time, dough and eggs because of leeks after working for a long time. Now it seems that the food is fine, and the cakes are baked very fragrant, so he can enjoy breakfast with peace of mind. So after frying the second pot, Leon decisively gave up pouring the remaining dough into the pot and visiting the cottage for 3 times. The pancakes should be eaten while it is hot. As the first bite of the cake crust was put into the mouth, Leon nodded with satisfaction. The crispy pie crust and the aroma of oil can make people feel the joy of carbohydrates at the first time. The leeks, which are similar to onions, also make the flavor of pancakes a higher level. With the heaviness of the eggs, the satisfaction of taking a bite is really hard to stop. Moreover, because of the high temperature frying, the hot oil that has not been sucked in by the pancakes also brings a stimulating experience. The high temperature is not an obstacle at this moment, but a seasoning. But eating too hot food is not a good thing for the tongue and esophagus, so after tasting the temperature of the freshly released, Leon was just like Abigail, and then sipped the cake until it was not hot. A cake is about the size of a plate, but it is not honest, so for Leon, a cake cannot fill your stomach. After quickly finishing the first cake, Leon started frying the third cake without stopping. As for Abigail, he is still in detail. Chew slowly and taste the beauty of the first cake. When Leon was full, Abigail swallowed the last small piece of scallion egg pancake reluctantly. He had not forgotten to suck the grease on his fingers and the remaining crusts. Even Leon was stunned for a moment when he saw this cute look. "What are you looking at?" Lion's eyes were unblocked, so Abigail could easily detect Lion's gaze, but it was Lion's openness that made her not know how to protest at once. "Look at the residue on your face." Leon immediately came to his senses when he heard this, and replied without blushing. "Ah, is there? Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Abigail forgot to ask Leon what it means to stare at him, and wiping his face in a hurry, but because of the remaining oil stains on her hands, a few more oil stains were added to her white face. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help laughing. Abigail glared at Leon with an awkward look, then hurried to the wooden house, unscrewed the faucet and began to clean the stains on his face. After she finally felt that there was nothing messy on her face, she came out of the house. But what surprised her was that Leon was not tidying up his used kitchen utensils, but instead wandered around the obviously newly reclaimed field. However, after watching for a while, Abigail was sure that Leon was not wandering around. He would occasionally squat down and carefully dig open the soft soil to check the conditions of the seeds buried in the soil. He didn't care about the mud stained on his hands at all, and his concentrating appearance made Abigail dare not disturb him for a while. Then Abigail turned his gaze to the kitchenware placed next to the earthen stove. Finally, Abigail made a decision, packed up all the things and took them to the wooden house to wash them. Leon on the other side was squatting in the field, looking at the seeds that were being pulled out and muttered, "Where do I plant that batch of potatoes?" Finally, after searching for several areas but not finding them, Leon was no longer patient to find them. He reclaimed a row of soil suitable for planting and buried the potato seeds sent by Abigail into it. When he finished watering and was about to wash his hands by the reservoir pond, he found that Abigail was standing by the farmland, squatting on the edge of the field, looking at him curiously. "What's wrong?" Leon looked at Abigail in confusion and asked, "I thought you were gone." "It's nothing, I'm just curious about how the farmer's life is. It seems to be very busy," Abigail replied, while standing up and reminding Leon in dissatisfaction. "The tableware you have used should be cleaned in time, otherwise bacteria will grow. I have already cleaned it up for you and put it all in the room. You should pay attention to this next time." Only then did Leon remember that the frying pan he had used had not been cleaned up yet, but now that Abigail had already said to help him clean up, he didn't need to worry about it. "Thank you, I forgot if you don't say it." In the end, Leon did not forget to thank Abigail. The girl with purple hair obviously enjoyed Leon's thanks, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was very bright. "No need to thank you, after all, I also ate your breakfast, just treat it as my meal fee." Seeing this, Leon also smiled and joked, "Then I will make one more for you in the future. How about you help me wash the dishes in return?" "No, your farm is too far from the town, and I have my own things to do." Abigail refused without hesitation when he heard this, and at the same time he couldn't help but complain, "And your statement is very rude to a single woman, but for your cooking skills, I will forgive you this time." Ignorance? Why is ignorance? Leon realized that his joke was taken seriously by the other party, and did not explain it. Instead, he looked at Abigail meaningfully and asked. Snort. Unfortunately, Abigail did not accept the move. After a snorting, he left without looking back. Chapter 25 Getting Rich. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Leon had no intention of chasing and trying to keep her. After Abigail left, Leon took back his smile and came to the reservoir to clean the soil on his hands according to the original plan. Then Leon left the farm directly and headed towards the southern forest. Because it rained yesterday, Leon, the huge southern forest, did not go shopping well. For everyone who has just entered the Stardew Valley, foraging in the wild, that is, wild picking is the best way to accumulate the first amount of money during the period after planting the first batch of seeds. At the bottom of the southern forest, near the drainage outlet of the sewer pipe, is the most beautiful gift of spring, green onions. As for the way the old Zingla Valley people make their fortune fishing, it is not something Leon wants to touch. After all, Leon is still very self-aware of his fishing skills. Instead of wasting time to start from scratch, he is more eager to rely on wild picks to complete the accumulation of his first income. If you are fishing, you have to take advantage of your free time that day to find Willie to form a group together. In this way, there is an old fisherman by the side, and there is no need to fall into the embarrassing scene of a foolish man squatting next to the water with a fishing rod in a daze. I stepped into the southern forest again. Unlike the last rainy atmosphere, the forest was much more lively at this time. The chirping of birds and the whistling sound of the wind blowing the leaves made the forest seem to come alive. But perhaps because it is close to Pelican Town, the density of trees here is not high, and it is not far away from the area away from the Mage Tower is quite primitive, but close to Marnie's pasture, the density of trees seems sparse. After looking at the cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks in Marnie's ranch from afar, Leon lost interest. These are not something he can consider for the time being. After all, the price of building a chicken coop in a livestock shed is too high. It's better to wait until you have money to discuss with Marnie how to raise livestock. Wandering in the southern forest, Leon felt an indescribable sense of comfort, which was like returning to the warm room in the cold wind. Leon knew that this was the effect of forest magic. The collectible radar, which is also derived from forest magic, also began to play a role when Leon entered the southern forest. It only took dozens of steps to Leon to find the existence of wild wasabi and dandelions in the soil. After looking at his backpack, Leon found that he seemed to have gathered 4 iconic collectibles in spring: daffodils, dandelions, leeks, and wild wasabi. This made Leon unconsciously think of other functions besides selling, that is, the gifts from Stardew Valley requested by the zoo Nimos in the old community center. In the game, this is a part of the plot. If you give some of the plants, ores, fishery resources, and other products of your farm and Stardew Valley specialties, as gifts, and sacrifice them to the Zanimos who live in the old community center, you will be able to receive the gifts from Zanimos after completing a request. And contributing all the sacrifices in the entire category, the Nimors will also help you repair an area of the old community center and help you repair some abandoned facilities closely related to player life and farm work when night comes. For example, in addition to repairing the vault responsible for office and storage of Pelican Town's finances in the old community center, and handling the corresponding sacrifice gifts, the Nimors will also repair the long-distance bus in Pelican Town that was damaged by an unscrupulous alcoholic, so that Stardew Valley can restart the route to the Calico Desert. Of course, after joining the super membership of Hoja Supermarket and turning the old community center into a Hoja Supermarket, the supermarket manager Morris will also help players repair the bus after collecting a certain amount of money. However, Leon does not intend to do this, because although the Hoja family's route can be solved by money, Leon has no money, and more importantly, Zoo Nimmo involves the mysterious side. Compared with this, what is a national chain supermarket chain? Since I have awakened the forest magic, should I go to the community center to sacrifice a wave? Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but think. But considering that it took at least 2 hours to go back and forth, which was too delayed, Leon gave up the idea of going to the old community center now and continued his exploration of the southern forest. It is called a forest, but half of the southern forest is occupied by rivers and ponds. Of course, this is also the reason for the vigorous growth of trees and vegetation here. The abundant water resources allow these plants to be replenished with water. The snakes, insects, rats and ants living in the forest will also provide rich food to the fish in the river, which is a complete ecological chain. As the southern forest close to Pelican Town, there are actually many traces of artificial carving. For example, the two fields separated by the river are made by the people of Pelican Town as a shortcut to cross the river, which makes it convenient for tourists who come here to visit and get close to nature, and also for the wild pickers in Leon. After crossing 2 wooden bridges in succession, Leon found a very open area, with mountains to the east, turbulent rivers to the west, and a blue sea of gems under the cliffs to the south. This area is already the edge of Stardew Valley. There are mountains and waters, facing the sea. This is a Feng Shui treasure land. Leon praised while admiring the surrounding scenery, there must be treasures here. Of course, no one responded to Lion's words, and he was just entertaining himself, but what he said was not wrong, because he remembered that there was an inaccessible room nearby, hidden in this area. So along the way to search for green onions, Leon did not forget to look for the room hiding in the mountain. Not long after he walked in Leon, his wild radar began to go crazy. In front of Leon, a whole piece of light golden halo was flashing on a relatively flat land not far away. When Leon approaches this area, he no longer needs to rely on radar. Looking at the emerald green leaves exposed outside the soil, Leon understands that his main goal of this trip has appeared. But what he didn't expect was that there were so many green onions here. It was lucky to find more than a dozen green onions in this area in the game, but at this moment, what appeared in front of Leon was a whole continuous green onions. Looking at the green onions, Lion's eyes widened. If it weren't for the fact that there were no traces of artificial farming around and there were no footprints on the soil, Leon wouldn't be sure if he had walked into the green fields that others had planted on a large scale. I'm rich. Chapter 26 Rough Green Onion Treatment Technology. However, Leon did not rush to collect these green onions, but walked around the green onions field and again confirmed that the green onions was not planted manually. Then he walked into the nearest green onions and stretched out his hand. The appearance of these green onions is very similar to the familiar green onions in Leon. The difference is that these green onions are taller than the common green onions, with thicker rhizomes and longer leaves. A green onion was pulled out of the soil. Leon took a quick eye to see it. It was about 30 centimeters long and was green all over. Only the tubers at the roots were quite round and light purple. Green onions, collected products growing wildly in spring. When pulling it out, it might have been a little too much force, so some green onion juice was stained with Lion's hands. After a little smell, a very unique scent of onion rushed into Lion's nose. The purer onion flavor than leeks made Leon squint his eyes. If he used green onions instead of leeks in the morning, the onion egg pancake might be a little more fragrant. However, after confirming that this thing was indeed the familiar onion smell, Leon continued to squat down and began to pull out the green onions one by one. If it weren't for the backpack provided by the system, Leon would not dare to imagine how he transported so many green onions. He pulled less than half of them and easily harvested more than 100 green onions. Strangely, 3 of them could not be placed together with the previous green onions, and occupied a backpack bar alone. Then Leon took out these 3 special green onions and took out another green onions that could be stacked into the large army. He took them in his hands and observed them carefully for a while. He found that except for the special green onions, they were longer than ordinary green onions and richer in color. There was no other difference. Is this a high-quality crop? I don't know if it's a silver star or a Venus. He stuffed the green onions into his backpack again, Leon muttered, and then continued to start his own business of pulling onions. It was not until the sun was hanging in the center of the sky that Leon had taken this whole piece of green onion. Because there is a system backpack storage display, Leon does not need to count its own gains one by one. Just take a look and you can get today's receipt. There are 217 ordinary green onions, 16 high-quality green onions, and there is also a special existence that cannot be integrated into ordinary green onions and high-quality green onions. The whole body is emerald green, even the same is true for rhizomes. With this special individual, Leon confirmed that the 16 high-quality green onions should be silver star quality, and the last one to get a unique green onions should be high-end products of Venus quality. Of course, there are top quality iridium on it, which is close to perfection. However, before the level of wild picking has increased, Leon felt that he might not be able to reach it for the time being. Looking at the bumpy land that was made by his onion, Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and stretched his limbs. The long-term squatting brought a huge burden to his waist. If he didn't stretch it, Leon felt that his waist disc would be herniated sooner or later. After harvesting this piece of green onion, Leon did not rush to leave, but took out one from his backpack and peeled off the outer skin of the lilac rhizome at the bottom. Sure enough, he saw a large spot-sized pink bug hiding up and down in it. Because it is a wild plant, there is no influence of pesticides and no human care. It is understandable that so many insects are parasitic. The reason for thinking about this is because Leon remembers that there is a setting in the game, that is, when the player and the 2 little guys in the town have a high enough favorability, an additional plot will be triggered. In the plot, the two little guys will chat with the player with the green onions in the wild, then tell the player that the bugs are boarding in the green onions, and teach the player how to deal with them without harming these parasites, thus obtaining a special skill that can increase the green onion's price by 5 times. In reality, Leon would not stick to the rules and watch the favorability of the two little guys. After all, the little tricks that children can find are unreasonable. An adult cannot find them by himself, so Leon wants to try whether he can achieve self-unlocking green onion without relying on the power of the plot. Now that I peeled off the green onions, I found that there were indeed bugs inside, so Lion's first attempt was to kill these bugs. He had no empathy, so he brought this green Leon to the river very quickly and stuffed the green onion roots and stems into the water. With the erosion of the water flow, these little insects that climbed on the rhizomes were immediately soaked in water and left the rhizomes of the green onions, and passively floated to the water surface in the buoyancy of the water. However, some small insects stubbornly grabbed the roots of the green onion, which forced Leon to rinse the green onion's rhizomes in the water twice before they could clean up all these small things. The rough green onion technology has been unlocked, and each rough green onion will be sold at twice the original price. This technology can be upgraded. As the little bugs with green rhizomes were taken away by the water flow, Leon heard a system reminder in his mind. The processing technology has indeed unlocked itself, but the rough prefix and double price increase make Leon speechless. Why is this simple and crude method worth only twice the price? Can the worms on these green onions be treated harmlessly to achieve a 5-fold increase? Isn't the main purpose of both the ones clean up the bugs? Could it be that this treatment method is for the purpose of killing pests, so it is not in line with the humanitarian spirit? At this moment, Leon had countless worries in his heart, but he knew that the system would not pay attention to him, so he could only hold it in his stomach and think about how to unlock the perfect green onion processing technology to obtain a 5-fold price increase. Just in Leon, ready to get it when the second green onion was released, he was about to try to see if he could manually peel off the insects carefully to ensure that there were no insects on the green onion and to keep the insects alive. Leon noticed some movement when he washed the green onion. The insects floating on the water surface, like rootless duckweed, actually attracted many fish in the river. After discovering these excellent proteins floating on the water surface, these fish immediately rushed forward and swallowed these poor little guys in big mouthfuls. Some more lively fish even jump out of the water when they swallowed it. Their scales shone under the sunlight, and after falling into the water, they splashed a series of water, which made Leon stunned. What a fat little mouth bass, I didn't expect these fish to like this kind of bug, hey. Wait, this seems like a good discovery. Chapter 27 Goodbye Willie. Fishing is Lion's weakness now. After all, his fishing skills are limited to the novice-level fishing method of hanging bait and throwing rods, waiting for the fish to swallow the hook and pull it up directly. Therefore, under the guidance of an experienced fisherman, the fishing activity was temporarily put on hold by Leon. However, when dealing with green onions, the small insects that were so tempting to the fish were so strong that Leon had a new idea. Fishing requires waiting for the fish to bite the hook, but it is not necessary to make a nest. If you lay a net under the water where these insects are processed, and use the bugs on the green onions as bait to gather the fish, and then lift the net bag and catch them all in one go, wouldn't you directly harvest a large number of fish? The price of live fish must be much higher than that of green onions. Instead of struggling here to increase the price of green onions to 5 times, it is better to use these bugs to try whether it can be used as bait to catch fish. The more I thought about Leon, the more I felt that the success rate of such a thing was very high, so he immediately prepared to set off and rushed to the beach where Willie lived. After all, he was a newcomer, and only the bamboo fishing rod he gave to obtain fishery resources was given by Willie for the first time. Now the fishing rod was thrown into the wooden house by Leon and never seen the light. If you want to get a fishing net that can be fished on a large scale, you still have to borrow it from a professional. Although this is my first time in Stardew Valley, this area in the game has been touched by Leon, so Leon did not return to the farm and go around the beach, but walked towards Marnie's ranch. If the map in reality does not change much, then you can go directly to Pelican Town through the road in front of Marnie's ranch. After 20 minutes, Leon finally set foot on the main road, heading east along the road. Shortly after passing Marnie's ranch, Leon saw the complex of Pelican Town. Leon, who breathed a sigh of relief, immediately accelerated his pace, and did not stop after entering Pelican Town, and headed straight for the path between Pelican Town and the beach. The pedestrians on the road were curious when they saw Leon in a hurry, but they didn't know Leon, so they didn't say hello, just wondering if the tourists coming to Pelican Town are so anxious now. Shouldn't you slow down and enjoy the natural and pastoral scenery when you come here for vacation and sightseeing? After an hour of traveling, Leon finally arrived at the beach. Looking at the groups of tourists and local residents on the beach, I glanced at the few girls wearing swimsuits in this weather, and lost interest and headed straight to the sea hut that belonged to Willie at the pier. The door of Willie's room was open. At this moment, old Willie was cleaning up the algae in the fish tank in the store. When he saw Leon running over panting, he asked in surprise after he arrived, and immediately stopped the movement in his hand and asked, "Leon, what's wrong with you? What happened to you when you're so anxious?" "I'm fine, Mr. Willie, I just want to ask, do you have fishing nets here? That kind of larger fishing net type?" Leon breathed a sigh of relief and asked immediately. "Yes, the kind of people who work at sea. Do you want to go out to fish?" Willie asked curiously when he heard this. "No, I want to fish in the river," Leon explained. "That's how do you think of using fishing nets? Shouldn't fishing be more convenient? The fish in the river are not stupid, and the bottom of the river is relatively complicated, so the fishing nets are easily damaged by hanging the bottom. If you really want to fish in the river, I personally recommend using crab cages," Willie explained patiently to Leon. In the end, I didn't forget to comfort Leon. "Are you angry because you can't catch fish, so you want to use this method to save your face? When I first started to fish, I had this idea, but in fact, you just need to be patient and try a few more times, and you can master the fishing skills. The feeling of the fish taking the bait and dragging it out of the water and sending it into the water tank will definitely make you obsessed." That's not. I still don't have time to fish. After all, there are too many jobs on the farm. I'll borrow fishing nets from you because I found a special bait that seems to have a strong attraction to smallmouthed bass in the river." Leon shook his head and replied, and also told Willie about the strong attraction of the insects attached to the green onions that he found when dealing with the green onions. After listening to Lion's explanation, Willie immediately returned to the counter and took out a small notebook. He wrote something on it. After finishing writing, he explained to Leon, "Sorry, this is the first time I know this skill, so I couldn't help but write it into my local fishery research notes. Thank you for this information, so I'm willing to help you try this novel fishing method." Then Willie seemed to think of something and asked, "By the way, do you have green onions that have not been treated yet? If so, we might be able to try in the sea whether this insect is tempting to sea fish." If it can produce the same effect, then the chance of damage to the fishing net can be minimized. No, why don't you wait for me to pick it up here? Although Ching Kong was placed in his system backpack, Leon was now empty-handed, so he couldn't show Willy a big turn of Ching Kong. Okay, but you should be slow to go back and forth this time. Do you need my car to transport it? Willy suggested to Leon. Do you still have a car? Leon was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect Willy to have a car. After all, in his memory, except for the mayor who has a pickup truck and Sebastian has a motorcycle, the residents in other towns basically walk. Moreover, the pickup truck in the game is a decoration. If Louis hadn't taken him by him, Leon wouldn't have known that old pickup truck could still be driven. Haha, it's very strange. Although I am a fisherman, I still need to live on land besides the boats I use to go to sea, so I have transportation to travel and transportation. After saying that, Willy took Leon out of the house, closed the door, and walked towards the beach area with Leon. The two walked across the beach and arrived at a location close to the forest on the edge of the beach. Here, Willy took Leon to find a brick-studded cottage. When Wei used the key to unlock the roller shutter door, he pulled it open, revealing the good things hidden inside. It is a silver-painted motorcycle, and it is an old model with large exhaust pipes. It looks similar to the Honda King CBT 125, but it is larger than that and has wider wheels. Chapter 28. The 28 palms set out, the target is near the sea. Good thing. Leon saw the motorcycle with his eyes lit up. After all, there was no man who didn't like the car. Can you ride? Willy smiled and asked Leon. Of course. Leon nodded and then confirmed, but are you really willing to lend me a ride to get things? I don't want to let go of anything. I don't use it often. I occasionally want to let its engine move to avoid rust. If you can help me do it once, it will save me a lot of effort. Willy replied. Then Leon saw Willy take out the key from her pocket and throw it towards him. Leon reached out to take it and heard Willy's voice. Go and come back quickly. I can't wait to see if those little bugs have an impact on sea fish. If possible, this will be a big discovery in the local fishery. Okay, I'll go back. Leon didn't have any ink traces. He stepped on the motorcycle and inserted the key, ignited, stepped on the clutch, and twisted the accelerator in one go. The next moment of successful startup, Leon directly drove the motorcycle and shook his tail and turned the front of the car, disappearing in front of Willy's eyes with a roar of the exhaust pipe. What a vibrant young man, it's so good to be young. Looking at Leon's cool back and skillful motorcycle driving skills, Willy muttered enviously. On the other side, Leon had crossed the path and crossed the stone bridge into Pelican Town. Because the green onions were packed in their backpacks, Leon did not return to the farm, but rode his bike straight to the Starfruit Bar. It has been a long time since he left in the morning and it has been lunchtime, so Leon has to go for a meal first. After parked the car at the door of Star Bar, Leon found that there were no guests in Star Bar. Perhaps it was noon, or perhaps because most people were still working, so it was empty inside, and only Gus stood at the bar and dozed off. Hi. Gus, do you have any good food recommendations today? Leon walked into the bar and greeted Gus. When Gus heard the call, he immediately cheered up. When he saw that the visitor was Leon, he immediately laughed happily. Oh, it's our new farmer, Leon. Sit down. After greeting Leon and sat down, Gus continued, "You can try my pasta, which is very substantial and can replenish a lot of calories, which is very suitable for filling your stomach. Then just have a pasta." Leon agreed. After all, instead of leaving the question of what to eat for lunch, it is better to rely on the boss' recommendation. He believed in Gus's craftsmanship. He had eaten here twice, and the delicious food did not disappoint him. "Okay, wait a moment, by the way, do you want something to drink?" Gus nodded and asked immediately. "No need," Leon replied after glanced at the counter without seeing Emily. Gus noticed Lion's eyes and joked with a smile, "Emily only came back to the bar to help in the afternoon. If you want to see her, you have to come tonight." Yet, Leon didn't hide it. After all, it was not a shameful thing. When eating, a blue-haired beauty looked at her, and it would be more delicious when eating. As for men, they are all like this, there is nothing to be shy about. "Stay for a break, I'll present you your lunch later," Gus said and entered the kitchen. There was no one left in the bar vestry, and Leon noticed that the wine in the wine cabinet was not locked. This made him sigh that the people of Pelican Town are simple. If it were a bigger place, there was no one to take care of the front hall and no anti-theft facilities. Don't be robbed by 0 yuan. When Gus brought a large plate of pasta, Leon had a beautiful meal and paid 20 yuan for lunch. He asked Gus, "Do you have plastic bags here? I need a bigger decorative thing." "There are plastic bags, but what do you want to put them in?" Gus asked Leon while packing the plates he had finished. "Some green onions," Leon replied. "Then you have to use a box," Gus said, then stopped the work in his hand, returned to the kitchen, and when it appeared again, he brought a foam box. "Take it, green onions cannot be pressed together, it will affect their appearance and quality. Putting them in this wide foam box can protect its integrity to the greatest extent," Gus said to Leon Kopp. "Thank you, how much does the box cost?" Leon took the box and planned to pay, but Gus waved his hand without hesitation and refused. "It's just a foam box, it's not worth much money. I'll give it to you. Remember to come to the bar often to drink and chat in the future." Yet, Leon nodded, then left with the box after expressing his gratitude to Gus again. This time, Leon returned to the beach directly on the same road. However, in front of the beach, in a secret place, Leon took out all the ordinary quality green onions in his backpack and put them in this big foam box. After packing the green onions, Leon set off again. In fact, this lunch didn't waste much time, and with the time of riding back and forth, it only took half an hour. When Leon returned to the garage where Willie was parked on the beach, Leon found Willie holding a pipe under the shade of the tree next to the garage. "Are you back so soon?" Willie raised his head when he heard the roar of the motorcycle and saw that Leon had appeared in front of him. "Here." Leon showed the foam box behind him, and Willie raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I can't tell you have a good relationship with Gus." "You can see this too." Leon looked at Willie differently and complained. "Of course, only Gus Bar can order this kind of foam box. When he took fresh fish from me, he also used this. I always thought it was specially used to keep the fish fresh, but I didn't expect it to be used to preserve plants." Willie nodded and explained, then couldn't wait to urge Leon, "If you stop, let's go out to sea. I have prepared the fishing boat and fishing net. If not, I will accompany you to tear the fishing net and go to the river in the southern forest to catch smallmouth bass. Leon had no ink traces, so he was good at putting the motorcycle. After Willie closed the roller shutter door, Leon returned to the dock with Willie with the green box. At the end of the dock, Leon saw Willie's fishing boat. It is not a large fishing boat, but a small offshore fishing boat, about 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. It is started by a propeller engine. The space inside the boat is very large. In addition to a simple shade shed on the stern of the boat where the engine is located, the largest facility on the boat is a large water tank. Start, aim for the near shore. Chapter 29 A Great Harvest. With Willie's declaration, after Leon boarded the boat, Willie skillfully drove the fishing boat towards the wide sea of gems. The salty and wet feeling brought by the sea breeze that made Leon feel a little uncomfortable, but he got used to it before long. Instead, he enjoyed the pleasure of the same sky and water, and the vastness of the eyes. However, Willie didn't drive for long before stopping at a sea without any reference. There are often a large number of fish and sardines here, so we can try it here. After throwing the anchor, Willie explained to Leon. How do we peel off the bugs in the green onion? That's it. Leon opened the foam box and took out the green onions inside, and performed a demonstration for Willie. Then, after revealing the insects inside the green onions, he came to the side of the boat and filled some sea water with an idle box, rinsed the rhizomes of the green onions inside. Sea water has much more outstanding effects than fresh water. As long as these small insects are contaminated with sea water, they will immediately break away from the roots of the green onion. They will fall clean without secondary treatment. I'll help you too. The simple method made Willie breathe a sigh of relief, and then immediately came over to help Leon deal with the bugs on the green onions. Wow, so many of them are all wild green onions, where did you find them? While helping, Willie naturally didn't have time to chat with Leon. Southern Forest. Leon told Willie the location, and was not worried that Willie would compete with him for a job. After all, the track was different. Leon felt that Willie's interest in throwing 2 shots in the river in the southern forest was much bigger than finding green onions in the forest. I didn't expect that you were so good at SCAI just a few days after you came to Zingla Valley. I think you have a certain talent in fishing. If you have the chance, we will form a team to fish together. Willie did not care about the specific locations of these green trees when he heard this, and then led the topic to the fishing he was best at and favorite. Of course, I also thought of it. I still have many aspects to learn from you about fishing. Leon nodded and echoed, I don't want to stand by the water foolishly all day without getting anything. Ha ha ha, no problem. With the cooperation of Leon, Willie's chattering skills increased greatly. While helping Leon deal with green onions, he also took the opportunity to instill his fishing experience into Leon, such as some fishing tips, bait selection, fishing spot survey, etc. Just listening to these new knowledge, Leon has a new understanding of fishing, and theoretical knowledge has grown rapidly. When the treated green onions in the box had already occupied half of them, Willie signaled Leon to stop the operation. We have to try first. Sea fish are not interested in these little guys. If they try them all, then there will be no bait to go to the river to catch smallmouth bass that have been confirmed to be attractive. Listening to Willie's dissuasion, Leon nodded, and his sense of identity with Willie increased. In addition to being enthusiastic, this man who is good at fishing is also very meticulous, and he actually thought of this in advance. After seeing Leon nodding, Willie set his eyes on the box used to wash the insects. Looking at the large number of insect corpses floating in the water, he clasped his hands carefully and murmured to himself, "I hope the mermaid can bless us with a lot of harvest this time." After saying that, Willie picked up the box, came to the bow of the boat, set up the shelf, and began to lay out the fishing nets. Leon was also helping with some harmless work. He was a little more meticulous and darkened his eyes. Fortunately, the big guy Willie was extremely skilled in this area and he completed the arrangement of the fishing net in a moment. Then Leon saw Willie pouring all the insects and water in the box on the sea surface arranged by the fishing net, and then stood with Leon on the bow of the boat and waited quietly. These insects look very small compared to the sea. They were swallowed by the sea not long after falling into the sea. Leon was a little nervous when they saw this scene. After all, the width and depth of the sea are not comparable to rivers. These little insects may have great effect in rivers, but in the deep ocean, they cannot cause any waves. But Willie was different from Leon. He just stared at the blue sea quietly, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the sea water. The two of them stood at the bow of the boat and waited for dozens of minutes. Suddenly Willie shouted, "You go to the left, I'm on the right," I'll shout, "Let's pull up the fishing net together." Good. Although he didn't know what was going on, Leon followed the arrangement of the authoritative person, Willie, and came to the railing supporting the fishing net and found the hinge device. 321, Pull. Accompanied by Willie's slogan, Leon used all his strength to rotate the winch that controlled the hinge, rotating it counterclockwise, pulling up the fishing net that sinks to the bottom of the sea. The closer the fishing net was to the sea, the more I felt that the winch became obscure and the strength I put in was doubled. What does this mean? Even the newbie Leon, a sea catcher, can guess that there must be a lot of things in the fishing net to cause such an impact. The harvest is in sight. How could Leon be lazy? With the concerted efforts of Leon and Willie, the two finally took off the fishing net from the sea before they were exhausted. The moment the fishing net was exposed to the sea, Leon saw a very spectacular scene. The 5x5 fish net is covered with rolling and jumping fish. The smallest of these fish are probably the length of the palms of adults, and the density is extremely exaggerated, so there is almost no mesh in the entire fishing net. Ha ha ha, it's really effective. Look, I haven't caught so many fish and sardines in a long time, ha 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 ha, it's really a favor from mermaids. Willie also saw the fishing nets full of fishing nets and excitedly came to Lion's side and patted Lion's shoulder. This is a brand new discovery, a new fish attracting bait, I must go back and record it. Leon also smiled and nodded. Not to mention that this batch of fish catches has its own share. Although it does not account for too much, it also has its own share. This means that he finally got his first income after inheriting the farm. Originally, this income came from Kington, but it seemed that it was not the greenton itself that provided the value, but the insects that attached to the greenton rhizomes. Who could have thought of this? Let's go, let's recycle these fish now. Let's try to get some flounder for the remaining bugs. Willie said excitedly, then greeted Leon and joined him to put the fish in the fish net into the fish box in the cabin. Chapter 30 Return. The more joy you are when you harvest, the more embarrassing you are when you deal with the fish. Although these fresh sardines and fish are not big, their activity is basically full. When they are taken back from the fishing net and thrown into the water tank, Leon has been tossed by these fish a lot. It took him and Willie more than half an hour to throw all these guys into the water tank. At this moment, both of them were covered with fish scales and were soaked with sea water. Under the sunlight, both of them emitted a strong fishy smell, not to mention how pungent it was. However, seeing the large number of sardines and fish in the water tank, Leon had no reason to complain. The generous reward and paying these insignificant prices is definitely worth it. I will dispose of the fish this time and divide it into half of it. After counting the approximate number in the water tank, Willie smiled and said to Leon, "This is a big gain." At this time, the market conditions of fish and sardines are very good, and they are very active, so there is no need to worry about no one buying it. Half is a little more, I only provide some bait. The boat and fishing nets are all provided by you, and the fish are gathering. You also found the place to gather. Although Leon was a little happy when he heard this, he was not blinded by the interests. He would not hesitate to take what he should have, but he would not reach out to give up his friendship with Willie for the sake of the profit in front of him. That would be a loss. No, 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 what you said is indeed fine, but don't forget that you are on the boat. Without you, I can't pull these fish, and I can't throw them into the tank when they are still alive. If I were the only one, I couldn't do it. You must take this half, and you also put in physical labor. This is our rule at sea. Willie shook his head and explained to Leon, then noticed that Leon was almost as embarrassed as himself, and added with a smile, "Although it was your first time on the boat, your performance was no less than that of an old seaman. If I hadn't known that you were a farmer, I would even recruit you to join my boat and we would have been on the sea together. Do you want to be one piece too?" Leon complained silently in his heart, but he was not so rude. "It's just what I should do. After all, you have provided such a great opportunity, and this is also a brand new experience." Ha ha ha, I like you more and more. Leon, you have the flexible thinking and wild ideas of young people. You are maturity and humility everywhere in life. I am optimistic about your future. People like you can make a name for themselves no matter what industry they are in. Willie stepped forward and patted Leon on the shoulder. "Okay, only half of each person." I agreed. "Do you still have the strength now? If so, we have to go and get the halibut. Those are the real challenges." Of course. Leon was not shirking either. He could see that Willie was sincerely distributing equal interests with him. Moreover, Leon felt that Willie didn't care about these fish catches. What he cared about seemed to be the specific effects of the insects from the green onion. After the two discussed, the fishing boat set off again. This time, Willie was more enthusiastic than before and was more friendly to Leon. In addition to telling some stories about him at sea, he also shared some knowledge about fish identification and fish distribution in each season. The former is new knowledge for Leon, and although Leon knows it, some details can also help him consolidate his memory. During the pleasant conversation between the two, Willie moored the boat in another brand new sea area. The exact same routine is to peel off the insects on the green onions, arrange the fishing nets, pour down the water tank containing the insects, and quietly wait for the fish to be attracted and gathered. This time the wait was much longer than before. After waiting for half an hour, Willie asked Leon to pull the net together. However, when rotating the winch, Leon found that this time was much easier than last time, and it can be seen that the fish catch should not be very ideal. However, when the net was pulled to the water surface, Leon found that the edge of the fishing net had leaked out of the water surface, but the winch could no longer rotate. Stuck. Leon didn't dare to exert too much force, afraid of breaking the winch, so he asked Willie. "No, there are too many fish in the net." Willie shook his head. "Now we have to use our strength to feed ourselves." I said, "This is a challenge." Leon nodded, then exerted force against the horn with Willie. As more and more fishing nets emerged from the water, Leon saw the situation in the net. Large flat fish-like basin jumped in it, as if they wanted to break free from the constraints of the fishing net. There were also some small fish in the net, but compared with the orange flat fish in the net and the larger silver-gray fish, it seemed much miserable, and most of them were knocked out or beaten to death by these big guys. "Try more, and when the fishing nets are completely dragged out of the sea level, we will succeed." Willie shouted to cheer Leon up, but Leon did not relax and used all his strength to turn the winch. Finally, in this competition of power, he and Willie won. "Let me look, halibut, halibut, fish, oh, there are actually eels, this is an unexpected harvest." Leon sat on the boat and gasped, recovering a lot of energy he had consumed. Although Willie was a little gasping, his condition was much better than Leon. At this moment, he came to the fishing net to observe the gains of the net, with a smile on his face. As he said that, Willie took out the net from the cabin next to him and took out the eel from the net pocket first to avoid the eel with terrible sharp teeth biting the net, thus causing the possibility of large-scale fish escaping. As a predator in the sea, the eel is still very aggressive. In Willie's net, Leon saw the eel rolling and moving constantly. The raised fish head attacked every place that could make it feel uneasy. Until Willie threw it into a separate water tank, he was still swimming constantly, trying to escape from the cage. At this moment, Leon also recovered a lot of energy, stood up and cleaned up the fish catches in the fishing net with Willie. The flounder in the net made him very interested. He had eaten the flounder, but this was the first time he had seen it. Regarding this unique flat body shape, Leon was curious about how the internal organs of this thing grew. It was just because the conditions on the boat were relatively simple and the value of the live flounder would be higher, so Leon did not get what he wanted to dissect it, and classified the different species into different water tanks. Willie greeted. "We can return. The harvest this trip is very good. We can celebrate when we go back." Chapter 31 Misunderstanding. Leon smiled. I didn't say anything, just sat quietly on the boat, admiring the sunset gradually approaching the sea level, and watching the orange-eared clouds in the sky rendered by the sun. There is no way, this trip to sea is full of energy. Although my physical fitness has been improved, in terms of strength, Lion's current physical fitness is only as good as an ordinary adult. It is already considered a tenacious willpower to sit up straight. But Willie didn't change much. He controlled the underwater propeller to turn, and he was holding a radio in his idle left hand. Because the boat was fast and the sea breeze was very strong, Leon did not hear what Willie said to the radio, but it should be chatting with friends, because Willie's expression was very natural and she laughed out loud from time to time. When the two returned to the pier by the beach, the sky was already a little dim, but Leon still saw a larger and taller fishing boat near the pier. Then, at Willie's greeting, Leon met the captain of the big fishing boat and also understood who the person chatting with him on Willie's radio was. The captain of the fishing boat called the Parrot is a famous collector near the Sea of Gems. Willie asked him to come here to count and sell today's harvest. Anyway, Leon couldn't understand the terms when they communicated, but the dirty jokes he occasionally heard were quite interesting. It can be seen that this collector was also a corner who could talk about the mountains. After the consignee finished ordering all the fish catches in the tank, he called on his crew to start transporting, and he boarded the dock with Willie, and Leon was also among the ranks of his pedestrians. As soon as he got ashore, the delivery man took out a wallet from his arms, counted a stack of banknotes and handed it to Willie. After counting the amount, Willie also divided half of it and handed it to Leon. Your portion. So many. Leon was a little surprised when he looked at the thick stack of currency that was worth hundreds of yuan in the Vanjur Republic, and a brief look at it was about 4,000 or 5,000. Yes, how about it? Doesn't it feel exaggerated? But this is not the norm. Many times, the harvest we go to see may not be guaranteed even 1/10 of today, and may even be returning empty-handed. This is why I am so interested in the fish-attracting effect of this little bug. With more bait, there will be more guarantees for harvest. Willie explained to Leon, and then couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that green onions need to be searched in the wild and only appear in spring. Otherwise, this new discovery may be a major discovery that can be ranked in the economic news of the Vanjur Republic. You still have this pursuit? I can't tell you, Willie. Leon couldn't help but tease Willie when he heard this. After all, he didn't expect Willie to study these things and actually went to the newspaper. Ha ha ha, just give it a random example. Willie waved his hand. Compared to being famous, I still feel comfortable fishing alone in a secluded place without work. It's not too early, let's go to Starfruit to have something to eat, I'll treat you. After receiving the dividend, Leon was not stingy and generously made a proposal to treat Willie. Willie did not refuse, but just looked at the embarrassed appearance of the two of them and reminded, no problem, but do you think we will be bombarded by him for reasons that affect the guests' appetite when we go to Gus Bar like this? Leon realized that his body was still full of fishy smell and scales, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, I have to go back and take a shower and change my clothes. Why don't we go to the Starfruit Bar together after washing up? Okay, by the way, with the key, your farm is quite far away from here. You can ride your bike back faster, and then drive the car to the door of Starfruit. We will give it back to me after we finish our meal, which will save you a lot of time. Willie nodded, then took out the keys of the motorcycle and the garage keys, and stuffed them to Leon. Leon did not refuse. After all, he had transportation tools more reliable than his 11th bus. So after parting with Willie, Leon went directly to the garage to pick up the motorcycle, and started the engine and headed straight to the farm. The first time I reached the farmhouse, Leon took off his smelly clothes and took a cooler. Because he still had some smell, Leon washed it twice with soap to completely get rid of this terrible smell. After changing into a new outfit, Leon had the time to count the money that Willie had given him to get. There are 47 general currency with a face value of 104 with a face value of 50, totaling 4,900 yuan. This money can be as high as my income for 2 months at Hoja. This also made Leon realize the benefits of fish, but he was only suffering from the theoretical fishing knowledge that he only stayed in the theoretical work and could not develop it as his main business. After hiding most of the money under the TV, with only 300 yuan in cash on her body, Leon went out to ride a motorcycle to the Starfruit and met Willie. When he arrived at the door of the Starfruit, he did not see Willie. After getting the car in place, he entered the bar and saw Willie sitting alone on a table near the door. At this moment, beer was already on Willie's table. Leon sat opposite Willie and spoke, "I don't drink, Willie, sorry." "Oh? That's a pity, but I can finish all this by myself." Willie was a little surprised, but did not persuade Leon to drink, but instead greeted Gus happily. "Guess, today gods invite me to have a meal, so I will give you a special offer today, 2 servings. Gus had noticed the location of Leon and Gus, and when he heard the greeting, he walked over and sighed, "I remember that Leon had only been in Pelican's town for a few days, why did you have such a good relationship?" "Ha ha ha, I made a lot of money to work with him today, and I can chat with Leon. I haven't been so happy today in a long time," Willie explained to Gus. "That's how it's not clear that Leon can even catch seas. It seems that an amazing farmer has come to our Pelican town." Gus looked at Leon and sighed when he heard this, then whispered, "Leon, do you want me to ask Emily to come and order for you?" "Oh!" Willie, who was standing beside him, also heard Gus' words, and his expression suddenly became playful, but he just exclaimed and did not make any more jokes. After all, such things still have to be given some respect to the other party. Leon was also a little helpless. He didn't have any special thoughts about Emily, but just simply felt that he could chat with Emily in the bar, and the other party was a beautiful girl of the same age, and he had an appreciation attitude. At this moment, he really didn't know how to answer Gus's hint. Chapter 32. Isn't that what it means? Say okay, the misunderstanding may deepen further. Saying no, it is easy to offend people, because Leon noticed that Emily at the bar was also focusing on her own. So Leon struggled for a long time before finally speaking. As for Willie said, ordering orders, as for Emily, you don't have to bother her, after all, there are so many customers to take care of. Okay. Gus didn't think anything was wrong when he heard this. Instead, he felt relieved and appreciated Leon's behavior of understanding Emily. "You are a good young man, I'm optimistic about you." After saying that, Gus left with a smile, while Leon looked at Gus's back speechlessly, wanting to complain about what aspect the other party is optimistic about. After Gus left, Willie pulled Leon and said, "Emily is a good girl and has a superior family. Don't be afraid of her coming to work in a tavern, but it's just to avoid boring yourself. You have to have some snacks." "So why do you think I like Emily?" "I just think that as peers, we can chat. I can't sit here alone and eat without saying anything. That's too introverted." Leon looked at Willie's gossip face and explained helplessly. "Why is that?" Willie was a little disappointed when he heard Leon say this, and obviously he was regretful that he did not eat the melon. Leon shook his head and sighed whether he was old and was very interested in such things. Gus is like this, and Willie is like this. Fortunately, he and Emily don't have much interaction. Otherwise, Leon would think that in the town in a few days, they would have to think that they have ideas about Emily. It is true that Emily is very good. She is a single girl who is both first class in character and appearance. She is also a guided single girl in the game, but for Leon now, he cares more about the farm. After all, being rich is the king. Wasting a lot of opportunities to make money early to manage love is a love brain. The most important thing is that Pelican Town is more than Emily, a single girl. She really wants to find a wife. Then we have to see what other girls look like in reality. As a man, you can't hang him from another tree, right? While waiting for the time to serve, Leon and Willie had some questions about fishing. Willie knew everything about Leon. While supplementing Lion's theoretical knowledge about fishing, time is also passing. 2. This is a special offer in today's bar. See dishes, please enjoy. Just as Willie told Leon how to use bait to attract catfish that appear in spring rainy days, Emily placed 2 large plates of dishes on the table, and spoke at the same time. Thank you. Leon looked at Emily and nodded to thank him, while Willie closed his mouth and looked at Leon and Emily with a smile on his aunt. No need to thank you, this is my job, right? Emily shook her head, then saw the beer placed in front of Willie, and Leon was empty except for the dishes she had just served, so she said, "Come on, a glass of peach juice, I'll treat you." No need. Leon subconsciously refused. He had drunk water when he came and was not thirsty. To be honest, he had already drunk peach juice twice. Once the freshness was over, he was no longer interested. For him, peach juice was a bit too sweet. After saying this, Leon noticed that the expression on Emily's face was a little disappointed and was immediately confused. If Emily was a wine tutor, it would be explained if she was disappointed, but the other party said she wanted to treat her. She had no interest, so why would she still have such an expression? It seemed as if she was not understanding the charm, which made Leon realize something was wrong. Could it be that Emily, who is the gossiper, also felt that she had feelings for her? Thinking of this, Leon had to add, "Emily, thank you for your kindness, but when I came, I drank too much water, so it would be good to be able to eat this portion of food. If I had an extra glass of juice, I might waste food." After saying that, Leon began to observe Emily's expression, and when he saw Emily hear him say after finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief and regained his smiling face. Lion's heart tightened, and he felt as if he had guessed it right. "Okay, then I'll invite you next time. By the way, I've taken you to my daffodils home. It's very beautiful in my room. If you have time, you can go and see it." After saying this, Emily ran away with a red face. As the whole audience, Willie said to Leon seriously, "Although old Willie has not married a wife, she also had experience chasing girls when she was young. I can see that Emily has a good impression of you. I don't believe you just have a simple communication." "Don't tease me, I'm confused now." Leon covered his face and complained, "And how did you tell she liked me?" "Intuition, and it's the first time I've heard Emily invite a man to visit her house. Because she lives with her sister, she has never invited any men to their house. You are the first one." Willie replied. "Just go and see the flowers," Leon emphasized. "Is it daffodils? Don't you know the flower language of daffodils?" Willie asked back. "I know, daffodils are regarded as a symbol of respect and mystery," Leon replied. "Ah? Shouldn't it be to relieve love, eternal love and beauty?" Willie was stunned when he heard this explanation, and subconsciously retorted. "Does this mean?" Leon was also confused. After all, he really didn't understand the things like flower language. A flower may have several different flower languages and explanations. Seeing this, Willie looked at Leon, then at Emily, who was busy in front of the bar, and just patted Lion's shoulder and smiled on her face. "Okay, this may be a cognitive misunderstanding, but in Stardew Valley, the daffodils given to her peers generally represent some hints that I have feelings for you. Think about it yourself." Leon had a blank look at Willie, and then explained, I gave her daffodils, and I also told me about my understanding of daffodils' words. In theory, she should not misunderstand it. Maybe, but don't turn a blind eye to your own strengths. You are polite and sensible, and you are quite handsome. When Gus talked to you just now, I could see that you seem to be good at considering problems from the perspective of others. You won't know how attractive these qualities are to girls. Willie said to Leon earnestly, if I had the advantages of you back then, I wouldn't have to work on all the housework alone. You old bachelor, just have a good meal. Don't do these meaningless analysis. These words come from your mouth and are not credible at all. Leon finally couldn't help but tease Willie and started a personal attack directly. But Willie was not angry when he heard this, but instead retorted happily, what's wrong with the old bachelor? The old bachelor is also young. These are all experiences, you have to listen. I still like evening chapters, so I made up for the last time that I only updated one chapter. Chapter 33 Pan and I. Obviously Willie is immune to Lion's personal attacks. Because it is true that the old bachelor is, this statement is not very aggressive. Moreover, Willie likes Leon very much and regards him as a friend. When faced with his friend's talk about this, he felt that it was an angry joke rather than really humiliating and attacking himself. Faced with Willie's smile, Leon was embarrassed to continue complaining about Willie, as the saying goes, not slapping people with smiles. Then Leon began to think about whether he had missed some problems. He was not a person who had never been in a relationship, but also knew that most of the girls' emotional performance was hidden in some details, and recalled Emily's previous posture. In the end, Leon confirmed that Emily seemed to have a good impression of herself. Although she was not strong, she should be able to achieve good results by taking advantage of the victory to pursue a. But this is exactly what Leon doesn't want to see. At the same time, Leon also remembered the conversation he had with Emily when he sent daffodils. Because of some social habits and bad tastes, his conversations and small interactions at that time were both ways to flirt with girls in the past. It can be used to deal with knowledgeable and modern girls who have been baptized by various short videos, Zia Hongshu. It can be regarded as a dimensional reduction blow to deal with small-town girls like Emily. But he really just used to flirting. After all, giving gifts to farmers in Zingla Valley when they meet is already carved into DNA, let alone giving them the worthless daffodils. But this may have some hints that go against Lion's original wishes. Thinking of this, Leon was a little unsure about what to do about this matter, but when he saw that Willie had already started to enjoy the sea dishes, Leon also saw it openly, let everything develop naturally, the world is big, and the food is the biggest. Sea dish, a high-calorie food cooked with sardines and chipotles as the main ingredients, is crispy and delicious. Because it is made of potatoes, the sweet taste of the chipotles makes people easily reminiscent of potato chips. The sardines are also cleanly processed and fried in breadcrumbs. The fresh aroma of salt and sardines themselves is volatile to the greatest extent under high-temperature fried cooking. In addition, the combination of chili sauce is a strong stimulation. This is a hard dish with high calories, high protein, and extremely fullness. Gus' cooking skills are also trustworthy, so this meal is very satisfying. When paying for meals, Leon doesn't think it's goodies. These two sea dishes are 40 per serving, which is more expensive than fish rolls, but at least it was accidentally recorded today, and Leon didn't feel too distressed. What made him feel a little helpless was that he actually paid for Willy's beer in advance. This made Leon speechless when facing Willy, who was waiting for him at the door. "Didn't you agree that I'll treat you?" "Yes, it's reasonable for you to treat a meal, I pay the bill to drink," Willy replied with confidence. "Thank you, Key." After returning Willy's garage keys and motorcycle keys to Willy, Leon planned to go home directly, but Willy stopped him. "Why do I send you there?" Listening to Willy's inquiry, Leon declined. "No, I plan to walk back to digest food." After hearing this, Willy didn't persuade him, and rode his motorcycle and left. After Leon watched Willy leave, he turned around and planned to return to the farm. However, as soon as he left the door, Leon heard an extremely subtle sigh, and his curiosity made Leon subconsciously look at the other party who came from the sound. "I saw a brunette girl wearing a hand-knit sweater squatting on the ground with her slender hands trying to pull up a short, fat, and chubby woman lying on the ground. But the size difference between the two was too big, and the girl's thin body could not compare with the ant, who was several laps fatter than her, so Leon saw only the girl pulled the ant's clothes out of wrinkles, but the ant was lying on the ground without moving at all. Do you need help?" After looking at it for a while, but not seeing the girl making any further progress, Leon stepped forward and asked. "Ah, no, thank you." The girl was startled by Leon's inquiry. Then when she saw Leon, she immediately replied with some timid stuttering, as if she was very nervous. "But it seems that it is difficult for you to help her. Although it is spring, the temperature at night is not very warm. If she keeps lying on the ground like this, she may get sick." Leon realized that he seemed to have met a girl who was a little afraid of society, so he had to remind the girl reasonably. "Yes, I know," but the girl hesitated when she heard this, and she hesitated for a long time, but couldn't tell what was going on. Leon didn't want to see the girl's entangled appearance, so he went forward and pulled the woman who had been unable to pull up after trying for a long time. While supporting the other person's shoulder with both hands, Leon also smelled a strong smell of alcohol. "I originally thought it was an unexpected situation, but I didn't expect it to be too drunk. You are so strong." The girl was a little surprised to see this scene. After all, she knew the ant's weight, but Leon could pull it up so easily. "I think you shouldn't be able to take her away. Are you her family?" Leon asked the girl while holding the ant over and preventing her from falling down again. "She is my mother." After saying this, the girl couldn't help but lower her head. "Where is your home? I'll send her back for you," Leon continued. The girl was about to refuse, but considering that she could not shake her mother's physique, she continued to stalemate and finally had to ask for help from others. In the end, she nodded, "Well, thank you, stranger." "A stranger? Ha ha ha, it turns out that you are worried about this. My name is Leon, the new farmer. Now I live in the old farm I used to be. Don't worry, I'm a good person. If you're still scared, you can go to the bar and ask Gus or Emily, they all know me." Leon introduced himself to the girl with a smile. "Oh, you are the new farmer. Although I know you have come to Pelican Town, I have never had the chance to say hello to you." "Hello, my name is Penny, and I am the teacher in the town." The girl immediately called Leon politely to her name and profession, which can be regarded as abiding by social etiquette. Leon nodded, then Teacher Panai, let's lead the way, I'll help you send your mother back. Well, please trouble you. Pani did not resist Lion's help this time, and I don't know if it was because he knew Lion's identity or because Leon had become a resident of Pelican's town, so he felt much more at ease. After thanking Leon, he walked ahead first. Chapter 34 There is also this criminal law. With Penny leading the way, Leon took the opportunity to carry the ant behind her and followed her. To be honest, the ant's weight is indeed a bit too much. Even Leon is a little struggling. Fortunately, I am still strong now, but it is just struggling, and I have not reached the distance that I can't move. Fortunately, the distance between Panai's house is not far from the bar. It is just next to the river channel, more than 200 meters away from the bar. It is actually a simple residence transformed from an old, wheelless trailer. Leon was not surprised by this. Since the girl's self-introduction, she had already known the identity of the mother and daughter. Because in the game, these two are also considered famous residents. Panai is the only teacher in the town, a strong and inferior girl with kindness, while her mother Panmu is a fat ant who is addicted to alcohol and has a bad temper. The car in the town once led to the Calico Desert was crashed by a driver who drove drunk, and the driver was Pam on his back. The mother and daughter can be said to be two extremes. Many players of Pan feel annoyed when they first meet. On the contrary, Pan is very popular. After all, they are a single girl who can be guided. Panai, who came to the door of her house, realized that her residence, which she could not move on to the table, was exposed in front of Leon. She lowered her head and couldn't lift it up, but she still opened the car door. Mr. Leon, just put my mother at the door. I can do the rest by myself. The space inside is too small and has not been cleaned up, so it is not convenient to entertain you. Haha, don't worry, your house is much bigger than my wooden house. Because it is a tow truck renovation, from the outside, the space here is definitely much larger than the old farmhouse you have renovated. After saying that, Leon carried Pam into the trailer with his back. When Penny was at a loss, he placed Pam on the sofa in the car. There was already a large area on the old sofa that was sunken, which fits Pam's body shape. It seemed that Pam often slept. After relocating Pam, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, moved his somewhat stiff back for a moment, and waved to Panny. Okay, the person has been sent back safely. Next, you have to take care of yourself. I'll leave first. Do you want a glass of water? Panai asked awkwardly when she heard this. Sorry, I can only provide these. No need, you can be busy. Leon smiled and shook his head, then left casually without waiting for what Penny was saying. Penny looked at Leon leaving the trailer, then looked at the laundry piled up on the ground and some empty wine bottles scattered on the ground, and muttered distressfully, does he think the house is too dirty, so he is so anxious to leave? But the next second, Penny saw Leon appearing at the door again, but before he came in, he said something at the door and disappeared again. This tow truck renovated house is very cool. Maybe my farm hut can also undergo such renovation. If you have the chance, I will come to discuss this knowledge with you, but now you still need to take care of your mother, so I won't disturb you. Come and visit you next time. Lion's abruptness did not scare Penny. Instead, in Lion's words, Penny's uneasiness and tension were swept away. Recalling the sudden appearance of Leon when she was most helpless and wanted to cry. His enthusiastic help, his smile and his strong arms, Penny only felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate. What is the new farmer Leon? What a special person! Can we really meet again? Leon didn't know what Penny thought, Leon only knew that he was in trouble. Because on the way back, he noticed Louis's traces. Louis did not rest at night, but smoked a cigarette by the river. Of course, this was not the reason for the trouble. The point of the trouble was that there was still Marnie standing beside Louis. Although he had known that these two people were beyond friendship, when they really encountered this scene in reality, Leon had only embarrassment. Fortunately, the two did not notice Lion's existence. Leon tiptoed away from the river quickly, and finally avoided being discovered by Louis. He saw him having a private meeting with Marnie. On the way back, there were no additional changes. After Leon returned to the farm, he first took advantage of the moonlight to patrol the fields, and then returned to the wooden house to watch TV programs and fell asleep directly. The next day, the early morning clock that had been developed woke Leon up. As soon as he woke up, Leon took a watering can and began to water his crops. Although the 3 expansions and plantings made the farm in Leon no longer so empty, the watering work brought by large batches of seeds was also very complicated. After watering all the crops, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. You should know that Leon had a bed before 7 o'clock, and watering it alone took Leon 2 hours. You can imagine how troublesome this job is. However, Leon is not disgusted now. Compared to the repetitive busyness of workday and the various troubles in the workplace, what is the matter of watering for 2 hours? And after watering, the rest of the time was basically controlled by Leon himself. Although a lot of money was recorded yesterday, Leon did not intend to expand the current farmland in a short period of time. Although too many crops would make him make a lot of money when receiving the goods, the field was too large and the time and labor costs required were not acceptable to Leon. He came to Stardew Valley to inherit this farm to make himself live freely, because yesterday's fish share, and now the pressure on expenses has been alleviated. Leon felt that it was time to find something that he was interested in. For example, go to the town to meet new friends, or go to the wilderness in the mountains in the north to cut down trees, or go find Willie to fish on the beach together. These are things that you can do and things that need to be done. Leon naturally will not put the center of life alone on the farm. Just as Leon was thinking about how to spend the rest of the time, a timid voice suddenly came from a distance. "Mr. Leon, can I enter your farm?" "Oh, of course, you can just come here directly, don't ask me." Looking in the voice, I found that Penny, whom I met last night, appeared outside the farm. Leon immediately nodded and shouted. Penny got Lion's permission and entered the farm. When approaching Leon, she explained the Vanger Republic has a protection regulations on private farms. If you break into a private farm without the permission of the farmer, you will be sentenced to illegal invasion. And this criminal law. Leon was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know this rule. Chapter 35 Underestimating You. However, Leon didn't care much about this kind of thing, and instead asked Penny, "Penny, is there anything you have to do when you come to the farm?" I'm just here to thank you." "Well, this is a thank you," Penny said, taking out a small bag of gadgets wrapped in oil paper and handing them to Leon. After Leon reached out to take it, he planned to put it away, but seeing Penny's expectant eyes, Leon still chose to open it in person. After all, the custom of Stardew Valley is westernized, and opening it in person when receiving a gift is also a kind of respect for the gift giver. When Leon opened the greased paper bag, he saw several baked biscuits inside, with sesame seeds sprinkled on it, which smelled very fragrant and looked very crispy. "It looks delicious, can I keep it for afternoon tea?" Seeing this small bag of cookies, Leon was a little hesitant. After all, in the game, there is a short story about poisoning about Penny's plot, which is of course not that exaggerated, just because Penny has studied new recipes to let the player be the first to try. As a result, it can be seen from the green face of the player character, which is not beautiful, so Leon is still a little timid about Penny's food. Of course, but the cookies were the best when they were just taken out of the oven. Penny nodded, then looked around, and finally didn't know what they were saying, so she had to say goodbye to Leon. "Thank you for your help yesterday. I'm leaving. By the way, your farm looks really big." After saying that, Penny turned around and quickly left Leon's sight. The further away from Leon, the more rapid the pace became, and even in the end it seemed like she was running away. When Leon saw this scene, he looked confused and did not understand what the other party was like. But since everyone had left, Leon naturally looked at the biscuits in his hand. He got up in the morning and poured water for a long time and has not eaten much. He is indeed a little hungry. The biscuits look quite normal, so Leon tried to break off a small piece and put it into his mouth. The taste is unexpectedly good, a bit sweet, but not the sweet one. It is paired with crispy, desolate biscuits and burnt sesame seeds, which unexpectedly makes people feel endless aftertaste. I'm a little misunderstanding. Thinking of his previous worries, Leon muttered funnily, then finished all the cookies, filling his stomach with an 80% full. Folded the oil paper and threw it into the trash can in the wooden house. Leon cleaned up the bed at home and then began to tidy up his backpack. Most of the things that you don't need to carry with you are stuffed into the treasure chests you made before, including 4 unique wild plants in spring. Green onions, as a roughly processed product, were meaningless to keep, so Leon tried to remove them from his backpack and threw them into the shipping box next to the mailbox. This shipping box was secretly made by an unknown worker. It looks big and looks just an ordinary big box. After throwing all the green onions into it, Leon could also see the pile of green onions that had just been thrown into the bottom of the box, which disappointed Leon. This shipping box did not seem to involve the props on the mysterious side. After closing the lid on the shipping box, Leon couldn't help but worry about whether placing the green onions in the box would cause damage to the green onions, although Lewis said that every day someone would come to transport the goods that might appear in the shipping box and transport them to sell. But it also takes a day to go. If you put your backpack and treasure chest in it, you will be stuck in time and will not be affected by any time. Whatever you put it in or what you take it out, but if you put it in, it will be dry. If you put it in all day, it will probably be dry. This may devalue your goods. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but lift the lid of the shipping box, intending to take back the green onion and throw it into the shipping box at night to ensure that the green onion can remain in the freshest state before shipment. But when Leon opened the shipping box again, he was surprised to find that the green onions in the box had disappeared. Where are my green onions? Where are my green onions so big? Yes, the box was empty, not to mention the piles of green onions. There was no sign of the green onions, and there was nothing in the box, as if it had just been cleaned. From throwing the green onions into the box and closing the lid to opening it twice, only 4 or 5 seconds passed. The green onions thrown into the box disappeared, making the lions stunned. After confirming again that there was nothing in the shipping box, Leon took a deep breath, then returned to the wooden house, took out a wild wasabi from the treasure chest, threw it into the shipping box, and covered the box lid. The moment he covered it, Leon lifted the lid of the box again and found that the wild wasabi that had just been thrown into had also disappeared. I underestimate you. Confirm that the things in the shipping box will really disappear the moment the lid is closed. Leon patted the box of the shipping box and complained. Originally disappointed with the ordinary delivery box, it seems that I have made a conclusion too early. After confirming that the shipping box is not a simple item, Leon naturally did not worry about the things disappearing. Since it disappeared in the shipping box, the conclusion was only one, that is, these things should have been transported for sale at this moment. Louis doesn't seem to be a Fangiao either. Thinking of Louis, who had mysteriously told him about the shipping box issue before, and witnessing the magic of this shipping box, Leon couldn't help but think of the Mayor Louis and sighed. When gamification was made into reality, he originally thought that his system was already magical. After knowing the mage, he obtained forest magic and experienced the transmission function of the shipment box. Leon discovered that Stardew Valley did not seem to be as ordinary as he knew. However, Leon did not intend to ask Louis for a clear idea about the shipping box. He knew that even if he asked, Louis probably wouldn't answer. Leon still remembered that Louis said that the sentence "you will understand in the future" was obviously intended to maintain the character of the riddle person. Moreover, Leon felt that it was interesting to explore the secrets of Stardew Valley by himself, just like the Easter eggs hidden in the game, which made Leon have more expectations for his life in the farm and Stardew Valley. After figuring out the function of the shipping box, Leon lost the idea of continuing to explore the shipping box. After all, he didn't have much inventory to sell now, and knowing that the shipping box would transmit what he threw in, there was no need to try again. After all, you can't jump into the receiving box by yourself to see where the receiving box will send the thrown things, right? That's too reckless. Don't explore unknown areas without the support of intelligence. Too much curiosity will kill people. Of course, it is also possible that you squat in and nothing happened. Who knows? Chapter 36 Krypton Life? Absolutely impossible. After cleaning up his backpack, Leon looked at the only 5 tools left in the bag and nodded with satisfaction. There were biscuits sent by Penny as breakfast, and now he had more time to complete today's plan, which was to go from the remote forest leading to the northern exit behind the farm to the northern foothills. After all, the Pelican Town and the beach in the east, the forests in the south, and the mountains in the west are not suitable for exploration. So the remaining northern mountainous areas are areas that have not been visited by Leon. Because the farm had been cleared long ago, Leon came to the exit of the northern farm unimpeded. There were still hiking steps that were once paved on this road. Although it was a bit old, it did not affect walking. Moreover, on the mountain near the northern exit, Leon also found a man-made cave. Because there was no lighting facility, Leon had no idea to get involved. Walking along the northern exit, Leon clearly felt the slope of the road, and it was a bit difficult to walk. Fortunately, there were steps to help, and the journey was not a bumpy one. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Leon noticed a large area of trees growing on a hillside in front of him. There are only a few trees in the game, and the path connecting the northern foothills is different. The remote forest in reality is the real forest. Because it is a hillside, the trees here grow scattered. A small path is located between this hillside and the forest. Naturally growing shrubs are interspersed on both sides of the road. You can't see the sky when you look up, and you can't see the dense canopy. The absolutely primitive jungle is much more wilder than the southern forests, but it is not without its strengths. At least in this area, Lion's wild radar prompted him that under these tall trunks, there are many gifts from nature hidden. Seeing this, Leon naturally would not let go of these treasures buried in the land. The next second he took out the hoe, he paved the light at the closest flash point to him. The journey of digging while walking is the most wonderful. With wild wasabi and leek dandelions falling into their backpacks, Leon regretted why he didn't embark on the exploration journey of the edge forest early. Long-term wild harvesting gives you a new understanding of how to collect wild plants, and your wild harvesting level has been increased by 1 level. After a long period of wild picking, you have mastered new skills. The production bar has unlocked 2 formulas, spring seeds and work snacks. You have received blessings from nature and may fall tree species when logging. When Leon dug out the 8th dandelion during this trip, the long-lost system prompt sound appeared in Lion's ears, and then Leon realized that his wild pick level had actually improved. Name, Leon, Liang. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Wild picking, 1, bonus of tree species drop when logging. Mining, 0. Battle, 0. Fishing, 0. Special abilities, forest magic and rough green onion treatment technology. Backpack items, axe, pick, watering pot, sickle, hoe, leek 7, wild wasabi 14, dandelion *8, 8/12 can be upgraded. Manufacturing recipe, scarecrow, treasure chest, bonfire, torch, wooden fence, wooden door, wood trail. Stone trail, spring seeds, work snacks. Seeing that the 5 abilities in the panel finally achieved a breakthrough of 0, and 1 skill has been upgraded to level 1, Leon was filled with joy, especially the special bonus after level 1 improvement of wild picks, which means that you don't need to worry about logging too much, which will affect the environment. In addition to natural growth, you can also rely on the tree species that fall from logging to replant the trees, giving back to nature and ensuring your own wood acquisition. Moreover, the 2 newly unlocked recipes are also very useful. Spring seeds, seeds including various spring wild seeds, each production it takes 21 days to build spring seeds. Ingredients for making, wild wasabi *1, daffodils *1, leeks *1, dandelion *1. Work snacks, food when you are hungry, give a quick recovery of physical strength and make ingredients, acorns 1, maple seeds 1, pine cones *1. Spring seeds only require 4 kinds of wild plants with spring specialties as raw materials to obtain 10 seeds that can grow into them. Each of them can plant a random one of these 4 kinds of wild plants, which is equivalent to investing in 4 wild plants. 10 random wild plants can be obtained in 21 days. A 2.5-fold return rate only requires time, cost and watering to stabilize the acquisition of these spring specialties that need to be searched in the wild. Of course, for Leon, who has wild radars, Perhaps these spring seeds are a bit useless, because on 21 days he can explore the wild on a large scale and find wild plants several times the size of these seeds. However, Leon does not intend to give up planting spring seeds, because when these seeds mature and receive goods, they can gain experience in both cultivation and wild harvesting. This is also the special feature of spring seeds. You should know that ordinary crops only provide cultivation experience. Although it is not difficult to improve the experience of wild harvesting. It can be improved by logging, mowing grass to collect fibers, and finding unique collectibles for each season. Leon will not dislike the additional experience provided by spring seeds. After all, the improvement of skills not only brings about unlocking the recipe, but also some special abilities and benefits. The higher the skill level of cultivation and collection in the game, the higher the plant you plant and collect can get a level bonus, which greatly increases the chance of players obtaining high-quality crops, which can be called humanoid fertilizer. Moreover, there are 10 skills in total. When the skills are upgraded to level 5 and 10, special talents can be unlocked. These talents are closely related to skills. Each talent can bring huge improvements to the player and can even affect the player's future planning of his money-making path. Although Leon is now in Stardew Valley in reality, based on his understanding of the game and referring to the current functions of the system, he will not think that the system created this personal panel to clearly indicate the skill level just to do data analysis for himself. The special effects and formulas unlocked by the upgrade of the wild picking level also verified Lion's speculation, so he was sure that he only needed to slowly improve his skill level, so the special talent of each skill was waiting for his choice at level 5 and 10. Suddenly I feel that my life is getting more and more exciting and hopeful. Do I also want to enter the 627 life in reality? P.S. 627 refers to getting up at 6 a.m., going to bed at 2 a.m., working 7 days a week. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but recall the days when he first came into contact with the game Stardew Valley Story. He really used the time to the extreme and passively became a Krypton Life player full of liver. Now that I have come to the Stardew Valley in reality, I have to repeat this experience. Leon felt his scalp tingling when he thought about it, and finally this terrible thought was dispelled in his mind. Chapter 37 Are You Not Afraid of Me? After all, human physiques are different. The game characters do not need to drink water and go to the toilet. They eat to maintain vital signs. They eat only to restore physical strength and blood. If they don't work or fight monsters, they will not consume any money in a day. The robot will shake their heads when they see it. Leon is just an ordinary time traveler with a system and cannot experience such a high-intensity life. Just like this, I kept watering every day, went out for a walk, went to the town to eat, checked out the girls, and made friends with some strangers I could chat with. It was just right for Leon. As time goes by and the process of collection, Leon walked to the edge of the remote forest. The trees and vegetation around began to decrease, and when he moved forward, he suddenly realized his vision. It is still the mountainous landform, but the extremely flat hillside in front of me seems to be naturally generated, with very little vegetation and a wide view. The only thing that attracts people is that a giant ancient tree that needs 5 or 6 people to embrace can grow on this hillside. Walking a short distance further, Leon saw a small villa lonely in the same flat area below the slope, except for the main house structure. There is also a large open-air courtyard with neat building materials behind the villa, with various cut stones and wood of various sizes piled up in it. Only these are the reserved areas and a simple ceiling is installed to protect these materials from wind and rain. Leon saw Robin, who was manually dividing wooden boards with hacksaws among these building materials, so he stood at the upper vent and shouted, "Hi, Robin!" Robin heard the shouts from his head and raised his head blankly. When he saw Leon standing on the slope, he laughed, "Ha, Leon! I didn't expect you to come to the northern foothills. Have you taken a walk? Are you right? Is this area your place?" Leon nodded and asked Robin. "Well, after all, not many people like to come here in the mountainous area, and the space is large and natural resources are abundant. Our family has lived in this area for generations," Robin explained, and then rubbed his forehead, which was a little lacking in oxygen because he had been raised for too long. Can't you come down and talk to me? I can't keep talking to me like this. I still have to stroll around and chat back and talk, you can get busy first," Leon said to Robin with a smile, then waved his arm to say goodbye, and then continued his own exploration journey. Walking along this flat hillside again, Leon was a little disappointed. Perhaps because of too little vegetation, since leaving the remote forest, Lion's wild radar has not triggered the discovery of collectible objects even once. Continue to move forward. After walking through this hillside, Leon saw the traces of green plants again, and there was also a path that was stepped out by man. The path was heading up the mountain along the hillside. Leon thought for a moment, but chose to walk up the path. The higher the slope, the bigger the slope, and finally, at the end of the trail, a small flat area appeared. In this area, a yellow tent was placed in the center, and there was a bonfire in front of the tent. An old man with white hair and a slightly old-fashioned yellow coat was sitting by the bonfire, hanging an iron pot on the bonfire and cooking something. "Stranger, there are no beautiful scenery or benefits here. There is only a homeless vagabond who doesn't want to faint by the smell of me. I advise you to leave here." Leon discovered this old man, and the old man naturally discovered Leon. Before Leon spoke, the old man warned Leon in this hoarse voice. "Hello, I have no malice. I am a farmer who just came to Stardew Valley a few days ago. My name is Leon." Leon was not scared by the old man's words, but looked at the old man with a smile. "If possible, can I sit down and taste your skills? I have been walking on the mountain road for a long time and happen to be a little hungry." Oh, that old farm finally welcomed its heir. The old man's expression eased a lot when he heard this, then looked at Leon in confusion and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why are you afraid of you?" Leon asked back. "Because I'm a homeless man," the old man replied. "So what? As long as it is not a wild beast that cannot be communicated, why should I be afraid of you who are both humans? And when it comes to living habits, the most important difference between me and you is that you live in a tent and I live in a small cabin. Other lifestyles are basically the same. I also cook with a bonfire, and I also use the toilet in the wilderness, dealing with plants in the soil every day." Leon shrugged his shoulder and replied, "Of course, I won't eat it for nothing. I can provide a serving of ingredients. What do you think of leeks? Or wild wasabi?" "Interesting child, sit down. Old Linus is not so tired that he cannot provide enough food to entertain guests." After hearing what Leon said, the old man looked at Leon seriously for a long time, and finally showed a smile. His expression and tone became much more relaxed. He invited Leon to sit down, and like him, he sat on the ground by the bonfire. Leon was not polite, and sat directly on the ground, turning his eyes to the iron pot. The boiling soup was green and green. Although the color was not very reliable, it smelled very attractive. Seeing Leon sitting down so naturally, the smile on Linus's face became even more obvious, but he didn't say anything, just staring at the boiling iron pot, stirring it in it from time to time with a wooden spoon. When he felt it was almost the same, he stood up and went into the tent, took out a small piece of log, and didn't know what method to use, so he instantly carved the log into a slightly bulky wooden bowl. Then Leon saw Linus put the hot soup scooped out of the iron pot in this new wooden bowl and handed it to himself. Leon did not dislike him either. He picked up the somewhat heavy wooden bowl, blew twice at the hot soup, and then took a big sip in front of Linus. "Well, it's fresh fish soup. How did you do it? You can only taste the fresh sweetness of the fish itself and the seasoning of a little salt, but you can't drink any fishy smell." As soon as the soup was in his mouth, Leon tasted the base of the soup. It was precisely after he tasted it, and he realized how high the technical content of this soup was. Linus did not explain, but instead served himself a bowl of soup and drank it. He quietly squinted his eyes and experienced the beauty of the fish in the soup. Seeing this, Leon did not ask questions. After drinking his own bowl, he took the initiative to pick up the spoon and refill it for himself, drinking happily. Linus just watched quietly, without saying he could stop him, nor did he invite Leon to drink as much as he wants. Chapter 38 Cutting Leeks. When Leon finished drinking the third bowl and put down the wooden bowl in his hand, Linus asked, "Are you full?" "Well, 90% full." Leon nodded and replied, "Thank you for the hospitality, the fish soup is delicious." "It's delicious, it's delicious." Linus repeated with a smile, then drank the remaining soup in his bowl and grabbed a ball of soil on the ground to extinguish the bonfire. After confirming that the bonfire was no longer burning, Linus looked at Leon and said, "You are very similar to your grandfather, they are so familiar, but you seem to be more at will than him, and he seems a little restrained compared to you." "Well, do you know my grandfather too?" Leon was speechless when he heard Linus's words. The old man's presence was really high. The older generation of residents with names in Stardew Valley basically knew him. "Well, I know him, he is an excellent farmer." Linus nodded, and then encouraged Leon. "I think you will be an excellent farmer, and you will be even better than him." "Why do you think so?" Leon asked curiously. "Because nature likes you, the forest recognizes you." After Linus said that, he stood up and reminded Leon, "Okay, you should go back to your child. The entrance to the mine was destroyed by some malicious miners, so you can't go to the mine to mine ore now." "Okay, goodbye, Mr. Linus." Leon did not force his stay, stood up and waved goodbye to Linus, then turned and went down the mountain. The purpose of his trip was not to go to the mine, but to wander around. It was also an unexpected gain after meeting Linus. He knew that as one of the most special characters in Stardew Valley, Linus, the natural wanderer, lived in this area, but did not deliberately search for it. When he discovered Linus, Leon was not afraid of this strange old man living in a tent in the mountains, so he acted so naturally. Originally, he just wanted to say hello to him and get to know him. Unexpectedly, while having a meal, Linus also refreshed Lion's perception of him. In the game, this person is just a seemingly ordinary homeless man, and his specific background and details are not clearly portrayed. He is a lonely old man wandering outside Pelican Town. But occasionally, Linus' unusualness can be found in some Easter eggs. For example, when the player's favorability is high enough, he can rescue the player from the dangerous mine filled with monsters when the player is in danger in the mine. Moreover, at some festivals, he would stay with the mage, and the relationship between the two seemed to be very good. The mage Leon has seen it. He is indeed a serious boss. Then, Linus, who has a good relationship with the mage, may also be a hidden boss. Judging from the words that Linus said in his conversation with him that he likes you and that Forest also recognizes you, this hidden boss seems to have noticed the traces of the forest magic on Leon. Of course, it may also be a blessing, but who knows? Anyway, these older generations, including Lewis, are all riddle people, so they just stand up. However, the problem of the mine cave mentioned by Linus is unexpected and reasonable. Some locations in the game need to be gradually unlocked with time, in order to give players time to prepare and to prevent a large amount of game content from interfering with players' early development. But it is very interesting to have such a setting in reality. I know that Leon is blocked at the entrance of the mine. Because of the illegal mining of Hoja, I didn't expect that Hoja still caused this impact when it came to reality. This made Leon have a vague idea in his mind, but if it is implemented in detail, he would have to discuss it with Lewis. Following the original road back to his own farm, Leon found a wild place to facilitate it, then turned around and left the farm and walked towards Pelican Town. When he arrived at Pelican Town, Leon began to look for the traces of Lewis. The mayor did not stay at home honestly. He would basically wander around the town every day to learn about the business conditions of local merchants. Of course, it may also be to cover up that he can use this excuse to meet Marnie. Who knows? Fortunately, Leon didn't look for it for too long. At the entrance of Pierce's seed shop, he saw Lewis standing in front of the bulletin board. "Oh, Leon, you are here. Are you going to Pierce's house to buy seeds?" Seeing Lion's appearance, Lewis asked Leon enthusiastically. "No, I'm here to find you, Lewis." Leon shook his head and then continued to speak. "Do you know that Hoja's illegal mining of the northern foothills caused a landslide to block the entrance of the mine?" "I know, Hoja and I have reported and have sent workers to clean up the landslide. It should be done within a week." Lewis nodded and replied. "Just report? Didn't make any compensation or fine?" Leon asked. "Compensation? Why?" Lewis asked back at Leon in a daze. "Because of illegal mining and human factors blocking the road, aren't these reasons? Just a report and clean-up follow-up impact will be fine," Leon complained. Lewis sighed and explained to Leon, "Yes, because that area is actually an abandoned area. You just came to Zingd Valley and don't know what's going on there, because of the landslide incident and the large number of monsters appeared in the mine cave after the landslide. The old mine cave was actually abandoned more than 10 years ago, so it has no economic value. And as a national supermarket chain, Hoja opens branches in Pelican Town, which will drive the local economy and provide a large number of jobs and taxes. So from the perspective of the mayor, I need to give them a green light to ensure that Hoja can continue to stay in Pelican Town. Do you understand? That's not a reason why they can be unscrupulous. Although Hoja operates a supermarket chain and involves mining, manufacturing, transportation, and sales, as an employee of Hoja, I can be sure that these business methods and operations require application to be submitted to the local area. So, Did Hojas Morris submit an application to you for this mining? Leon continued to ask. No. Louis thought for a moment and finally gave an answer. That's right. Even for the local economy, Louis, you can't indulge Hojas nonsense. Regarding the act of mining in France, I think the Vanger Republic should have corresponding bills regarding illegal mining encroaching on national resources and destroying local ecology. Although I don't know much about this world, Leon really knows about the Hoja supermarket chain, because before coming to the farm, he really worked in the Hoja Zuzu city headquarters for half a year. What do you mean? Louis fell into deep thought when he heard this. Although he had guessed something, he still planned to make sure with Leon. Don't you want to subsidize the economy of Pelican Town? This is a good reason to cut leaks, right? It would be a pity if the fat sheep came to your door. Chapter 39 Return to the Old Community Center. Louis fell into deep thought when he heard Lion's answer, his expression sometimes worried and sometimes expecting. Leon did not continue to bewitch. He believed that Louis could make the choice he expected. After all, this was a legitimate reason, and Pelican's Town was also short of money. Moreover, Leon did not have much prejudice to the Hoja family, but some of the things the other party did were indeed unauthorized in terms of fact. So Leon felt that Pelican Town should give the other party a warning and punishment to prevent Morris from causing trouble. After all, Leon will also go to an abandoned mine to mine in the future. He doesn't want to have Hoja staff who are unscrupulously mining illegally when he is going down the mine, which can cause landslides to mine. Leon could think of only large quantities of explosives blasting, this extremely dangerous way to open the mountain. If you don't pay attention to burying the entrance of the mine, and Leon is still inside, isn't it unfair to die? About this matter, I need to check the code and decide on subsequent operations after determining whether it is illegal. Thank you for reminding Leon. In the end, Louis chose to take action against the Hoja family on this matter, but Louis still did not forget to thank Leon, who reminded him of this profitable aspect. Leon nodded. After all, this is related to the environmental problems and living safety of Pelican Town. As a small town built on the mountain, Pelican Town and the mountains of Stardew Valley coexist. The behavior of the Hoja family may affect the stability of the mountains. If a landslide is caused in heavy rain, I will really regret it at that time. Louis also thought of this when he heard this, and his expression became much more serious. Well, you are right, this matter is not a small matter. After saying that, Louis immediately set off and rushed towards his house. Leon, who watched Louis leave, was not in a hurry to return to the farm. After all, he had come, and it was a good choice to go to the community center by the way. Leon, walking towards the community center along the stairs north of Pelican Town, noticed a vigorously growing daffodil hidden under the tree in the direction of the small park. He stepped forward and took it off and continued to head towards the community center. When I arrived at the small park next to the community center, next to the large fountain, the landmark building of the small park, Leon saw the blonde girl who blocked her door last time, Haley. At this moment, she was polite to rely on the edge of the fountain, enjoying the warm spring sunshine with her eyes closed, and her smooth blonde hair was conspicuous in the sun. She was a blue suspender shirt, a pink long skirt, white and tender skin like milk, delicate makeup, and a sapphire necklace hanging around her neck. It is hard to imagine that this girl is an indigenous person in this remote town. Perhaps such a girl should appear in big cities and travel around shopping streets and high-end places as an urban beauty. Leon did not mean to disturb the other person. Although Haley only met him twice in reality, he still knew her quite well in the game. It was precisely because of his understanding that Leon did not intend to have too much contact with her. Because this girl is arrogant and a stingy tongue. Although she is not bad by nature and is even a little cute, she will not show these advantages to strangers she is not familiar with, and Leon has no plans to guide her now, so it is better to do less than to do more. Ignoring her is the best choice. When Leon walked past the fountain and turned his back to Haley, Haley heard the footsteps coming from her ears and opened her eyes. She saw Lion's back. Although she didn't see the front, when she saw the short black hair on the back, she guessed that this back belonged to the not-so-friendly farmer, Leon. Because in the entire Pelican Town, Haley has seen Lion's hair color be pure black, and this special point is also the main reason why Haley can recognize Leon through her unfamiliar back. He is planning to go to the community center again? Why is he so passionate about abandoned community centers? Compared to Lion's evasive attitude towards Haley, Haley is quite curious about Leon. After all, as one of the most beautiful girls in Pelican's Town, Haley has never suffered a frustration when facing the opposite sex. There are countless peers who want to invite her as her dance partner every year in the Flower Dance Festival, but there is only Leon, the same age, who has no expression when facing her. Excellent appearance is her proud capital. Now this capital has expired for a man of the opposite sex who is very consistent with her dating status in terms of appearance. She really wants to know the reason. Of course, there is also a dissatisfaction with her sister. Her sister Emily brought back a bouquet of daffodils when she returned home a few days ago. When the two sisters were chatting, Haley realized that this bouquet of daffodils was actually given to her by Leon. A guy who treats her like a passerby actually has a good relationship with his sister, who is a little worse than her appearance, which makes her feel that Leon has a problem. Haley thought about the reason why Leon was cold toward her when they encountered each other. The final result was that she seemed to have broken through the reason why the other party was doing in the old community center, which led to Leon being wary of herself. This time, when he saw Leon appearing in the community center, Haley naturally had to confirm her own speculation and see what Leon was doing in the old community center. So here Leon had just entered the community center, and Haley tiptoed to the door of the community center, looking at the open door, looking at the slightly gloomy atmosphere inside and the various broken wood and weeds scattered on the ground through the door, hesitated. But when she found that she could not see Leon at the door, she resolutely lifted her skirt and entered the old community center. Leon on the other side has entered the room where the golden scroll was discovered, the former craft room. Here, Leon found that everything was as if he had come before, looking dirty and worn, and there seemed to be no change. But if you look closely, Leon noticed that there was a basket made of vines in the corner of the recraft room. Because the basket was made of dry vines, the color was not conspicuous. If it were not for its style of painting and its ragged furniture in the craft room, Leon might not have noticed the existence of this basket. Since he found the abnormal point, Leon naturally had to come over and take a look. When he arrived in front of the basket, he found that there was actually a scroll in the basket. After opening it, Leon noticed that something was drawn on the scroll, and some of them were marked with quantity. At the bottom of the scroll, there were also text descriptions. Put the gifts in the basket, we will take them away, give you back, thank you, receive all the gifts, and help you repair this place. Chapter 40 Time stops. With the help of forest magic, the intermittent mysterious texts were transformed into Lion's understandable language and read it out by Leon. Then Leon compared the gift icons on the scroll and breathed a sigh of relief after he compared the gift icons on the next scroll without any changes from what he needed for the sacrifice in his memory. He was afraid of changes. In this way, once new things belonging to this real world appear, he would really have to work hard to find them. Looking at the scroll again, the icons drawn in the first row of the scroll are 4 wild-picked plants that only appear in spring: leek, wild wasabi, dandelion, daffodils, and there is no marking number. Leon took out these 4 collections from his backpack, each plant, and threw them into the basket. After the things fell into the basket, there was a muffled sound. 4 apple-sized Zunimo appeared beside Leon, jumping around Leon, and then drilled under the basket together. His small hand as slender as bean sprouts raised the basket, and he jumped and transported the basket with 4 spring collections to the outdoor crafts. Leon couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. These Zunimo actually looked cute, and the sound they made was a kind of whisper that could not be described in words. It was very unique and nice, making Leon couldn't help but want to capture these little guys and put them in a cage and listen carefully to how many tones they could make. Seeing these little guys carrying the basket, Leon followed. As soon as he left the craft room with the little guys, Leon noticed that the little guys seemed to have been frightened and disappeared with another thud, leaving only the basket containing 4 kinds of spring collections placed in place. This sudden situation made Leon a little confused, but the next second he noticed Haley's figure, and was approaching him with his toes, and immediately understood the reason why Zunimo and others ran away. Looking at the cautious look of the girl with a disgusting look on her face, Leon was speechless. Unexpectedly, he ignored the other party. The other party still saw him and followed up with curiosity, disturbing his sacrifice. So Leon instantly became evil and noticed that Haley seemed to be only concerned about whether the place where she was staying was safe and clean. Without seeing herself, Leon hid directly in the craft room and pricked up his ears to listen to the other person's footsteps. The moment the footsteps approached the craft room, Leon suddenly jumped out of the craft room and shouted, "Ah! Ah!" The sudden shouts really shocked Haley, who was unprepared. After subconsciously making a series of sharp screams, Haley, who had been very concerned about whether her clothes would get dirty, gave up her reserve, turned around and ran away. Not only was the speed amazing, but her movements were also very agile. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but give the other party a thumbs up. With this sharp movement and exaggerated pace, he believed that Haley was a sprinter. This was the same as the other party was wearing a skirt. Sure enough, the potential that people could burst out under the pressure of extreme fear is huge. But before Leon had laughed for a long time, he noticed that Haley was running too fast and did not notice that she was tripping her ankle by a raised wooden board under her feet, and she fell straight towards the ground. There happened to be some sharp gravel in the place where you fell. If you fall up without protection, you will definitely suffer a severe blow. Haley obviously realized after this. She tried to recover her out of control, but because she ran too quickly and had too much inertia, she could not make effective adjustments during the extreme time of falling. Fear made her mind move rapidly at this moment, but she could not do anything except see the gravel that was getting closer and closer to her face and imagined the terrible future brought by the skin and face that was pierced by these gravels. Leon also looked at Haley nervously, wanting to help, but the two were 5 or 6 meters apart. In such a short time, Leon could not cross this distance to help, and could only watch all this happen. But at this moment, two Zunimo appeared on Lion's shoulders, and accompanied by a series of incomprehensible strange tones, spitting out from the two Zunimo. Leon found that Haley's fall had actually started to become slow at this moment, and it was like the slow playback button was pressed on the playback video. Without thinking too much, Leon immediately set off and ran towards Haley. Compared with Haley, who was slow, his speed had no effect. The distance of 5 or 6 meters disappeared under the two big strides of Leon. When he came to Haley, he could even have time to appreciate the fear on the other person's face. But now is not the time to watch the fun. Leon directly stretched out his hands to stop Haley's waist, trying to stabilize his tendency to lean forward and fall. When Leon grabbed Haley's waist, the time around Haley, who was as slow as PPT, recovered again. The inertia of falling makes Haley continue to lean forward, but unlike before, Haley feels that there are a pair of powerful arms on her waist. Before she can react, the power bursting out of these arms directly reverses her fall trend. A beautiful circumference, Leon and Haley, who was held by him, walked around the place, cracking the deadlock that might allow Haley to move into the ICU, and also made the two of them stick close together. Perhaps because the encounter just now was too scared, Haley subconsciously hugged Leon tightly, which would make her feel safe, which showed that the drowning person had caught a piece of driftwood that could make him float. Leon looked at the girl in front of him, who was completely hanging on him like a koala. He smelled the smell of perfume coming from the other person, and raised his hands awkwardly, indicating that he was a serious person. Haley, who had survived the fear, also smelled the smell from Leon. It was a strange smell that she had never smelled before. It was not fragrant, but it smelled extremely good. It made people feel nervous when they were sniffing. Is this the manly flavor mentioned in the TV series? This idea subconsciously popped up in Haley's mind, but the next second, she realized that she was too close to Leon. The girl's shyness and reserve made her quickly let go of her hands holding Leon tightly and the rings that tightly fixed Lion's legs. But because she was too anxious and did not pay attention to the safety of her feet, Haley tragically found that she had not stood firm and fell backwards. Fortunately, Leon was by his side this time, and stretched out his hand and grabbed Haley's palm, which made Haley stand firm again. Chapter 41 Sacrifice List. Thanks. Even though Haley is so arrogant, she was rescued by Leon twice in a row, so it is impossible not to express her gratitude to Leon. Just as she said thank you, Haley couldn't help but blush and lower her head. There was no way, the too passive intimate contact made her feel a huge impact. His hands are pretty and not rough. Is he really a farmer? He looked down and couldn't look at Lion's face. Naturally, Haley could only focus on Lion's hand just now to hold his hand in order to make him stable and balanced. It's okay, be careful. Leon shook his head, then let go of his hand, and subconsciously wiped his hand on his clothes twice. As a result, Haley was dissatisfied. Are my hands dirty? That's not, it's just that his hands are sweating a lot. Leon chose to tell the truth. If it weren't for his own strength, and he was holding Haley's wrist instead of his palm, he might not be able to grasp it steadily. Haley looked at Leon angrily when she heard this. She was about to raise her hand and show it to Leon to show her white hands, but when she lifted it up, she realized that she didn't know if she was scared or because of her nervousness. There were indeed a lot of sweat on her hands. This made Haley, who was full of grievance, not knowing how to speak in an instant, and her face turned red. In the end, she still did not make any unreasonable moves. She just silently withdrew her hands and hid them behind her back, wiped them on her once beloved skirt a few times, trying to wipe all the sweat from her hands that were not under her control. "I don't know why you came in here, but this place is not suitable for fun for the time being. At the same time, there are also many spiders and mice. The ground is also bumpy and it is easy to have accidents. If you fall here alone, no one may even hear the call for help." Originally, Haley was a little unhappy with her appearance. Because of these successive changes, Leon had no idea of the previous one at this moment, but just gave Haley serious advice. Yet, Haley also knew that she was in the wrong, so she responded and lowered her head honestly, like a child who was scolded by the teacher. "Let's leave first if you have nothing to do." Seeing that Haley didn't protest with her, Leon was a little surprised and breathed a sigh of relief and tried to persuade Haley to leave. Community Center. Otherwise, the zoo Nimos would not have come out for activities during the period when Haley was staying in the old community center, which is quite a delay. Haley nodded and planned to leave, but her curiosity made her unable to help but ask before leaving, "Then why did you appear in the old community center?" "Louis asked me to come to the old community center to expel the mice. I happened to have nothing to do, so I came and have a look," Leon replied casually. Haley glanced at Leon in confusion when she heard this, but in the end she didn't ask anything and quietly left the old community center. It was not until after leaving the old community center that Haley's mood stabilized under the sun. Fortunately, she was still intact, and the IQ and memory she recovered after calming down also reminded her of the root cause of the crisis she encountered. "By the way, he and I are inside. So he made the roar that scared me before, right? This guy." After thinking about the reasons for the danger she encountered before, Haley was so angry that she was itchy, but she was not very happy to ask her to go to Leon to reroute, so she had to find an excuse for herself not to cause trouble for Leon. "Forget it, after all, this guy has made up for it, and he helped me again later, so let him go." After comforting herself, Haley no longer wondered whether she should thank Leon or blame Leon. She looked at the old community center behind her, then looked at the dust on her body and clothes that had been soaked in cold sweat. Finally, she decided to go back and take a shower first. In the old community center on the other side, because of Haley's departure, the zoo Nimos appeared next to Leon again, but Leon clearly felt that these little guys seemed a little angry. This made Leon a little puzzled. Could it be that these zoo Nimos don't like to be disturbed? But it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Haley's dangerous situation just now, zoo Nimos would not have used their strange magic to delay the flow of time around Haley, so that he could successfully rush over to save people. But soon, Leon knew the reason. These little guys actually arranged in a neat manner in front of Leon, and pieced together one unique text after another, which made Leon feel ashamed. "We, zoo Nimo, are the elves, not rats." Okay, so you can understand human language. Sorry, I'm using this as an excuse to cover up your existence. Thank you for what happened just now. Seeing that these little guys were angry because of this reason, Leon had to explain clearly to the little guys in a whisper and express his gratitude to them for their help. After hearing Lion's words, the zoo nimos jumped around Leon, as if they were no longer angry. After making a fuss around Leon for a while, most of the zoo nimo disappeared into the air, leaving only 4 little guys, jumping back to the door of the craft room, lifting the basket, and working together to transport the basket and the spring collection contained in it to the small room in the lobby of the old community center. After a moment, the 4 Zanimo jumped out of the hut again. Each of them held something above their heads, holding a bag larger than its body. The remaining 3 held a scroll and came to Lion's side, placing the things they held in front of Leon. Leon first picked up the bag and got the system prompts the moment he bought it. Spring seeds *30, seed including various spring wild seeds, it takes 21 days to grow. The remaining 3 scrolls are the sacrifice list for the other 3 areas except the craft. The mineral list of the boiler room, the currency list of the vault, and the farm animal and plant commodity list in the tea room. Do you have a list of fish tanks and bulletin boards? Leon muttered in confusion as he looked at the items needed on the 3 scrolls that were very similar to those in his memory. It seemed that he heard Lion's doubts. After a crisp sound, a Blazoo Nimo appeared beside Leon and also left a scroll. After Leon opened it, he found that what he needed was a fish list in the fish tank. However, the list of bulletin boards has not yet been new Zoo Nimo, which has been sent to Leon. Just as Leon was puzzled, the little guys connected into a line again and jumped to the right side of the hall in the old community center, jumping under a wall with a blackboard hanging on it. Leon walked over and saw the yellowed paper sticking on the blackboard, and then he understood why there was no list of bulletin boards. Chapter 42 Dinner. The 5 commission lists of residents on the bulletin board belong to the town, namely Gus's Ingredient Procurement Commission, Marnie's Feed Procurement Commission, Emily's Dye Procurement List, Mage's Arcane Items Procurement List, and Demetrius's Land Research Items Procurement List. What puzzled Leon was that the old community center should have been abandoned for a long time, and there was no problem with other people's procurement lists here, but it was very confusing to be able to hang Emily's procurement list here. Emily's age should not be too old. Unfortunately, no one can explain this matter. Since these appear on the bulletin board, it is all done to collect them according to the list above. Anyway, these sacrifice bags are some things that I will definitely come into contact with the life of the Stardew Valley in the future. Whether it is sold or sacrificed, feel of them are good, just like 4 spring collectors have just been sacrificed. In return, the Nemos have sent 30 spring seeds. Even if the 4 spring collectibles are used to rub them by themselves, they will only be 10 copies. The man-made man gave 3 times the price. How could Leon not love these little apples like this? The fact that Hoja's family transformed this place into a warehouse was completely abandoned by Leon. After all, the fact that the gifts were received by the man, Nimmo really gave him a return gift, and he completed the sacrifice in an area not only helped to repair the old community center, but also provided the benefits of repairing local facilities. Morris Hoja family member community renovation project. In addition to asking for money, he doesn't even give kickbacks, highlighting that he recognizes money and doesn't recognize people. After Leon confirmed that the sacrifice list on the bulletin board had not changed, Leon returned to the hall of the old community's depot center, squatted down and looked at the Zoo Nimos who had been following him. Okay, I'm leaving. I've already recorded all the Stardew Valley gifts you need, but the process of collecting these gifts may take a long time. I hope you can wait patiently. The Nimors did not form a text to talk to Leon, but just jumped around Leon, but let Leon feel their enthusiasm, expectations, and recognition. This scene continued until after Leon left the old community. The Zunimos disappeared into the air and hid again. At this moment, Leon stood at the door of the community center with his eyes squinted, allowing his eyes to get used to the light from the outside in a dim environment for a long time before leaving this area. This trip confirmed that the content of the sacrifice in the community center was no different from what I remember, and also completed a sacrifice in an area, which was a very interesting experience for Leon. Unlike in the game, when contacting these Zunimo in reality, Leon truly felt the innocence and kindness of these elves, and also saw the wonderful magic of Zunimos, which opened Lion's eyes. Maybe in the future, I will get old and have children and grandchildren. I don't have to be afraid of not being able to show off with the little guys who are happy under my knees. Leon was in a good mood and headed straight for his farm, looking at the farmland that had already begun to take shape, and fell into a tangle. At this scale, it was already a bit difficult for him to take care of himself, but it was not a big deal for him to put the 30 spring seeds he had just bought in his backpack. After hesitating for a long time, Leon finally chose to reclaim an area and plant these spring seeds. Anyway, you are idle. Instead of putting these seeds on a backpack for vacation, it is better to bury them in the soil and let them grow into mature crops to provide yourself with economic value. If you are tired, you will be tired. If you make money, you will not be terrible, let alone get rich by relying on your own hard work, which is absolutely an extremely glorious thing. It's just that after busy planting these spring seeds, Leon has withered. There is no way. So far, I have eaten a few biscuits in the morning and mixed a few bowls of fish soup on Leon's side. The energy provided by these things is completely different from the physical energy consumed by Leon. He is not because he is tired, but because he is hungry. But letting him walk to the town for half an hour to eat or cook by himself, Leon is not very willing. If he cooks by himself, the ingredients in the refrigerator will be quite troublesome, which gives Leon a headache. Hey, how great it would be if a kind-hearted person brought me a big meal at this time. Leon, who was extremely salty, lay on the steps in front of the wooden house, covering his empty belly, looking at the blue sky with his eyes blank, complaining. It's only daytime, you're just daydreaming. As soon as Leon finished complaining, someone talked on the side. The voice was very familiar, but Lion's slow brain, who was so hungry, could not recall where he had heard the sound. Fortunately, his mind was not very good, but his eyesight was still pretty good. Leon looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing the iconic purple hair at first glance, he knew who was coming. It's you, Abigail, why are you here? Jody asked me to come. She said she planned to form a dinner tonight and asked me to invite you to participate. Abigail squatted beside Leon and replied, not knowing whether it was a bad thing or a playful thing, but he boldly reached out and poked Lion's belly. After hearing Lion's stomach making a guzzling sound, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laughed secretly. It's Jody, I remember she said she wanted to invite me to the party. Lion's head was much clearer at this moment, remembering the chat of Jody when he met Hoja's supermarket last time. He thought it was just a politeness, but he didn't expect that Jody would come to the real thing. But why isn't Jody coming to invite me, but you? Thinking of this, Leon asked Abigail in confusion. After all, this matter should have been notified by the initiator Jody and himself. Even if the person didn't come, he should have written an email or something. Because I have a car. Abigail replied. What, do you actually have a car? Leon was really surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Abigail would actually have a car. After all, there was no such thing in the game. Why can't I have a car? Although it is an old sedan that my father eliminated, it can be at least on the road. Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly and asked back. What are you waiting for? Let's go. He was originally confused about how to go so far to Leon in the town under his condition. When he heard that Abigail had a car and he didn't have to walk, he stood up and urged him with vitality. Seeing this, Abigail looked at Leon with disgust and complained, "So you plan to wear such a dress to attend a dinner?" Chapter 43. Do you want to propose to me? What about that? Leon looked at his outfit. Although it was not formal, it was not ugly. Why couldn't it be possible? Abigail didn't say anything, but pointed to Leon's cuffs and trousers. Only then did Leon realize that the place where Abigail pointed was stained with a lot of mud, and it was not too surprising. After all, it was a farmer. It was strange that there was no mud on his body. Noting that his clothes were indeed a little sloppy, Leon replied calmly, "Okay, then I'll go change my clothes and take a shower. You may need to wait here for a while." "It's okay." Abigail nodded, expressing his distraction, and then took it for granted and entered the house with Leon and sat down on the chair. Seeing this scene, Leon was speechless. "Why should I change my clothes when you stay here? Is there any problem?" Abigail looked at Leon with a puzzled look and asked. "I said I'm going to take a shower," Leon added. "But you don't have a bathroom here. If you want to take a shower, you should be outside. Isn't it just right to avoid the problem of taking a shower and changing clothes?" Abigail answered naturally. Leon was stunned when he heard this, then thought for a while and found that what Abigail said made sense. He really needed to go out for a bath. He used the hose left by Robin to connect it to the faucet and hung it under the eaves outside. But it was strange that Abigail could know the details of his bathing, but seeing the other party lying on the coffee table and chewing, Leon had no choice but to ask, so he had to take a set of new clothes, fix the water pipe and go out. While taking a bath, you can also put your clothes under your feet and step on them. Take a bath and wash clothes at the same time. Single men are so cool. Just thinking of a beautiful girl in the room separated by a wall, Leon felt very strange. Fortunately, he had also seen big scenes and was not imaginary. He just occasionally paid attention to whether there were a pair of thief eyes in the corner of the wall. After washing her body and her clothes were trampled and wrinkled, but there was no mud, Leon hung the changed clothes under the eaves, put on new clothes, and entered the wooden house with his wet hair. "You've finished taking a shower?" Seeing Leon's appearance, Abigail raised his head blankly and asked, "Did I just fall asleep?" "No, take a shower and get things done in 5 minutes. How long do you think it will take?" Leon asked Abigail in confusion. 5 minutes? You're sure this can be washed clean? If you wash my hair in 5 minutes, you may not be able to finish it. Abigail looked at Leon with disgust when he heard this. "You can't just rinse it with water and take a shower." Leon was amused when he heard this, rolled up his sleeves and showed his healthy wheat-colored arms, placed them horizontally in front of Abigail. "You can rub it to see if you can rub it out of the mud, or smell it to see if there is any strange smell, and you will know whether I have washed it clean." Abigail was obviously confused by Lion's actions, and he really stretched out his hand to touch Lion's arm, leaned forward and sniffed it, but after a moment of reaction, he pushed Lion's arm away with a red face. Okay, I know you've washed it very clean, let's go. Then Abigail stood up and trotted away from the wooden house. Leon watched Abigail's back and showed a playful smile. Today, the daily routine of teasing the little girl was completed. Then Leon had no trace of ink. After taking a shower, he realized how hungry he was now. He urgently needed a high-calorie meal to fill the stomach that he had begun to digest. Abigail was not seen except for the wooden house. He walked towards the exit of the east side of the farm for a short while and waved to himself in front of an old boxes-shaped orange sedan. The appearance of this sedan reminds Leon of the Santana, the former rich man from 10,000 yuan in the village. While he misses him a little, he also feels moved. However, these problems are comparable to the difficulties my stomach is facing now, so Leon stepped forward and pulled the co-pilot away and sat on. Get off quickly, if you don't leave, I guess I can't help but cut you into the pot and cook. You still have such disgusting pica. Abigail knew that Leon was really joking, and he also cooperated to tease Leon. Yes, are you afraid? Leon said perfunctorily. I'm not afraid, and I think by that time, I don't know who will eat who. Abigail said to Leon very proudly, then twisted the key and turned around, driving the old sedan with poor shock absorption and galloping towards Pelican Town. Abigail's words also reminded Leon of a small interesting thing about Abigail, which is to give Abigail diamonds in the game. After receiving the gift, she would answer such an outrageous answer. Once, players made fun of Abigail as a serious iron-eating beast. Of course this is just one. This kind of outrageous thing should not happen in reality if a feedback dialogue bug is not. But Abigail said this, which made Leon feel a little unconfident. So while he was still on the road, Leon couldn't help but ask Abigail curiously, if I give you a diamond, what would you do with it? I'll probably find someone to inlay it on a necklace or earring. Abigail tilted his head and thought for a moment and replied. Leon asked in confusion, why isn't it a ring? Are you serious? Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly and complained, do you want to propose to me by giving diamonds to make a ring? Hey, don't be distracted when driving. Pay attention to the front, you're going to run into it. Leon noticed that the vehicle's forward route was deviated a little because of Abigail's turn, and hurriedly reminded Abigail. After seeing Abigail stabilized his direction again, he asked his doubts, does the wedding in Pelican Town also require a diamond ring? Shouldn't it be another representative of more inheritance and ritual, such as a mermaid pendant? I didn't see that you know quite well about the tradition of Stardew Valley, but no one has completed this tradition for a long time, because it is difficult to find a mermaid pendant. Legend has it that the old sailor ghost who sells it will only provide the qualification to buy a mermaid pendant for those who want to marry when they meet someone he admires. Everyone thinks this is just a story, so basically they use diamond rings as a token of proposal. Abigail explained to Leon, and at the same time he couldn't help but remind Leon, by the way, don't have any special thoughts about me. I haven't finished my college yet, so don't consider the issue of love for the time being. Chapter 44 Women's Night. After hearing this unexpected news, Leon remembered it in his heart, and at the same time he did not forget to respond to Abigail's reminder and replied without hesitation. Don't worry, I have no interest in a little girl like you. As an adult man, I prefer a more mature older sister. For example, Jodi's kind. Perhaps because Lion's way of speaking was too casual and familiar, Abigail couldn't help but joke with Leon. Well, it's indeed a good choice, but I personally am a pure warrior, so I'm still keeping a distance from wives and so on. If you want to find a single girl. Leon nodded seriously, but he still told his thoughts truthfully. Then Emily should fit your choice very well. She will take care of people and is older than you. Abigail helped Leon analyze seriously. You should take care of yourself. I am the same as you. I don't want to fall in love for the moment. What you need to pursue is study, and I still need to complete my career. If you fall in love now, it will only cause trouble for yourself. Leon looked at Abigail, who was like a matchmaker, and complained speechlessly. Well, I think so too. Things like love look very troublesome. You should find someone to restrain yourself when you can't figure it out in the future. Abigail looked at Leon with an approving look, obviously agreeing with Lion's statement. Just as I was talking and laughing, the car had already driven into Pelican Town. To Lion's surprise, Abigail did not drive the car to the dining place, but drove to the garage behind Pierre's shop. After parking the car, the next section of the road would need to be walked. Do you know that I'm so hungry that I can't walk anymore, so you plan to squeeze my last strength? When I was with Abigail, Leon was very relaxed. This girl was not the kind of girl who kept her rules. As long as she didn't involve some sensitive points, she could almost speak freely. So when communicating with Abigail, Leon always did it in the way of a buddy. And Abigail obviously communicated with Leon in this way, it is already good enough for you not to let you come from the farm. Besides, driving in the town is not safe, don't you know? That's because you're not good at driving. Leon complained. You can drive it, oh, no, you don't have a car. Abigail retorted to Leon without hesitation. When I have money, I will definitely buy a cooler sports car. Then the co-pilot will not be seated for you, and will stuff it into the trunk directly. Leon threatened Abigail viciously. Then I'll wait for you to see your distressed look when you drive back to Stardew Valley with a new car. In addition to pickup trucks, horses are the most suitable means of transportation for Stardew Valley roads. Abigail reminded Leon with a rare warm heart. After hearing this, Leon recalled the road he had walked in Stardew Valley. It seemed that except for the better road in Pelican Town, the other paths were basically hard to describe. Not to mention sports cars, the sedan had to be hung as a cat catcher board if it was a little lower. Forget it, it doesn't make sense not to buy it anymore. I'll take the bus. Although the bus route to the Calico Desert is gone, the buses to other places are still running as usual. When Leon came from Zuzu City, he took the bus. Abigail laughed secretly when he heard Lion's words. She was very happy that she obviously won the battle. Where are you having a dinner together this time? Leon asked in confusion as he watched the road with Abigail getting more and more remote. Of course it's in the Starfruit. After all, there are the best chefs in the town and they can also take care of Emily's work. Abigail replied. But why so biased? Leon recalled the road to Starfruit Bar, which was completely incomparable to this one. Because this is a small road, we entered through the back door, and Gus prepared a good big room for us so that our party would not disturb other guests. Abigail explained, then looked at Leon with contempt and complained, "You are not afraid anymore, are you?" There is one thing, after all, boys have to protect themselves when they are outside. Leon nodded and admitted. Upon hearing this, Abigail lost his desire to complain, and he accelerated his pace and tried to stay away from Leon so that he would not be seen and thought they were like people. Although he knew it was a small road, Leon was relieved when he saw the outline of the Starfruit bar. It was not because he felt a sense of security, but because he finally found a place to eat. Near the back door of the Starfruit bar, Abigail had already stepped in first, and Leon walked over and saw Jody snuggling against the wall next to the back door. "Hi Jody, thank you for your invitation." When I saw the initiator of this party, Leon naturally would not say hello and express his gratitude. Jody smiled and greeted Leon, "Haha, what a gentleman guy, come in quickly." Leon nodded, entered the door, and then, led by Jody, came to a wide room. At this moment, there were already several people sitting in the room at a long table, some of whom knew each other, some of whom were not, such as Haley, whom she met in the morning, and Abigail, who brought her over. Although they had never seen the other two, Leon could guess the other person's name from her hair color and dress. But Leon was a little confused about why all the girls appeared here were girls, and a man couldn't see them. The appearance of Leon naturally attracted the attention of the girls who were chatting. Except for Abigail, the other three girls' expressions were quite surprised. Especially Haley, she widened her eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" "Ah, Jody invited me here," Leon replied. "Is that true? Jody, didn't you say that tonight is a women's night?" Haley complained speechlessly at Jody standing behind Leon and laughing. Jody had no way to watch the fun anymore, so he stood up from behind Leon and explained, "Okay, girls, this is indeed a women's night dinner, but I still owe Leon a dinner, so I remembered to let him come to this dinner together, and I think not only I want to invite him, but Maru and Leah should also want to meet the new farmer in Stardew Valley." "Of course, I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Leon. I'm Maru, I'm happy to see a new face in Stardew Valley." With Jody's explanation, tall black-skinned girls stood up. Although they had black skin, their facial features were very three-dimensional and delicate. The color of the skin did not conceal his appearance, but added a unique charm to him. In addition, wearing glasses and the bookish spirit on his body, it added a lot of points. "So too. I heard that you moved to Stardew Valley from the city. I think we should have a lot of common topics. By the way, my name is Leah, and I live in the riverside cabin below Marnie's ranch. We can be regarded as neighbors." Another standard European-looking orange-haired ponytail girl waved her hand enthusiastically at Leon and introduced herself. "Today I found that there is actually a function of readers to correct errors. I hope you can use this function when you find typos that affect your reading experience. I am grateful for it. Because I am half-blind, I rely on my brothers to correct my mistakes." Chapter 45 3 People Leave. "Hello, I'm very happy to know you. Although the way you get to know each other was unexpected, it was a good start, right?" Leon greeted the two of them with a smile, and then shook hands with them politely. There was no way, the other party reached out first, which was not considered as Leon taking the advantage. Seeing this, Haley glared at Leon angrily. Of course, what was angry was not the other party that appeared in this women's night dinner, but the politeness and smile that Leon showed to Maru and Leah for the first meeting. Haley remembered that when she first met Leon, Leon was in a position to deal with errands. Looking at the current way of greeting others in a cordial way, the gap between them was too big. But she completely forgot the scene when she first met Leon and her misunderstanding that Leon was a thief, perhaps the main reason why Leon was perfunctory to her at that time. After the three of them finished greetings, Jody came over, pressed Lion's shoulder and arranged him to sit down on the relatively empty side, while he sat beside him and joked. "I didn't expect you to meet Haley and Abigail in advance. Then, with Emily, the outstanding girls in Stardew Valley, you seem to have known each other for more than half. Fortunately, I thought you were not very good at socializing, so I specially prepared this dinner for you today to expand your social circle." "You really plan to get in touch with me?" Leon looked at Jody with a wry smile when he heard this. He thought Jody was joking before, but who would have thought that this elder sister would come to be the real one? "That's not. I just think you should get to know young people of your age. If it weren't for my son Sam and the others going to rehearse tonight, I would also invite the boys, depending on the situation. I can only do next time," Jody explained with a smile. "No need, it's all right once. This kind of scene is too lively. I like to be quieter." Leon shook his head and declined the offer. Last time he agreed to Jody's request to attend her dinner. He happened to be hungry and would come out this time. Otherwise, Leon would lie on the farm and wait until he was so hungry that he would find something to eat. After eating, he would choose to lie flat on the bed. "Don't you like socializing? Well, okay." Jody was a little disappointed when she heard this, but she did not force it. It can be seen that Jody was still very obedient and paid attention to other people's attitudes. "It's not that I don't like socializing, but I have a lot of things to be busy with and can't take time. To be honest, I've been busy with empty stomachs until now after eating something casually in the morning. I don't even have enough time to eat. How much time do you think I have to spend participating in social activities?" Leon explained to Jody in a low voice, and did not forget to comfort Jody. "I appreciate the good intentions. When the farm operation stabilizes in the future, I will go out to make friends by myself. Don't worry about this." "Well, you are such a hard-working young man, but the food still needs to be delicious. Wait for me." Jody looked at Leon with great distress when he heard this. This young man, who is about the same age as his eldest son, came to Zingla Valley alone while his eldest son was still making trouble, and shouldered the revival of an old farm. Under such heavy pressure, he could still maintain an optimistic and polite attitude, which made Jody suddenly overflow with maternal love. "No." Before Leon could finish speaking, Jody got up and left the room. Because of Jody's departure, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became much quieter. There were girls who were talking and laughing before, and now the voice of Lion's appearance became much smaller. Leon didn't mean to bother them. He had no social needs now, only a meal needs. However, he didn't go to find the girls, and some of the girls didn't want to let Leon go. First, Abigail walked to the seat beside Leon openly and sat down and asked, "Are you feeling hungry?" "What do you think?" Leon leaned against the chair like a salted fish and complained weakly. "Hee, there are still people who haven't arrived. You may have to wait a while. I hope you don't starve to death." Abigail teased at Leon with a smile. Leon raised his middle finger at Abigail speechlessly. Abigail was not angry, but laughed happier. "You are hungry here, I'll go out for some breath." After saying that, Abigail also left, letting Leon lean on the chair and look up at the ceiling above his head with his eyes blank. It seemed that Leon was too idle, and another figure appeared in the seat beside Leon. Leon glanced at the big waves of blonde hair, and knew that it was Haley coming. "Your face doesn't seem to be very good." "Of course, I don't care about you, I just think your condition is very strange, so I ask." Haley, who sat down, asked about Lion's face at the first time, and specifically emphasized that her ideas were full of arrogant style. "Hungry." Leon said 2 short words to explain his situation clearly. "Hungry? Didn't you eat at noon?" Haley looked at Leon in surprise and asked. "It should be said that we have not eaten until now when we met at the old community center." Leon replied, "Okay, I have answered your doubts. You can leave. I don't want to talk now, I really have no strength." "Then why don't you order food in front and eat something in advance to make your stomach?" Haley didn't mean to let Leon go, and looked at Leon with disgust. "You can't bear to spend money to eat, right? When someone treats you, you eat in front of her before the host's seat. Have you considered the face and ideas of the initiator?" Leon complained to Haley with contempt. Haley's blood pressure suddenly rose after being choked by Lion's words, but she couldn't tell anything about what Leon said, so she had to glare at Leon angrily, then got up and left the room. All 3 people who were talking to Leon left, and only Lionia and Maru were left in the room, and the atmosphere became even more silent and awkward. The 2 girls didn't know what was going on, and they didn't even have the interest in chatting. They sat silently in their seats, looking at their noses and their hearts, not knowing whether they should leave or wait for others to come back here. Leon also noticed the restrained attitude of the 2 girls and raised his strength to explain, "Jody should have gone to pick up other people. Abigail went out to get some breath. She couldn't stay idle. As for Haley, she should have gone to find her sister. That's it." After hearing Lion's explanation, these people who went out had their own reasons, and it was not for some special reason. Maru and Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Because Leon was the first to speak, the 2 of them noticed that Leon was in a bad state at this moment and wanted to ask, but because they had just met, they didn't know how to speak. So at this moment, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Chapter 46, Continuous Feeding. Fortunately, this time didn't last long, so Jody came back first. "Look at what I have brought you." As soon as Jody appeared, she came to Lion's side and hid her hand behind her back and asked, "Eat." Although Leon couldn't see what Jody was hiding, he recalled his previous conversation with Jody before leaving. "I knew that this understanding wife must have heard that she was hungry and went to get food for herself. It's not a good thing to be too smart sometimes. You will miss a lot of surprises." Jody said with some regret when he heard this, put a portion of French fries hidden behind him in front of Leon and said, "I just fried it. You can eat something to fill your stomach first. I ordered a lot of delicious food tonight. Don't just eat these French fries to eat enough." "Thank you." Leon looked at the fried golden potatoes in front of him, and he was salivating. This high-calorie food was what he needed most now, and it was sent by Jody. As the initiator of the party, there was no need to consider whether it was polite. Of course, Jody didn't prepare such a portion for Leon. The other hand hiding behind her brought out a plate of French fries again and placed it in front of Leah and Maru. "There is another portion here that you can use as snacks. Now it's a busy time. Emily can't get free for the time being. It will take some time for us to start eating." Lee and Maru were relieved because of Jodi's appearance. When Lee politely rejected Jodi's kindness and Maru tried to eat a few chips, the three of them got together and started chatting again. The main content of the chat was about Leon. Of course, it was not because they had any other thoughts about Leon. They just wanted to know why the newly recognized farmer looked so bad. Jodi should be very familiar with Leon. It was much easier to ask Jodi than to ask Leon himself. When they learned that Leon was so busy working on the farm that he didn't even eat lunch and was so hungry, the two girls understood why Jodi brought French fries and smiled kindly at Leon's appearance of eating Hesse at this moment. He is a very pure person, Leah said as she looked at the scene where Leon had no appearance. How did you see it? Maru asked curiously. If it were you, even if you were so hungry at a party of ladies, would you eat like him? Lee asked back. No. Maru shook her head and put herself in her shoes and thought about this situation. She would definitely choose to endure hunger because of her reserve. Lee nodded and sighed, yes, so I said he is a very pure person. He doesn't care about other people's eyes and follows his needs to do what he wants. He really envies people like him. Don't you think he's rude? Jodi, who was listening to the conversation between the two, asked tentatively. No, eating when you are hungry is human instinct. What's the point of feeling rude? If I'm hungry for a day, maybe I'm more ugly than him, but I shouldn't have the calmness of his eyes under the eyes of others. Lee replied. I don't think he is rude either. Instead, I feel a little hungry when I see him eating. Maru agreed with a smile. Jodi looked at the two girls when she heard this, then looked at Leon who was eating French fries, and nodded silently, and an ant's smile appeared on her face. And here, Leon ate French fries and finally felt that he had food in his stomach, which made him feel much more comfortable, and he became energetic and swept away his decadence before. Leon, who had recovered his energy, also noticed that the three ladies from the opposite side were looking at him, wiped his hands and said to the three of them, "Sorry, my eating habits are a bit ugly, please forgive me." It's okay. If you are not full, you can take this portion too. Lee answered first, and at the same time pushed the fries in front of her towards Leon. No need, I have to keep some stomach ready to enjoy a formal dinner. Thank you for your kindness. Leon shook his head and refused. It happened to be this time that Abigail came back, but she looked a little sneaky when she came back. She immediately slipped to Leon after entering the door, and then stuffed Leon a hot bread wrapped in oil paper. I brought you some food, you can eat something secretly to your stomach. Ah! Didn't you tell me to go out for some breath? Leon was a little moved when he saw Abigail's little movements, but at this moment he was not so hungry because of a French fries, so he had the strength to tease the girl again. Yes, but if you faint from hunger here, you will be embarrassed. As a friend, you cannot see you as embarrassing, so I brought you some food. Abigail replied with confidence. Haha, okay, then thank you for your kindness, but I had already eaten something in advance, and it was brought by Jodi for me. I won't eat this bread, otherwise I'd already had enough food in advance when I was eating later and didn't touch the dishes that Jodi ordered at all, that would be really embarrassing. Leon looked at Abigail's shy look, not as teased by him, and suddenly felt regretful and lost the idea of teasing Abigail. Okay, it seems that I'm too worried. Jodi is so nice to you and very careful. No wonder you like more mature girls. Abigail stuck out his tongue and sighed. What are you doing? Leon was a little confused when he saw Abigail finishing his words and planned to take back the bread he had just handed over. You are not hungry, why do you want bread? Abigail replied with confidence. I can keep it for tomorrow's breakfast. Leon also snatched the bread back and retorted. You are so careful and calculating, and it really looks like my dad. Abigail, I haven't been grabbing bread this time, but I haven't forgotten what I should have complaints. Leon nodded proudly, this is called being able to live, it is the beautiful virtue of a mature man. If you meet a man like us in the future and it makes you moved, you will marry without hesitation. Such a man will bring you happiness. Abigail turned his eyes blankly when he heard this, and then came to Leah and the others. He looked at the French fries on the table, and then put them in his mouth. He naturally integrated into the chat group of the three. Just as Leon was quietly admiring the smiles of four ladies of different styles chatting, Haley's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Leon, come out, I have something to look for you. Chapter 47. Just want to have a safe me. What did you have to ask me to come out? Despite saying so, Leon still stood up and went out. When he saw Haley outside the door holding a small plate of pasta, Leon was stunned for a moment. Hey, a small portion of pasta is enough for you to put your stomach a little before eating. This is the embarrassing thing about me talking about your hungry days when I was chatting with my sister. She asked me to send it to you. Haley still had a disgusting expression and forced the pasta to Lion's hand, with a fork on the face. Leon looked at Haley. Although the other party had a disgusting expression, the flush on his cheeks was so conspicuous. Obviously, this girl was shy, so the credibility of what she said was not so high. But in the face of this situation, Leon was a little helpless. Although this portion of pasta was small, it was also a serious carbohydrate and was not easy to store. It is easy to hurt people's hearts if they don't eat it. If you eat it, you may not be able to eat too much for your later dinner, so you are very confused. Haley didn't know what Leon was thinking, but just looked at Leon holding the plate with a tangled expression. After a while, she was not able to see Leon move the fork, and she suddenly became annoyed. Do you dislike my sister's kindness? No, I'm just a little moved and I can't bear to put it in my mouth. Leon made a casual remark and directly offset Haley's anger. Haley, who turned red in an instant, stammered and said, "Isn't the food just for food? You think about it yourself, I'm going back." As he said that, Haley ran into the room like a runaway, and Leon hesitated in the aisle alone with this small portion of pasta. In the end, Leon felt that he was standing here with such a pasta, so he picked up a fork and rolled up the pasta and quickly put it into his mouth, eating it clean. Then he walked the plate and knife and fork along the aisle to the front hall, quietly placed it in front of the bar, and then returned to the separate private room for dinner. Just as he entered, Leon noticed that everyone in the room subconsciously cast their eyes towards him. When Haley saw her appear, she stood up and walked over, pulled Lion's arm hard and dragged him out of the room. Haley's actions shocked Leon, but what surprised him even more was that this girl was amazingly powerful. You don't wipe your mouth after you finish eating, there is sauce on your mouth. As soon as Haley dragged out the door, Haley let go of Lion's arm and pointed at the corner of Lion's mouth and reminded. Leon subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he tasted some of the sauce and shrugged, I didn't pay attention to this, I'll find a tissue to wipe it. Use this. Haley hesitated for a moment, took out a handkerchief embroidered with sunflowers and handed it to Leon. Leon looked at the handkerchief and did not reach out to pick it up. The main reason was that Haley was making her do not know how to react. After all, the girl's handkerchief was a close-fitting object. Seeing Lion's stunned look, Haley stomped her feet in a hurry. Then, regardless of whether Leon would like to use it or not, she tiptoed and stretched out her hand, and used her handkerchief to wipe off the sauce left on the corner of Lion's mouth. Then Haley didn't care about the stains on the handkerchief, so she casually put them in a group and took them back, so she bypassed Leon and went back as if nothing had happened. As for Leon, he sighed helplessly, and felt a headache when he smelled the smell of perfume left at the tip of his nose. I'm being flirted with. However, this thought just flashed by, and Leon threw it away and returned to the room. Haley had already sat down at this moment, but compared to the others, Haley seemed a little out of place. She did not participate in the girls' chat. Except for Jody occasionally chatting with Haley, most of the other girls didn't care much about Haley. This unexpected discovery made Leon feel a little sympathetic to the girl, but Leon could understand the reason. Haley's temperament and attitude towards others, if she is not a person with a very good relationship that can understand her nature, she will basically not accept the attitude she shows when she is with someone with an ordinary relationship. In this regard, Leon did not sit over to relieve Haley's embarrassment. Because it was not suitable, it was easy to anger Haley, which made her think that she was sympathized with. On the contrary, Lion's choice to sit alone here is the best choice. After all, when two people are out of place in a social situation, the only person who was isolated seems less conspicuous. This situation lasted for half an hour, and the dinner was officially done until Emily and Penny appeared together. Start. Before the dinner began, Jody, the opening remarks of the host, were naturally indispensable. However, when Jody was about to introduce Leon to Penny, he was surprised to find that Penny actually knew Leon, and seeing the nature of Penny and Leon greeting each other, it was obviously not as simple as an ordinary nodding friend. In this way, Jody gave up his plan to continue to warm up the scene and started the dinner party directly. The food was delivered by Gus himself. After seeing the scene of 7 women and 1 man, Gus was really stunned for a while, and finally gave Leon a thumbs up before leaving after serving. Leon did not notice Gus' approval. At this moment, he was squeezing the remaining space in his stomach and converting those delicious foods into nutrients to fill his taste buds. Leon is very experienced in eating mats. He can wait until he is full and considers the greetings on the table. First, fill his stomach. It's a pity that the tree wants to be quiet and the wind does not stop. Originally, before Emily and Penny came, Leon was sitting on the side alone, but after the two of them appeared, they sat directly in the empty seats on both sides of Leon, surrounding Lion's left and right. At the same time, they were not idle while Leon was working hard to make meals. Leon, I didn't expect you to come. It turned out that this is the surprise that Jody was talking about. Oh? Don't you know the news that I'm here? I don't know, Haley didn't say anything when she met me, but just ordered a small portion of pasta from me. That's how it is. Then you have seen my sister Haley, too. She is the blonde girl over there. Although she looks very difficult to get along with, she is very good. I will introduce you to you in the future. Just after we finished talking with Emily, Penny followed closely and continued the conversation. Leon, how does the cookies taste? Is there anything that needs improvement? It tastes great, your craft is great. But it should be much worse than Gus. You can tell from your current meal situation. Gus is indeed the best chef in our town. That's because I'm hungry. Are you hungry? I can help you with whatever you want. No, I'll do it myself. Leon felt really tired while eating while communicating with the two. The most terrible thing is that the interaction between the three was quite eye-catching in this small dinner. Leon saw Haley's contemptuous eyes more than once, Abigail's playful smile and Jody's aunt's smile, and Lee and Maru's curious eyes made him feel very distressed. When he was almost full, Leon immediately proposed to go out to the toilet as a reason, and Lightspeed escaped from the room. Chapter 48. It turned out to be the Hungmen banquet. After leaving the box, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and felt the long-lost tranquility and ease. Leon felt that he was a relatively thick-skinned social terrorist, but only those who had experienced it would understand the inexplicable pressure. Especially on such occasions, there is a funny man laughing on his aunt's side. As the person concerned who is being watched by his aunt's smile, Leon is under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, I can temporarily rely on escape as an excuse to avoid this scene, but Leon himself did not have the idea of going to the toilet, so he took advantage of this time and Leon chose to go to the front desk to find Gus. Look at who is here, ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you are so popular, you can actually get into the girls' night organized by Jody. It's so good to be young. Seeing Lion's arrival, Gus, who was wiping the wine glass, smiled heartily and joked to Leon. It's just because of the favors that caused by the last time Jody was invited to drink. Leon explained, waving his hands and sitting on the stool next to Gus' bar. It's understandable that Jody is a warm-hearted person, and it's rare that our Pelican's town has a new face. She also wants you to stay in Pelican's town. Gus nodded and said. Are you planning to use a beauty trick on me? Leon complained with a wry smile. Beauty scheme. Gus didn't quite understand the strange word Leon said. It's just the meaning of using a beautiful girl to tie my heart and make me reluctant to leave this place. Realizing that Gus didn't understand, or that the world didn't know the Eastern culture, Leon explained to Gus the vocabulary that appeared in this world for the first time. You have this idea, but it's not just for you. Gus smiled and reminded Leon, this is a two-sided friendship. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. Gus looked around and confirmed that there was no one else before he explained to Leon in a low voice. I am considered an old man from Pelican Town. Except for Leah and Elliot, these kids were later, and I grew up watching them. There are many young people in the town, but only a few of them are better. Among the girls, the ones you see today. The young guys are about the same number, but the little guys who should be considered childhood sweethearts did not form a pair as we old people thought. Oh? And this is also the case. Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, in the game, players are considered outsiders. Among the local residents of Pelican Town, they were originally equipped with official partners. Although there is no certain relationship, it is very positive to have a good impression of each other. Often, after the player arrives, he can freely guide his favorite characters among these potential couples who have not yet broken the window paper. Why did you get to the real world? The situation is a little different? Maybe it's because they are too familiar with each other, or maybe it's because those brats are too rebellious. Of course, as far as I know, it should be that boys and girls don't like each other. Gus continued to quell his tone and explained to Leon, love is born from the unknown mystery and the mutual attraction between the two parties' personality flaws. These children have grown up together since childhood and have too much understanding of each other. It is precisely because they are too familiar with each other that they can get along as friends, but as partners, it may not be very likely. Speaking of this, Gus sighed, everyone takes each other's shortcomings into consideration, how can it be so easy to spark love? Moreover, most of the boys also have their own love partners. On the contrary, these girls have not changed much yet, so I said this is a two-sided friendship. So that's it. Leon could understand Gus's statement, just like you have a child with the opposite sex. Since childhood, except for some individual cases, most of them basically regard the other party as a good friend, but there are only a few cases when you go to the marriage hall. Rabbits do not eat grass by their nests, and their home flowers do not have the fragrance of wild flowers. These common sayings are not to be joked. So don't worry about the children. Although those girls have their own shortcomings, they are all good girls without exception. If you like them, go after them boldly. This will not waste Jody's kindness. After Gus finished speaking, he waved his arms, as if he was expelling Leon. What you want to do now is not to chat with me, an old man, but to go back and join their topic. Do you understand? Hey, then I'll take a step first. After chatting with Gus for a while, it was indeed a bit inappropriate to stay outside, so Leon said goodbye to Gus and returned to the private room. You've been out for so long, I thought you went to pay the bill. Seeing Lyon's return, Jody quipped at Leon with a smile. Oh, yes, I forgot about this, why don't I go out again? Then pretend I haven't come back. Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then realized the problem. Jody smiled and shook her head, stepped forward and pressed Leon on the chair and sat down. Don't think about it, I've already paid the order in advance. Even if you propose this, Gus won't agree. Leon thought of Jody's current situation when he heard this. He was raising 2 children alone, and her husband was still fighting on the front line. The expenses of this dinner party may make Jody live a very tight life in recent times. Just as Leon was trying to say something, Jody approached Lyon's ear and whispered, "Don't worry about the expenses. In fact, this money is not just me, but others have helped to provide it. The expenses I actually paid are not large." What do you mean? Leon asked in a low voice in confusion. You've gone to see Gus. He should have told you a lot. I've reminded you like this. Are you smart and still unable to understand the reason? Jody asked back. I understand, so that's it. When Leon heard this, he suddenly realized that there was more than Jody the initiator of this dinner, and there were other people involved. Not to mention anything else, Gus definitely had one, and perhaps Louis also got involved. This also made Leon realize that what Gus said was indeed true, and this was a premeditated hangmen banquet. However, compared to this blind date that already had official significance, Leon was more curious about how Jody knew that she had not gone to the bathroom. So, adhering to the principle of having problems boldly speaking, Leon threw this problem to Jody, and Jody did not have the habit of being a riddle man. You have never been to the bathroom, so you don't know that the bathroom is actually not far from the right outside the door, and the direction you go out is on the left. So that's it. Leon then realized that the reason was so simple, but it was so fatal. It was a blessing that Leon did something wrong, otherwise this fatal loophole would definitely cause trouble for Leon. Chapter 49. This is not a game, but a reality. When Jody saw Lion's thoughtful look, she thought Leon was embarrassed, so she changed the topic and reminded Leon, "Don't you plan to join the girls' chat?" "No plan." Leon shook his head, "I even want to go back and rest early." Jody glared at Leon with dissatisfaction and complained, "What are you saying? Why don't you seize such a good opportunity? Is there a possibility that I don't have these thoughts at all now?" Leon asked back with his eyebrows raised and looked at Jody. "Hi." Jody was confused by Lion's words. It took him a long time to react. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Leon get up. "Thank you for the invitation, Ms. Jody, the dinner is great." After saying to Jody, Leon turned to the girls who saw him get up and cast his eyes and said, "I'll leave first, pretty girls, you can continue your women's night, I hope you have a good time." After saying that, Leon waved his hand to say goodbye to everyone, and finally left Jody with an apology and left the room coolly. It was said that it was a dinner party, but it was actually a blind date or a person who was hiding it from the participants. This made Leon feel very unhappy. When all this is based on the premise that the elders are anxious about the younger generations, this dinner will be losing the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere it should have. Jody is indeed good, and the girls are also excellent. He is also a man with normal needs, but finding a girlfriend is not in his plan now, because the capital Leon now does not have enough capital to support his ambitions. That's why he left so resolutely, because if he stayed, in addition to not wanting to make the atmosphere more awkward, Leon was more afraid that he would be able to do everything, thus exposing his charm and intestines to make these girls be wary. He is not a person who follows the rules, and the politeness and kindness he showed when he first came here is because he is better integrated into this place. Stardew Valley was once a paradise he yearned for in his busy work. Although some strange events interspersed in the game plot, it can still bring many beautiful memories to Leon, who is under heavy pressure in the impetuous society. But when all this becomes reality, those NPCs become living people with flesh and blood, their own thoughts and cognitions. Then some inevitable situations also appeared before Lion's eyes. For example, Pan was drunk and no one helped him at the bar door, Jody's hangman banquet, the bachelors in the town had found their own partner, and the scene of Haley being isolated, etc., are all scenes that could not appear in the game. What happened tonight made Leon realize that he had to re-understand the world. The real world has changed so many times. This world no longer runs like in the game, and it is planned as planned by a fixed program. Then the inertial thinking that originally existed in Leon also needs to be changed accordingly. Accompanied by the moonlight, Leon returned to his farm. He thought about it a lot along the way and now only felt a little dizzy in his head. A refreshing and high-quality sleep is what he needs most now. However, he did not rush to fall asleep, but sat on the wooden steps at the door and looked at the plants under the moonlight. Although other changes are unacceptable, the things that make Leon happy are at least the farm that belongs to it now has not changed. Welcome to Stardew Valley, welcome to Red Star Farm. Leon muttered to himself as he looked up at the quiet farm, then looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, and returned to the room with a satisfied smile, took off his coat and lay on the slightly narrow single bed. He fell asleep without taking long. The sun rose as usual the next day, and Leon, who had already developed an early biological clock, opened his eyes when the sun's light shone through the window on the head of the bed. After a simple washing, Leon did not leave the house to water the crop as before, but instead selected ingredients suitable for breakfast in the refrigerator, and then accompanied the bread that Abigail brought to him yesterday. He solved the breakfast problem for himself first, and then began to replenish the plants on the ground one by one. Leon didn't want to experience the hungry work scene yesterday, and his thoughts on his way home last night also made him decide to change his lifestyle. Be kind to yourself, work hard and devote more to the farm, be vigilant against others, and keep your own judgment on some matters, which may make your life in Stardew Valley easier and better. After watering the plants on these cultivated fields, Leon glanced at the time on his watch and found that it was not yet lunchtime. So he cleaned up the mud on his hands and his trouser legs and came to the shipment box. Open the shipping box, it was still empty. The money exchanged for the green onion sent yesterday did not appear in the shipping box. However, Leon was not worried, but instead focused on the mailbox next to the shipment box. After opening the lid of the box, there was indeed a letter lying inside, but the envelope was written not on the name of Louis, but on the name of Jody. Leon took apart the envelope, looked at the contents, and kneaded it into a ball and threw it into the fire pit that he arranged not far from the wooden house. He waited for lunch to burn it, so he didn't need to go to the trash can. It's not that the content in the letter is so annoying. In this letter, Jody just wrote greetings and some interesting things that happened during the dinner after Leon left yesterday, which was to make up for the gap in memory after Leon left. The reason why I didn't put it away, but was preparing to burn it away was simply because Leon felt that the letter had no value to retain. What happened to the subsequent development of the party? Leon didn't care. Jody's greetings, Leon didn't care. What Leon cared about was whether Jody realized that he would not cooperate with the good thing in the eyes of their so-called elders. Obviously, Jody didn't notice this, so in Leon's view, this letter was completely meaningless waste paper. After doing all this, Leon thought it was nothing happened. The expected shipping payment would probably take several days, and there was no way to get the payment immediately like in the game. So Leon returned to the room and turned on the TV. After all, this is the only entertainment method in Leon that can be experienced without leaving home. Although the show seems a bit out of date in Leon's eyes, it does not make Leon feel bored. Especially the young lady who is responsible for broadcasting local news is very beautiful and her voice is also very good. When it was time for lunch, Leon turned off the TV and started preparing lunch. After simply filling his stomach, Leon found the bamboo fish given by Willie in the room. The rod, carried it on his shoulder, left the farm. After all, there is not much to do in the farm now. Apart from watering the plants planted, it may be to clean up the farm's gravel and unscrupulously growing trees. However, these are not what Leon wants to do for the time being. Now the clearing of the vacant lot is enough for you to use. It takes a lot of money to make the farm look like you planned. Before the crops mature, the only way Leon can think of now is to go fishing. Although wild pigs make money, Leon, who has already been browsing around Stardew Valley for a rough time, doesn't think that these naturally growing wild collectibles can be refreshed randomly the next day like in the game. After all, this is not a game, but a reality. Recently, I have been observing everyone's comments secretly. One thing I care about is that some friends say the plot is too dull and think it's right, so later, I will change the style a little. Chapter 50 Bicycle Purchase Plan. Although the spring sunshine is not hot, it has been exposed to the direct sun for a long time, and it is necessary to walk on foot, which makes Lion's forehead unconsciously sweat seep out. You have to find a transportation tool for yourself, otherwise it will be a waste of time every time you go out. After spending half an hour walking to Pelican Town, Leon couldn't help but complain, and at the same time gave up the idea of going directly to the beach to find Willie. When it comes to transportation tools, besides cars, the first option that comes to mind is a bicycle. Even in the 1990s when Leon was born, bicycles were still the mainstream transportation tool in rural life. A road that a car could not walk, a bicycle could walk, a slope that a car could not reach, and a bicycle could carry it. In addition, the cheapness of the bicycle is not provocative and can be carried alone in special circumstances to avoid the realm of riding. The main focus is cost-effectiveness and universality. So Leon, who was carrying a fishing rod, first changed his destination to Hoja's supermarket. It is not clear where to buy bicycles in Pelican Town, Lions, but as in foreign capital, you can definitely buy it. Sure enough, after spending 20 minutes, Leon saw the shelves responsible for displaying bicycles on the shelves in Hoja's supermarket. Unfortunately, these bicycles are too small and have auxiliary wheels, which are basically prepared for children. Is there no bicycle that adults can ride? Found Morris, the head of the Pelican Town Hoja supermarket, who was standing in front of the shelves and urged employees to work, and Leon asked immediately. Yes, but there is no inventory in the local warehouse. If you have any demands, I will submit an application for transfer to the headquarters according to your choice of style and price. After hearing Lion's inquiry, Morris replied with a smile. It will take a long time. Leon complained. I am worthy of being the former supermarket supply chain coordinator. Just like Mr. Leon, you know, it will take at least 1 week to submit an application and receive the goods. Morris said, not forgetting to praise Lion's understanding of the operation of the Hoja supermarket. You are quite concerned. After knowing that I used to work at Hoja's house, I also specifically investigated my past information. Leon was not surprised that Morris knew that he had once had a position and work area at Hoja's house and had resigned, but his former personnel information was still kept in the system of Hoja's supermarket. After all, you are a potential customer and are very likely to become a senior member or even a local supplier. It is worth keeping your attention to you, Morris explained humbly. When it comes to senior members, I thought of another solution. If you now join the senior membership system of the Pelican Town branch of Hoja supermarket, I can directly recruit a bicycle that meets your purchasing requirements from other stores, and you may get your bike tomorrow. Goodbye. As soon as he heard this, Leon turned around and left. His decisive attitude and speed of departure made Morris' prepared sales draft directly kill him. Leon, who left the Hoja supermarket, raised his middle finger at the door of the Hoja supermarket without hesitation. Not to mention that joining a senior membership requires a membership fee of 500. If you join a senior member of the Hoja family, it will become a bargaining chip for Morris to persuade Louis to sell the old community center to the Hoja family supermarket. This is not something Leon can agree to. After all, aren't the beloved men of Viagra more than Morris? Moreover, people received gifts and returned gifts. Compared with this, Hoja's supermarket is a capitalist who should be hung under the street lights. Apart from using money to do business, there is no kickback at all. Leon, are you going to fish? Just as Leon was standing at the door of Hoja's supermarket thinking about where to find a bicycle supplier that can pick up goods directly, Louis, who was walking over here, saw Leon greeting enthusiastically. Good morning, Louis, I happen to have a question to consult you. Seeing Louis, Leon immediately smiled. Louis was no more familiar with everything about Pelican's Town than himself. It is definitely the best choice to ask him for answers to his own questions. Does there be any bicycle sales merchants in Pelican Town? In addition to Hoja's supermarket. Bicycle? Oh, you are planning to use it for transportation, right? Louis was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then immediately responded and replied, apart from Hoja's supermarket, there is really no second merchant in Pelican Town selling bicycles. However, if you don't dislike second-hand goods, I know where to get you a bicycle. Where? I don't care whether it's a brand new bike, as long as I can ride it. George, do you know? An old man from Pelican Town has a well-preserved old-fashioned bicycle. Although the style may not fit your aesthetic, the bicycle can definitely adapt perfectly to the road conditions in Stardew Valley. Louis said, and did not forget to remind Leon, he lost his legs because of the mine accident many years ago, and his temper was not very good. Maybe you can wait for me to finish the work. I'll go with you. I'll go by myself later. Grandma Evelyn and I have a good relationship. By the way, Louis, are you going to Hoja's supermarket to inspect the business situation or to issue a fine notice to Hoja in response to my proposal yesterday? Leon nodded and answered, then asked about the purpose of Louis's visit to Hoja's supermarket. After all, if it is the latter, Leon can still help. There are both, but you don't need to worry about it. I sorted out the information and laws yesterday and confirmed that the Hoja family working team represented by Morris is indeed illegal mining. I have said hello to the governor. He supports me very much in proposing a heavy punishment for the Hoja family's behavior. After all, Stardew Valley is one of the best tourist attractions in China, and it attaches great importance to the natural ecological protection of Stardew Valley. After saying this, Louis couldn't help but smile. As he explained to Leon, his face was full of confidence and pride. In Louis's opinion, this fine is already a sure win, and the proceeds from the fine will also be charged into the local development fund of Pelican's Town, which makes Louis, who is short of money, unhappy. There is another question. My shipment box yesterday produced a batch of green onions and some wild plants. I don't know when I will receive the payment. Leon continued to ask. I have to wait 2 days. I will put the money in the letter and mail it to you. Louis was stunned at first when he heard this, and then immediately comforted Leon. Seeing this, Leon smiled, and said nothing more. He waved his hand to Louis and left first. Chapter 51 Unexpected Decision. After parting with Louis, while Leon walked towards the town, he also recalled the confusion when Louis answered just now when he could receive the shipment payment. Obviously, the mayor, who told Leon that he would help Leon transport farm products out for sale, did not do it himself as he said. As for whether the payment received from the mail later was really mailed by Louis or mailed in Louis' name, it is even less known, but these are not much different for Leon, just receive the money. The place where George's family lives should be quite close to Star Bar. After all, Leon met Evelyn near Star Fruit Bar. As an old man, she would never go too far from home to open a small garden. In addition, Grandma Evelyn told Leon that the place where she lives was a single-family villa. So Leon only needs to find a single-family villa near the Star Fruit Bar. With the search range and general area, Leon soon found the villa and rang the doorbell outside the door. The one who came to open the door for me was a strong young man, about the same height as Leon, but he looked quite sunny, but the muscles on his arms were a little exaggerated. "Hello, stranger, is there anything wrong?" the young man asked in confusion as he looked at Leon's strange face. "My name is Leon, I am the new farmer. Today I am here to visit Grandma Evelyn and Mr. George." While introducing himself, Leon did not forget to explain his purpose. "So you are the Leon that Grandma said? Hello, my name is Alex, please come in." Alex immediately stretched out his hand and put it on Leon's arm, enthusiastically pulling him closer to the villa. At the same time, after Leon entered the house, Alex shouted loudly, "Grandma, Grandma, Mr. Leon, you mentioned several times, to come to you." Accompanied by Alex's shout, Grandma Evelyn walked out of the room with a wheelchair sitting in a bald old man, and smiled when she saw Leon. "I'm still wondering when you can come to your house as a guest. Welcome, Leon." Pushing the old man in front of Leon, Evelyn first greeted Leon, then helped introduce the old man in the wheelchair. "This is my husband, George, a bad-tempered little old man, but he is pretty good." "Hello, Mr. George." Leon greeted George politely, and George looked at Leon with an expressionless face and nodded, even if he responded to Leon. Leon was not surprised by this. George's personality was like this. He suffered a great blow to him after losing his legs. He was also a very conservative person and was always wary of strangers. However, Leon felt that these were not the key points. The key points were probably the relationship between his grandfather and Evelyn, which was the main reason why George was indifferent to him. "It's a pity that lunchtime has passed, why don't you stay for dinner? Alex, you have seen it too. It's my grandson, who should be about the same age as you can communicate more make friends," Evelyn said, not forgetting to signal the hospitality standing beside Leon. Leon hurriedly said, "No, thank you for your invitation, but I still have some things to do later. This time I visit, I actually have some private purposes." Staying here for an afternoon was not in line with Leon's allocation of time, so he explained his purpose after politely rejecting Evelyn's invitation. "Do you want to buy George's bicycle?" Evelyn looked a little embarrassed after hearing Leon's words. After repeating Leon's request, she subconsciously looked at her husband in the wheelchair. George noticed Evelyn's eyes and nodded, "Yes, but I won't sell them, so give them to him." Evelyn looked at George in surprise when she heard this. She originally thought George would refuse without hesitation, but George not only did not refuse, but instead planned to give it to Leon for free, which made her even more confused. "Grandpa, don't you really care about your bicycle?" Alex mentioned the topic that Evelyn didn't say. After all, as George's grandson, Alex, who has lived with George for so many years, knew how much Grandpa liked the old bicycle. Although he had lost his legs and could not ride a bicycle, George still had to carry the bicycle in the attic for a few days and take care of it himself. This old car from more than 20 years ago is still in its new state even now, which is enough to show how much George cares about the bicycle. Leon was also a little confused. He was not a naughty man. He was ready to return empty-handed since Evelyn showed an embarrassed expression. Who would have thought that George would agree so simply? Coupled with Alex's additional explanation, Leon was even more confused about this. Although George was stern at this moment, he still answered his grandson and his wife's doubts. Yesterday, Louis came to me to ask some questions about the abandoned mine cave. He mentioned the illegal mining of the Hoja family, and also mentioned some possibilities that might bring hidden dangers to Pelican Town. Louis originally did not pay attention to this matter, but after discovering this matter, the farmer found Louis and asked him to start paying attention to this issue and proposed severe punishment for the Hoja family. George said this and looked at Leon again. Although this farmer is only here to Pelican Town for the first time, he obviously has regarded himself as a part of the town, and the proposed punishment for the Hoja family's illegal mining is absolutely in line with the interests and future of Pelican Town. I am very grateful to him for pointing out this issue that was ignored by Louis. This may save many miners' lives, so I can give him that bicycle as a thank you. When Alex heard this, he was still a little confused, but Evelyn instantly understood the reason why George gave up. Because what Leon did was absolutely perfectly hit George's weakness. George, who devoted his whole life to Pelican's Town, loved this land more than many people. Not to mention that George lost his legs because of the mine accident. Lyon's proposal cut off the possibility of illegal mining in the future of Hoja's family, and also protects the miners who are injured in the future due to possible mining accidents caused by illegal mining in the Hoja's family. All their actions basically cater to George's will. Thinking of this, Evelyn looked at Leon with relief. That's it, Alex, please move that bike down and let Leon take it away. Chapter 52. As long as your mind does not fall, there are always more ways than difficulties. When Alex lifted the car to the door and handed it to Leon, Leon still couldn't imagine that he actually got the bicycle from George, and it was a free job. This is an old bicycle, very similar to the traditional 28-bar, but it does not have the familiar basket and back seat of Leon, and the bicycle handle is not straight, but the style that curves downward like a sheep horn. This car is already considered an old antique, but because it is well maintained by George, it basically maintains its original style from the tires to the frame to the chain. I'll leave this old antique to you. I hope you can take good care of him. Alex looked at Lyon's bicycle look and reminded him in a reluctant tone. I will. Leon nodded. Alex looked at the old antique that he had seen since childhood, and finally shook his head and returned to the villa. Leon immediately rode on the bicycle after Alex left. Although he hadn't ridden a bicycle for a long time, when Leon held the handlebar and stepped on the pedal, the bicycle riding skills that had been engraved with DNA made Leon quickly adapt to the bicycle, and after stepping on the pedal to drive the chain and gear, he rode the bike smoothly on the road. What a good thing! Feeling the bumpy feeling of the uneven ground facing the cushion, Leon found the memory of riding a bicycle with his friends on the dirt road in the countryside. Feeling the speed of the chain moving faster and faster, Leon was full of energy. With this bicycle, it took Leon more than half an hour to return, which originally took Leon more than half an hour, and then took Leon back to the farm. Leon, who was not satisfied, rode his bike around the farm for a few times before he could finish his addiction to riding. After moving the car under the eaves of the wooden house, Leon sat on the steps beside him. I admired this bicycle that already belonged to me, and my face was full of smiles. His previous thinking was indeed a bit rigid. He always believed that only by finding Robin to build stables could he solve the problem that his travel was entirely based on his legs. However, when his thinking was opened, Leon realized that there were too many ways to solve this problem. Sometimes changing one's thinking may be one of the best ways to find shortcuts. Thinking of this, Leon turned his attention to the crops that had already sprouted, and another new idea came to his mind. After looking at the sky, it was still a distance from nightfall, so Leon lifted his bicycle down again, rode it on, and headed for the southern forest area. After leaving the farm, the road conditions are not very friendly to lions, but the advantage of bicycles is that they are light and not prone to roads. Although riding a bicycle is a bit bumpy on the southern forest road, at least it can still be ridden, and the speed is definitely faster than walking. I rode my bike all the way across 2 wooden bridges. The road afterwards was too dense and it was not easy to walk, so Leon honestly chose to get off the bike and walk. As for the bicycle, Leon tried to put it into the system's backpack. After the bicycle really disappeared in front of him and occupied a space in his backpack alone, Leon could no longer suppress his smile. Sure enough, I opened up my mind and found many interesting tips one by one. Even if he doesn't have a farm now, as long as the system's backpack is still there, he will have a way to use this function similar to a space ring to support himself. Fortunately, Leon had always believed that the system backpack could only store specific items, such as materials or crops. Now it seems that the storage scope of the system backpack is much larger than you imagined. After confirming that the system backpack could store the bicycle, Leon got rid of the concerns of whether the car would be lost if it would be lost when parked in the wild, and walked in the wild with big strides. This area is the area where Leon came to find Green yesterday. It is located at the southernmost end of the southern forest. Under the cliffs on the edge area is an endless sea of gems. Of course, the purpose of this trip was not to come to find the green onion that had been swept away by him and was uncertain whether there were survivors, but to look for the drain of the sewer. Without spending much time, Leon found a vacant land located at the edge of the wilderness, where there was a man-made staircase. Go down the stairs and you can see a pipe running through the mountain, and the outlet of the pipe is blocked by a row of welded iron railings. There is light green sewage flowing in the pipe behind the iron railing, which is a bit stinky, but it is not pungent. At least it doesn't smell to the point where it can make people retching. After observing the interval between the iron railings, Leon shook his head with regret and complained, "It seems that he can't get through." The welded iron fence on the pipeline has gaps, but it is not big. You can see a small door and keyhole welded separately on the iron railing. As long as you have the corresponding key, you should be able to open the small door and enter the interior of the pipe. However, during the game process, this key needs to be donated 60 different items in the library in the town to obtain it in the hands of the library director. However, when the world becomes realistic, Leon doesn't want to follow the process honestly. So after observing these iron fences for a while, Leon took out a straight piece of wood from his backpack and inserted it into the gap between the 2 iron fences. Exercise force to break the wood in one direction. Under the principle of leverage, the iron fence that has been disrepaired and has rusted in a humid environment lasted for only a few seconds before it was bent by the wood used as a lever, creating a large gap that can accommodate adults drilling sideways. As long as your mind does not fall, there are always more ways than difficulties. Looking at the deformed iron fence, Leon sighed, and at the same time, he didn't care too much about his intentional damage to the protection of the iron railing. The location here is too far off. Not only does no one get involved all year round, even if the iron fence is damaged, it will not have any major impact. After all, this is a sewer. Who would normally take the initiative to drill in? Perhaps the two little guys who often come here to play occasionally appear nearby, but Leon believes that Jas and Vincent should not have the courage to follow this gap and enter the sewer to explore. Without these concerns, Leon did not hesitate and drilled into the widened gap. Although the shoes on his feet were soaked in sewage, Leon still entered the sewer fearlessly. When I entered, the space around me was a little dark, but relying on the light outside the outlet, Leon still saw the walkways on both sides of the drain, and got rid of the embarrassing scene of continuing to step on sewage to explore the sewage. Following the walkways on both sides of the sewage drainage trough, I walked a short distance forward. Because the dim environment made Leon a little unclear about the specific situation ahead, but with the walls, Leon could rely on the walls to walk in a straight line. After walking for about 2 minutes, the wall came to an abrupt end and the space around suddenly became clear. There are fluorescent bryophytes hidden in this sewer hiding underground, illuminating the main space of the sewer. Although the intensity of the light is not high, at least it can allow Leon to see the general situation in the sewer. Chapter 53 Poor Ghost. As an underground drainage project that runs through Pelican Town and covers a small half of the southern forest, the space inside the water is much larger than what is shown in the game. Of course, the main body is still occupied by the sewage in the reservoir, but because of the artificially repaired walkway, it provides a road surface without waiting. With the help of the brilliance of these glowing moss, Leon wandered aimlessly in the sewer, his eyes glancing around from time to time. Except for the slippery stone bricks on the ground and the large green fluorescent sewage outside the stone bricks, there was no other thing at all. Leon felt a little abrupt, and rashly came to the sewer, but there was no need to bring anything suitable for lighting. The lighting intensity provided by these luminous moss was not enough to allow Leon to see the area too far away. However, with the idea that he had come, he couldn't just go there in vain. However, Leon was quite alert to his movements, otherwise the slippery stone road might make him fall directly. Is anyone? After walking for a short while, he still didn't see the special guy he wanted to see. Leon had to shout tentatively. But the only response to Leon was the echo of its own in the sewer, which made Leon a little confused. After walking forward for more than a minute, Leon suddenly felt a black shadow appearing not far away. Although it was also black, it was incompatible with the surrounding environment. Leon subconsciously took out the axe from his backpack and protected it on his chest. This was the most lethal weapon he could take out. I have no malice, human, I heard your shout. The black shadow seemed to see Leon's defensive posture, and stopped at Leon and found that there was no other movement in his place, and at the same time he also spoke to express his kindness. Korobs? Leon asked tentatively. Do you know my name? But I don't know you. The black shadow heard Leon's name pronounced, and looked at Leon with his empty eyes in confusion. Who did you learn about me from? You can't be the witch hunter of the Adventurers Union, right? The dark shadow that he said his guest disappeared from Lion's vision the next moment, but Leon could still hear its voice. Show your purpose, human. I don't want to fight you, and I have no malice. I stayed here with the guardian. I have no malice either, Korobus, I'm just here to buy things for you. I heard that you have some special goods for sale. Realizing that the other party misunderstood him, Leon hurriedly explained. I don't trust you, human. Korobus hid in the shadow, but the voice still reached Lion's ears. You can ask Master Smodis, I really have no malice towards you. Leon continued to hide the axe behind him. Guardian? Do you know Guardian? Oh, yes, you have traces of forest magic on you, and you are also a mage. After hearing what Leon said, Korobus observed Leon again in the shadow for a moment before finally walking out of the shadow. But it was not very different from whether it was staying in the shadows. If it weren't for the glowing moss, Leon could not tell the difference between the large tall nut in front of him, which was like a black mist-like creature similar to the limbs and the darkness around him. So, human visitors, what do you want to buy? Although I don't go out much now, I still have some goods that you humans are interested in. Korobus found himself standing in front of Leon, and the other party did not show fear or hostility. While breathing a sigh of relief, he did not forget to ask Leon about the goods he wanted to buy on this trip. Are there any iridium sprinklers? Leon looked at the other party's strange appearance curiously again, and then asked about the main purpose of his trip. Not yet. Korobus shook his head, that kind is not easy to find. Then what do you have? Leon asked with regret when he heard this. I have magic essence, sun essence, void essence, as well as slime mud, bat wings, and the Vientiane crystal cave. If you have enough money, I can even sell you a star fruit. Korobus replied. How much does the star fruit cost? The magic essence and monster drops are not urgently needed by Leon now, but he is still very interested in the mysterious fruit of star fruit that can give the eater the power. 20,000. Korobus made a direct offer, but did not forget to add, you can't bargain. It's a little expensive, I can't afford it. After hearing this price, Leon temporarily gave up his mind to buy it. After all, his net worth is only about 5,000 yuan now. Korobus is not surprised by this. Although it is not a human, he still knows the prices of human beings very well. After all, even in their special circle, human currency is also hard currency. So after knowing that Leon was not enough money, Korobus kindly reminded Leon, you can save enough money before you come back. Among the guests I contact, only you have a need for the fruit of the star. I think its future should belong to you. The guests you contacted? Can you meet other guests here? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. It cannot be said that the identity of the guest is a secret. Korobus shook his head and refused to satisfy Lion's curiosity. I will not tell others about your information, including you. Can you tell me the source of your goods? Leon was not disappointed. Korobus did not explain the situation of other customers. He finally saw this special existence. Of course he had to find out some news that he didn't know. Most of them were fished out in the sewer, and of course they were also obtained from other transactions. I can't say that there are many. I have a confidential contract with the Guardian. If you are interested, you can ask him. Korobus shook his body, as if shaking his head. His empty eyes and jagged mouth looked malicious, but with Korobus movements were full of joy. Is the Guardian Master Smodis? Leon asked. Yes. This question is not an unanswerable part, so Korobus told the truth. Then can you get an iridium sprinkler? I can book it. Leon nodded, then turned the topic back to his original purpose. Yes, but it takes time. How many do you need? Korobus was silent for a moment before asking. Prepare one to see the effect first. Leon replied. After all, the difference between reality and the game is quite big. He wants to see the effective range of the iridium sprinkler and then decide whether to purchase on a large scale. A iridium sprinkler costs 10,000 yuan, are you sure you want to buy it? Thinking of the fact that Leon is not enough to buy star fruit. Korobus, which is only twice the price of star fruit, doesn't think Leon can afford it. It's really impossible to afford this price. Leon muttered awkwardly when he heard this. He thought that only the star fruit was the same as in the game. Who would have thought that the same was true for the iridium sprinkler? Then the prices of other things are probably the same as in the game. This means that I am afraid I can't buy too many good things for the 5,000 yuan. Chapter 54 Free Sex Makes People Happy. Korobus did not dislike Leon when he heard this, but just nodded. When you want to prepare the money, come to me again. I can prepare an iridium sprinkler for you in advance as inventory. Good. Leon did not give up on the idea of buying an iridium sprinkler. After all, he made this thing himself, and he didn't know how long it would take to upgrade the cultivation level to level 9. For the first time meeting, you can choose a product from me as a gift for our meeting, but I cannot provide unique products. Although the deal was not concluded, Lion's friendly communication method and his unquestioned look at him. This made Korobus feel very comfortable, so when Korobus saw Leon intending to leave, he wanted to express his kindness. Is that okay? Then thank you for your kindness. Leon didn't know what kind of politeness is. It's always attractive to have sex with you, just like a supermarket giving away eggs for free. So, what do you want? One of the two magical essences is the drop of the monster, or the Vientiane crystal cave. Korobus said, pulling out a large sack from the void, spreading the mouth of the bag, and showing the goods inside to Lion's eyes. Leon didn't even look at the drop materials that were weird, but stared straight at a plate-sized size, as if several stones were sticking together, and the surface was covered with irregular minerals with various colors soaked in spots, and asked, "Is this the Vientiane crystal cave?" "Yes, you seem to like it very much, so let it be given to you as a gift." Seeing Lion's eyes, Korobus immediately took out the irregular mineral and handed it to Leon. "Thank you, as a return gift, I will also give you a gift." Leon recalled Korobus' favorite list and found that most of them were not something he could take out now, but there was one that was extremely cheap and he still owned it. So after taking the Vientiane crystal cave, he took out a wild wasabi and handed it to Korobus. "This is such a stunning gift. It is a great honor to receive this thing in my clan." Looking at the wild wasabi handed over by Leon, Korobus' eyes narrowed into a slit, and his mouth turned into an upward curve, looking very happy. Leon also took the Vientiane crystal cave and drilled it into his backpack. In front of Korobus, he didn't need to pretend that he had a dimensional pocket, because the other party seemed to have similar abilities, and they were all mysterious. What's there to hide? "So new friend, I want to remember your name." After carefully stuffing the wild wasabi sent by Leon into his pocket, Korobs looked at Leon seriously and asked. "My name is Leon." Leon replied truthfully. "Leon, I remember you, you will be my friend from now on." Korobus happily repeated Lion's name, and at the same time he did not forget to say to Leon Cop, "By the way, the Vientiane crystal cave needs professionals to knock it open in order to take out the things hidden inside. I suggest you go to the blacksmith shop in the town to open it." "Well, I understand, then goodbye, Korobus, I'll come to you when I'll raise enough money next time." Leon nodded and then said goodbye to Korobus. Although Korobus was a little reluctant and wanted to keep Leon for a while, he also knew that Leon should have other things to do, and the sewer place was a very comfortable environment for Shadowmen, but it was not very friendly to humans. "Okay, goodbye Leon. Next time you come, as a friend, I can give you 20% off the items you buy next time." "Then thank you in advance, goodbye." Leon was overjoyed when he heard this and waved his arms. After Korobus really said goodbye, he returned to the outlet of the sewer as the same way. Along the way, he always felt something following him, but when he turned around, he could not see any strange place except darkness. Considering that there might be a creature like Korobus in the sewer, it goes without saying who is following him. However, the other party should have no malice, and should have been in the protection of seeing off for his friends. This touched Leon very much, and some of the little kids who had originally been to Korobus were quietly let go of them. Good people should not be pointed at the head by guns. It is also against Lion's principles of being a good person. The kindness shown by Korobs made Leon choose to treat it with kindness. When Leon left the sewer, it was almost dusk outside. The orange-eared halo and burning clouds at the sea level were very eye-catching, but Leon did not have the idea of staying here to appreciate it. After leaving the sewer, Leon realized how complicated the smell was, so he rushed back to the farm as soon as possible. As soon as he returned to the wooden house, he dragged his clothes and shoes cleanly and took a beautiful shower. The plan will never keep up with the changes. Although I didn't catch fish today, I had a free bike as a means of transportation, and I met this special businessman, Korobus, and a free Vientiane crystal cave, which was also a good harvest. Leon was solved at the farm. Although there was a bicycle that allowed Leon to rush to the town to have a meal in a short time without much effort, Leon now thought of saving as much as possible because there was a lot of money needed. For example, the star fruit in Korobs and the cash sacrifice list required by the vault in the old community center are all major projects that require a lot of money. The former can improve one's physical fitness, and the latter can enable Leon to open a route to the Calico Desert. Although the Great Barrion, which does not need to take the Stardew Valley, can also go to the Calico Desert alone, the route planning, the time it takes to consume and the dangers it may encounter, Leon gave up this idea. Having a way to run away does not mean that this method is easy to use. Instead of walking on a bicycle and going to the desert with a bitter sun, it is better to wait until you have enough money to complete the vault sacrifice and repair the bus and take the bus to relax. And now, in addition to meeting Sandy, the oasis shop in the desert, the decking lady of Sandy, and stroll around nearby to collect some desert specialties, cactus fruits and coconuts. The most important desert mine cave, but it requires the skeleton key at the bottom of the Pelican Town mine cave to open the entrance door. It doesn't make any sense to pass without the key. There is not like an unattended sewer outlet, which allows Leon to violently destroy it. As a trial place for the mysterious Mr. Chi to choose a special group of people, Leon felt that he dared to demolish it violently, and the next second he would have to be tied up by Mr. Chi with his bodyguard and then dried the suspender in the desert. There are exclusive discounts for farming games on the Ming Dynasty on May Day. If you are interested, you can pull people into the trap. If you have friends from Stardew Valley, I would also recommend it if you haven't played Sun Valley. The girl is so beautiful. Sun haven't. Chapter 55 Travel Businessman. Thinking of this, Leon smiled without thinking. Perhaps this was also a wonderful experience, right? But it is highly likely that Mr. Chi would not do this. After all, with his funny attitude, he should be smiling at Leon doing these extraordinary things. Retracting his thoughts, Leon picked a packet of pasta in the refrigerator and took it out to cook it. Because there was no ingredients suitable for making authentic pasta sauce in the refrigerator, Leon used scallion oil fried leeks to mix noodles. This unexpected delicious pasta obtained by cooking methods that can anger Italians, which surprised Leon a little. Life on the farm is so simple. Apart from working every day and having 3 meals a day, Leon basically wanders out and finds some opportunities to make a fortune. On the farm, there are no other projects that provide Leon entertainment except the old TV. So after reading the local news and tomorrow's weather forecast and confirming that tomorrow will be a sunny day, Leon entered the bedding early and went to bed. I went to bed early and got up early and was in good health. The next day, Leon, who was full of energy and awake, was dressed neatly at the first time, washed up, and left the house with a kettle. The conventional watering of all crops was seen. Leon looked at some of the crops that had grown beautifully, which were basically the earliest parsnips in the mature stage, and had grown 5 or 6 real leaves. The growth of so rapidly in a short period of time made Leon a little uncertain whether the soil in Stardew Valley is too good or whether the growth rate of plants in this world is so exaggerated. Of course, no matter which one is a good thing, it can allow Leon to monetize mature crops as soon as possible, and even enrich his current simple recipes. After watering, Leon simply fried a few eggs for himself, and then cooked a small pot of porridge. After eating and drinking, Leon noticed the half-open mailbox, which meant that he received another email. Hello, new farmer. I am a travel merchant from the Gotlo Empire. After I learned that this farm had a new owner, I couldn't wait to send you a letter notifying you that today I will park my car in the northwest of the coal forest in the south of yours, on the largest tree-sided open space in the coal forest. My truck has goods from the Gotlo Empire and other islands on the sea, and the price is good. You can buy a lot of things that the Fengire Republic cannot cherish, goods you see, waiting for your visit. There is only one letter in the email address. The person who wrote the letter was not a resident of the town, but a traveling businessman. After reading the letter, Leon returned to the wooden house, took all his savings, then took out his bicycle and rode towards the southern forest. It is easy to find a wandering businessman. After all, he did not penetrate deep into the forest, and the big tree he mentioned was also impressed by Leon. After all, the big tree in the entire coal forest was too eye-catching. After riding by this big tree, Leon saw a carriage of a giant box carriage more than 3 meters high and 5 meters long parked in the middle of the open space. When Leon rode over, he saw that under the green arched dome, there was a purple patterned main body of the car. The front and rear wheels were of different sizes, but they could keep the car level. A window was opened on the left side of the carriage, and a young man with a middle part combed and his hair color was waving his arms towards Leon enthusiastically, but he was not the focus of Lion's attention. Lion's eyes were basically attracted by a fat purple pig in front of the carriage. The size of this pig is even comparable to a bear, and it has glasses on its eyes, because there is no need to pull a cart at this moment, and the big purple pig is just lying on the ground, like a mountain of meat. Haha, everyone who sees it for the first time will be attracted to it, but sorry, this is my partner and coachman who refuses to sell it. Seeing Leon staring at the purple pig, the travel merchant complained in a familiar way. Even if you sell it, I guess I can't afford it. Thinking that this pig is not only able to pull a cart, but also swims. It's the outrageous level of swimming across the sea. Leon felt that he couldn't afford such a terrifying pig. But you must be able to buy other goods from me. Do you want to come and have a look? The traveler took over the conversation, and then didn't know what key he pressed in the car. With the window where he showed his head as the center, the carriage began to unfold, and what was hung on the wall of the carriage were one piece of encapsulated goods after another. Leon took a rough look and found that there are indeed many types of items, and basically none of them are mixed, from fish to crops, furniture, paintings, seeds and fertilizers. Are there any red cabbage? But most of them are not what Leon needs now, and there are too many things Leon is not sure what it is, because these displays are too many, so he chose to consult a travel merchant directly. There is no goods this time. The travel merchant replied truthfully. What about next time? Leon asked back. I'm not sure. After all, every time I set out, I don't consider the type of goods. I will sell whatever I find on the road or what I buy. The travel merchant explained. Can you entrust me to bring a red cabbage? Leon asked. After all, red cabbage is the only crop that cannot be obtained in the first year of the item required for the sacrifice. It will take the second year to plant red cabbage before Pierre will put its seeds on the shelves. There are also many checkers in Pierre's grocery store. There is indeed no sales of red cabbage seeds. Of course, the customer is God, right? The travel merchant nodded enthusiastically, but you need to pay a deposit of 100 yuan first, and you also need an additional labor fee of 200 yuan. The travel merchant said his offer. Do you have to charge 300 yuan if you haven't seen the goods? It's a bit expensive. Thinking about my former management staff at Hoja's supermarket, my monthly salary was only 2,000 yuan. Compared with the down payment of these 300 yuan, you can tell how expensive it is. It's indeed a bit expensive, but after all, it requires me to look for the red cabbage you need for customers. The time cost and possible dangers are all required to be paid for. The travel merchant explained. Leon thought for a moment, shook his head. Let's talk about it next time. Now I'm a little embarrassed, so I'm better waiting for you to order it when I have enough money. Haha, okay. When the traveler heard that Leon did not agree to the offer, he was not angry, but instead comforted Leon happily. Customer, you don't need to rush to order. Maybe the next time we meet, I have the red cabbage you need in my goods? Isn't it better to get the goods you want without spending an extra price? I wish you a happy May Day holiday. First update and some things to make up for in the afternoon or evening. Chapter 56 Special Information. Listening to the travel merchant's words, Leon was a little surprised and then joked, "Don't you advise me to place an order earlier so that you can make more money?" The traveling businessman smiled and shook his head. No, although I am a businessman, the business model I pursue is to allow goods to flow, communicate with each other, and solve customers' needs while allowing customers to get the best shopping experience. This is my business philosophy. The pattern is very big. Leon gave a thumbs up at the travel merchant when he heard this. The travel merchant smiled even happier when he saw this. Okay, although there is no red leaf cabbage, I have other things to choose from here for you, and maybe it will be helpful to your farm. Do you have a catalog? Leon looked at most of the products he didn't know very well, not knowing how to start. Of course, wait. After the traveler said that, he got into the car, took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Leon. When Leon took the parchment paper, the originally empty paper began to slowly appear on the original empty paper with detailed items marked with prices and categories. A brief look at it was about hundreds, of which furniture, paintings and finished products of various crops accounted for a large proportion. It's not simple, boss. Compared to the goods, this pampered scroll that can automatically reveal the goods carried by travelers is more interested in Leon. When you go out, you must have some self-protection methods, right? And my customers are not limited to humans. I believe you should understand it too, sir. The travel merchant said to Leon with a smile. It's understandable. Leon nodded, then glanced at the list again and said, your products are all specialties from various places. I want to consult with you if you have a question. But it's okay to say it. Can you get guns and ammunition? Seeing that the travel merchant did not pretend to be mysterious, Leon asked his own question directly. Forward. Hearing Lion's consultation, the traveler was speechless, and then he looked at Leon with complicated eyes for a long time before finally speaking. Yes, but I don't recommend you purchase these dangerous items. What do you mean? When Leon heard that the other party could actually get hot weapons, he immediately became interested. Although in some places, this is indeed a local specialty that can be sold, it is a dangerous item after all. Smuggling, transportation will be very troublesome, and I do not recommend that you use this kind of thermal weapon to hurt others. The Fengire Republic has extremely strict restrictions on the use of guns. Privately holding illegal armed forces will cause you a lot of trouble. The traveler explained slowly to Leon. But if I don't use it to deal with humans, but other special existences, such as some threatening monsters, do you believe this reason? Leon asked the travel merchant. The merchant shook his head when he heard this, but he still did not forget to give Leon some little knowledge. Of course it's okay, but there is one thing I might want to explain to you, that is, the damage of thermal weapons is terrible to humans, but if the object is a non-human being, the effect may be minimal. Is there such a setting? Leon was a little shocked when he heard this. After all, there were no guns in the game. Although it could be used to fight mods, it was not a game content and was considered a magic modification. However, the monsters in the real world seemed not afraid of hot weapons, but it really touched Lion's knowledge blind spot. After all, most non-human species have their own special talents. The lethality of thermal weapons is only a threat to a small number of existences. Let's give an example. For example, low-level creatures like slime, the ammunition fired by thermal weapons will only break them up, but cannot cause fatal damage. But if it were an ordinary short sword, 2 swords could deprive it of its vitality. Can you understand this explanation? The traveler said seriously to Leon Co. If this is the case, then why can humans occupy most of the world and live peacefully? Thinking that the high-tech weapons developed by human civilization were not effective on monsters, Leon was curious about why humans in this world could live so well. Each species has its own world, most of them exist in different planes from humans. Most of the ancient species left in the human world are small groups of forces eliminated by the times and cannot form large-scale threats, not to mention the guardians of humans who control magic and explorers with superb skills. Travel merchants continued to popularize science. I've learned a lot. Leon immediately understood what the travel merchant expressed when he heard this. There are indeed monsters in this world, but most of them do not exist in the areas where humans live. For example, elves like Zunimo live in the spiritual world, while shadow people like Korobus basically live underground, and are natural enemies of dwarves who also live underground. Although it occasionally appears in the human world, most of them have been dealt with or solved by corresponding people. From the conclusions given by the travel merchants, Leon can also figure out why the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Union was built next to the entrance of an abandoned mine. Monsters do exist, but special humans who can check and balance or even crush these monsters also exist. Thinking of this, Leon probably understood the pattern of this world and the reasons for the stability of life now. The generous answers of the travel merchant made Leon have a little more understanding of the world. So in order to thank the other party for inculcating knowledge, Leon chose to support the travel merchant's business. Give me a sunflower. This is the cheapest product in the travel merchant's order, 20 yuan per plant. Although the price is enough to eat at Gus Bar, this is the cheapest product that Leon can find. Okay. The traveler did not dislike Leon and only chose one item of goods. He happily took out a mini sunflower model, the size of a lighter, and handed it to Leon from the unfolded shelves. Just as Leon was puzzled and wanted to explain that if it was just a model, he wouldn't want it, but when the sunflower was taken into his hands by a travel merchant, the mini sunflower model began to expand and eventually turned into a bright sunflower plant that was more than 1 meter long with a plate-sized flower on the stems. Only little trick can preserve the freshness and integrity of the product and is also easy to carry. The traveler said with a smile to Leon in an understatement, and at the same time stretched out his free hand, take the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. Leon took out $20 from his pocket and handed them to the traveling merchant. After getting the money, the traveling merchant also handed the sunflower to Leon. After the traveling merchant saw Leon get the sunflower disappeared directly into Leon's hands, and the smile on his face became even brighter. It seems that you are not an ordinary person, sir, it's so interesting to know you. I hope the products you bring next time will satisfy you. I have made some balances of prices. I believe you have seen it from some of the previous plots. It is a setting type, and I hope you can understand it. Chapter 57 Goddess of Luck. Leon smiled and did not explain much. After receiving the sunflower, Leon said goodbye to the travel merchant. Before leaving, the travel merchant handed the previous price catalog parchment paper to Leon. I pass by Stardew Valley twice a month. I hope to do business with you, so I will give this directory to the guest. You can put it in the house. When I come to Stardew Valley again, the directory will inform you of my coming and display the information about the goods I carry this time in advance. I will. Leon took the parchment and put it in his backpack. As the traveling merchant waved goodbye, he took out his bicycle and rode back to the farm. After parked the bicycle and returned to the wooden house, Leon pressed the travel merchant's catalog under the sheet, revealing only a corner, then cleaned up the things on his body, left tools and the sunflower he had just purchased in his backpack, plus the Vientiane crystal ball given by little black Koro bus yesterday, and rode his bicycle toward Pelican Town. It took only 10 minutes to ride slowly, and Leon arrived at Pelican Town. With the memory of Louis taking him to visit the main store in Pelican Town last time, Leon rode his bike towards the blacksmith Clinton's blacksmith shop. Opening the crystal ball and finding the blacksmith is common sense for the game. Originally, Leon wanted to break the common sense, and took out the Vientiane crystal ball in his spare time yesterday to knock it open. However, after experiencing violent means such as rock impact, pickaxe strike, wood rod strike and other violent means, the final result was that Leon was exhausted and sweated, and the methods used were basically no threat to the Vientiane crystal ball. Not to mention breaking it, it was not even finished breaking the crystal ball. So when Leon admits his defeat, he has to find a professional to deal with professional matters. Moreover, in order to avoid abruptness, Leon took out the Vientiane crystal ball in advance and hung it on the handle in front of the bicycle to avoid the act of fetching objects from the air to scare Clint. "Hi, Leon, good morning." Just as Leon rode over the stone bridge built across the river in the town, Leon saw Penny walking. Before Leon could say hello, Penny discovered Leon first and waved her arms towards Leon. "Good morning, Penny, are you going to the library?" Leon greeted as he looked at Penny. "Well, I'm going to teach the children in the library." Penny nodded and explained, then noticed Lion's bicycle and the Vientiane crystal cave hanging on the bicycle. "Are you planning to find Clint to open the crystal ball?" Leon nodded, and it was no surprise that Penny could recognize the Vientiane crystal ball. After all, Pelican Town was the first mining town established by the Fengil Republic to collect the rich mineral resources of Stardew Valley. However, in modern times, Pelican Town became a tourist city due to accidents and various reasons in the old mine cave, but this does not mean that the mining industry has disappeared in Pelican Town. "Then I wish you good luck." Penny blessed Leon, then hesitated for a moment, and added, "By the way, your new bike is cool." Leon looked at Penny when he heard the words. He could see that Penny seemed a little nervous, and he also had the embarrassment that he wanted to chat with him more but didn't know what to say. It just so happened that I had nothing to do now, so Leon naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to tease the girl. "There is still a short distance from the library. Do you want me to take you for a ride?" "No, I don't want to cause trouble for you." Penny's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she shyly rejected Lion's proposal. "It's okay, I have nothing urgent to do anyway," Leon said, then rode his bike and parked in front of Penny. "Get into the car. Although there is no seat, you can still sit on this frame with a horizontal bar." Faced with Lion's invitation again, Penny did not refuse this time, but looked at Leon with a rosy face and then at the horizontal bar on the bicycle. She was a little helpless for a moment. Seeing Penny's expression, Leon knew that the girl was shy, so he let go of her left hand holding the handlebar, reached out to Penny and joked, "Do you need my help?" "I'll do it myself," Penny replied in an extremely weak voice, then slowly approached Leon step by step, and finally plucked up the courage, stood on tiptoe, and sat obliquely on the horizontal bar of the frame. As soon as she sat on it, Penny smelled the special smell coming from Leon. It was not the smell of sweat, but a special smell that could not be expressed but could make people's heart beat faster. If Penny asks Leon what it tastes like, Leon will definitely tell her that it is a heartwarming smell. Unfortunately, Penny dare not speak. At this moment, she lowered her head like a quail, trying to curl up her own body, avoid large-scale physical contact with Leon. But the bicycle is so large, not to mention that both Leon and Penny are adults. In Leon, they put their left hand back on the handlebar. Penny is equivalent to being wrapped in Lion's arms in the center, which is still tightly fit. I've sat firmly. For your safety reasons, I must put my arms around my waist. Looking at Penny sitting on the horizontal bar, Lion's mouth unconsciously raised a wicked smile. After reminding Penny, he stepped on his pedal and rushed forward on his bicycle. The powerful inertia made Penny tilt towards Lion's body. Under the instinct of protecting the body, Penny subconsciously saved Leon, the only one who could serve as a support point. With the warmth and strong muscles on Lion's back felt by the palm, Penny felt the warmth and strong muscles on Lion's back. After that, Penny was still dizzy until Leon left his legs and stood on the ground and stopped the car. You're going to the place, how long do you want to hold it? Looking at Penny's eyes were dull, Leon reached out to flick Penny's forehead and reminded him. Ah! This snap of fingers made Penny wake up instantly, and hurriedly let go of her hand, then jumped out of the car, and then stammered and said hesitantly after setting a safe distance from Leon. Thank you, I have to leave. After saying that, Penny planned to escape into the library beside her, but just raised her feet and had not taken the first step. Penny was stopped by Lion's voice. Penny, don't hurry to leave, can you do me a favor? Tell me. Penny lowered her head, but still stood obediently and replied to Leon. Can you touch my Vientiane crystal ball? Leon raised his thoughts and added, I think you may be my lucky goddess, so I need your blessing. Goddess of lucky? You're too exaggerated, Leon, I'm just an ordinary country girl. Penny couldn't get rid of the title of Leon, and she was a little helpless. But in the end, she still touched the Wangxiang crystal ball hanging on the bicycle under Lion's anticipated gaze, and then rushed into the library without waiting to speak. Chapter 58 Non-Selling Products. Looking at Penny's back as she fled in panic, Leon couldn't help laughing. After all, it is always interesting to tease such a girl who is not very experienced in the world and look at them shy and helpless. Of course, Leon didn't just tease Penny, but Leon felt that Penny was really the goddess of luck. In the Stardew Valley Exhibition Festival in the game, next to a large turntable game, you can find Penny conversations. She will tell you that the boss of the turntable won't let Penny play after she won 10 consecutive times. Who dares to say that Penny is not lucky if she wins the bid for 10 consecutive times? Even Leon himself, the roulette star coins are basically lost in 9 out of 10 bets, highlighting the strong contrast. Opening a crystal ball is actually opening a blind box. Luck accounts for a large proportion of the shipment ratio. This thing has to be believed in metaphysics. After all, the difference between opening a stone and opening a colorful fragment is enough to make you believe that people with good luck can really do whatever they want. Now that the metaphysical part Leon has made up for it, it depends on whether fate favors you. So Leon rode his bicycle and continued to head to the north. Because the library was not too far from the blacksmith shop, it didn't take long for Leon to arrive at the door of the blacksmith shop. Even if you just get close to this stone house with heavy colors, you can feel a hint of heat. Leon took off the Vientiane crystal ball, then pushed open the wooden door of the blacksmith shop, and saw a short and fat-bearded man in a grey apron holding a pumpkin-sized iron hammer, knocking on the metal ingots on the iron felt. The jingling and shaking sound and the boiling furnace beside the other party made people realize at the first time that this man was a cruel man who was not easy to provoke. "Hello, guest, what do you need?" Clint, who was knocking on the metal ingot, also noticed Leon pushing the door open. After seeing the other party's strange face again, Clint put down his hammer and walked towards Leon in sweat and asked, "Hello, I'm the farmer who moved to Stardew Valley recently, Leon." Leon first introduced himself, told Clint about his identity, and then picked up the Vientiane crystal ball in his hand. "I'll find you to open this." The crystal ball of all things, I haven't seen it for a long time. Clinton first glanced at the crystal ball in Lion's hand with emotion, and then realized his rudeness. "Oh, sorry, my name is Clint, I am the only blacksmith in the town. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, but I am a person who is easily attracted to the attention when I see minerals." "It doesn't matter. People who take their work seriously are always trustworthy, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't come to Kaijingkaiu, so I'll ask you." Leon smiled and praised Clint. After all, people are carrying people in a flower sedan chair, and there is no loss to say something good. Not only can you save some favorability in vain, but you can also make you twice the result with half the effort. Is this called flattery? This is called human nature. Clinton squinted his eyes very much when he heard Lion's words, but he did not show too much emotional fluctuation due to his personality, but his tone and attitude became much more friendly. "I met for the first time, then I won't charge you for the manual fee to drive the crystal ball this time, but you will have to pay the original price next time. After all, the crystal ball is not an easy job." "How much does it cost to open it once?" Leon asked curiously. 25. Clint explained the offer. The price is the same as in the game, but it is exactly the same as in the game, which makes Lion's face tight. After all, there is still a big gap between the prices of reality and the game. There are a lot of things in the game that are not reasonable in the game, and it is much cheaper. Why does it still have 25 Eon Crystal Cave when you arrive at Clint? This is too expensive, 25 is enough to go to the Star Fruit Bar for a meal. Fortunately, because of his good words, Clint waived this fee, otherwise Leon must consider whether he would be willing to spend money to open a crystal hole. After all, if he spent 25 to open a stone, he would not feel sorry for him. Clint did not notice the shock that his offer brought to Leon. After walking to the iron felt and cleared the metal ingots on it, he greeted Leon, "Come on, put the crystal hole on it, I'll give him a hammer." Leon immediately came to his senses when he heard the sound, held the crystal hole and placed it on the iron felt. As soon as he got close to the iron felt, Leon was washed away from the heat wave emitted by the furnace beside him, and subconsciously stayed away from the furnace. Clint had no expression. He was used to the high temperature of the furnace. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. He picked up the giant hammer and raised it high, locking his eyes on the crystal ball. Then he arched his body and raised the hammer with both hands. The hammer head hit the center of the Wangxiang crystal ball accurately. Clang! After a clean and dull sound, the crystal ball was covered with cracks, and Clint greeted Leon with strange surprise. "You can come over and push the shell away by yourself and see what is hidden inside, maybe it is an ore, maybe a gem, or an antique." Of course, some ordinary stones are also possible. I wish you good luck. Oh? Didn't you open it directly for me? Leon asked casually when he heard this. Many people like to open the crystal hole to obtain the surprises and fun that the hidden items inside bring to him, so generally I don't break the shell structure of the crystal hole, so that the holder of the crystal hole can open the crystal hole by himself. Of course, if you don't want to, I can help you peel off these broken shells. Clint explained. I'll do it myself. Leon felt that he was one of the many people Clint said, so he immediately stepped forward and peeled off the completely broken crystal hole shell with his hands. While peeling off, Leon was also peeking at the hammer in Clinton's hand. The thing was dark all over, but it should not be the color of the hammer itself. You can also see some purple halos at the hammer handle that you often hold. This color reminded Leon of the top and most difficult to obtain iridium ore in Stardew Valley. Hi! Just as Leon was guessing whether Clint's hammer was made of iridium ore, an extremely dazzling sea blue luster appeared in the Vientiane crystal cave, which had been stripped of most of the shell. Leon was shocked. The first thing he thought of was that he might have opened a sapphire, but as Leon continued to peel off the shell, gradually showing the collection in the crystal hole in its entirety, Lion's breathing stopped in an instant. A 5-color square gem consisting of sea blue, orange, blood red, dark purple, and dark green was quietly lying in the slag of the Wangxiang crystal ball, reflecting a charming colorful luster under the fire of the furnace. With such a special shape and color, even if you see the real thing at once, Leon can recognize the identity of this thing. Multicolored fragments, mineral and ultra-rare and powerful material with unknown origin. With the system marked, Leon also completely confirmed that he had opened the rarest mineral gem in the game. Clint, who was standing by, also noticed the colorful fragments that were opened in Leon. It was actually colorful fragments. Mr. Leon, you are so lucky. This is an extremely rare mineral. If you are interested in selling it, I am willing to buy it for 2,500 yuan. No, it's not a product. Leon smiled and declined Clint's offer. The functions of the colorful fragments are too wide, and the acquisition is extremely difficult and the drop rate is ridiculously low. At this moment, if you can drive such a piece, Leon will buy it if he is crazy. Chapter 59. Who told me that I had no money? He took up the colorful pieces on the iron felt and wiped off some of the uncleaned fragments on the outer shell on his clothes. Leon carefully stuffed them into his pocket. Of course, the moment he stuffed it in, Leon sent it into his backpack when Clint couldn't see it. After all, it is the safest and most hidden area. Unless Leon takes it out on its own initiative, no one can find this colorful fragment. Clint was a little disappointed when he heard Lion's answer. After all, the rareness of the colorful fragments is really unparalleled, and he also needs to use this mysterious and rare mineral in many places. However, it is understandable that Leon does not intend to sell it. After all, in addition to the forging industry, the colorful fragments have many other functions and significance. Even he himself cannot bear to sell such a precious gem. Thank you for your blessing. The result of my first crystal ball blind box is gratifying. When you have time, go to Star Bar to have a drink together. I'll treat you. Lion's smile on his face, who had put away the colorful fragments, never stopped. Leon, who was in a happy mood, felt beautiful even when he looked at the unshaven big-bearded Han Clint. What may be preserved in the all-elephant crystal ball is like its name, encompassing everything, but it is the first time I have witnessed that you are very popular with Yuba. I hope that the crystal hole you bring will also produce all kinds of good things next time." Clint sighed, then realized that he was talking to himself and ignored Lion's offer to treat him. "Well, I'll go to the bar for a short time, but I will say hello to you next time I meet him." Regarding Clint's social retardation, Leon didn't know what to say, so he shrugged and drew a topic. "By the way, can you explain to me what are the blacksmith business you run here?" "Of course, it is the sale of various ores and the processing of tools and weapons. This is the tradition of our family. Clint blacksmiths of all generations are the best blacksmiths in Pelican Town." Clint immediately replied proudly when he heard Leon talk about his professional field. "Wait for me." Leon immediately left the blacksmith shop when he heard this. Then he took out the axe from the system tool in his backpack, then took it into the blacksmith shop and handed it to Clint. "Look at my axe, can it be enhanced and upgraded?" "Huh? The exquisite forging technology seems to contain some special power. I have learned this forging method in the family's classics, but your axe is in the most primitive state of this forging method. If you want to strengthen it, you need to gradually forge and reshape it." Clint picked up the axe handed over by Leon, raised it in the center of his vision, observed it carefully for a long time before putting it down and adding, "If you can bring me 5 copper ingots, then paying 2,000 yuan forging fee, I can give it copper characteristics, complete the first phase of reshaping and upgrading, and make it sharper." "Is it 2,000 yuan? It's too expensive." Leon heard this without any reduction. The same processing fee as in the game, and he felt endless resentment. The prices of blacksmith Clint here were too outrageous. "It's quite expensive, but this is already cost-effective. It's basically difficult for you to find a blacksmith who can complete this special upgrade process outside. The time and energy it takes is extremely exaggerated. At least in the 2 days I upgrade the tool for you, I have no energy to do other things at all." Clint quickly explained. "And the copper characteristics are only a stage of initial strengthening. Only when upgrading to the copper characteristics can we upgrade and give steel characteristics on this basis, followed by gold characteristics and the most powerful iridium characteristics. In addition to the corresponding characteristic metal ingots that need to be spent on each upgrade, we also need to pay a larger amount. However, I can guarantee that the enhanced effect will be of great value." Listening to Clint's explanation, Leon could understand. After all, he had not used the iridium tool before. It was indeed very different from the original initial tool. He just thought about the price that would cost to upgrade the tool in the future, and his heart was filled with bitterness. The price of upgraded copper tools has not changed, which means that the price required for subsequent upgrades will not change. The upgrade fee for steel is 5,000 yuan, the upgraded price for gold is 10,000 yuan, and the upgraded tool can be 25,000 yuan, a total of 4 pieces of watering can, axe, pick and hoe. If all upgrade to the top iridium tools, Leon needs to prepare 20 copper ingots, 20 iron ingots, 20 gold ingots, 20 iridium ingots, and a total of 170,000 standard currency. This is not a trash can. Of course, the system does not provide the extra tool for the trash can, which has helped Leon save some money. However, the total price of 170,000 yuan, if the money is converted into the monthly salary of 2,000 that Leon once worked at Hoja's house, he would have to save it for 7 years and 1 month without sleeping, never eating or drinking. This is still the salary of the management. If it is replaced by the income of ordinary workers, it may take longer to accumulate. After finishing the calculation, Leon waved his hand at Clint. Let's consider this matter in the future. I can't go to the mine for the time being. If you need it urgently, you can buy some ore from me. Clint said, then walked to the counter where the guests were used, took out a price list, and handed it to Leon. Leon glanced at the prices of these ore raw stones and breathed a sigh of relief. There were finally items in Clint's blacksmith shop that were different from the price of the game. Copper ore is priced at 7.5 yuan per piece, iron ore is 15 yuan per piece, coal is 15 yuan per piece, gold ore is the most expensive, 80 yuan per piece. In fact, the price of gold ore still makes Leon very excited. After all, who doesn't like precious metals such as gold? If you have the conditions in the future, you must have more gold and lay a layer of gold tiles for your home, which will definitely be cool. But now if these ores are purchased from Clint, they will still be a little bit of a loss. They will definitely go to the subsequent mines. They can mine themselves, and they don't plan to pay for them. No, I'd better go to the mining myself. Listening to Lion's words, Clint looked at Leon with surprise and asked, "Don't you still have a farm that needs to be run? It's too hard to go to mining by yourself." "There's no way, who told me that I have no money?" Leon complained, "I can only be self-sufficient." Clint was silent when he heard this. This was indeed an impeccable reason. He had no way to refute it. He thought that the mining framework structure of Stardew Valley is now privately held, so he asked. "But the new mine in Stardew Valley is now run by privately. Where do you go to mine? All the veins in the eastern mountainous areas were taken down by contractors in the state. Mining rights, they will not allow private collections by people other than miners they hire." "Of course it's an abandoned mine cave," Leon replied. Chapter 60 Good Man. Regarding the mining issues in Stardew Valley, Leon has also seen relevant reports on local news. Because the largest vein in Stardew Valley once collapsed and various monsters appeared, the old mine cave in Stardew Valley has been abandoned. However, the rich mineral resources of Stardew Valley have not given up on exploration of Stardew Valley. So in the southernmost primitive mountains of Pelican Town, the prospecting team found a new vein. Although the output is not as rich as the old mine cave, it is enough to provide a large amount of mineral resources. It has been contracted out by the governor of Stardew Valley, which has led to the re-employment of local miners in Pelican Town. The mine Clint refers to this newly opened vein, but Leon is not interested in it, because it can be seen from the news that the output of this vein is basically copper or iron ore. "You mean the old mine cave in the northern foothills? Oh my god, are you crazy?" Clint showed a horrified look when he heard the mining area of Leon. "Do you know that mine has been occupied by various monsters now? It is very dangerous to go down there. Those monsters will take the initiative to attack humans. If the Explorer Union had not established a branch to guard the mine exit near the abandoned mine cave, Pelican Town would have long been captured by the monsters crawling out of the ground." "I know, but don't panic, I'm a good match." Leon waved his hand at Clint. Since the system dared to add combat level to his panel, it proved that the system felt that Leon had the ability to deal with those monsters, so Leon was quite looking forward to his first mine trip. Not to mention that Leon has obtained the good thing like colorful fragments in advance. Before going down the mine, Leon planned to go to the desert in advance. "Okay, but I still want to advise you to report to the Explorers Union before entering that abandoned mine. If an accident occurs, maybe you can still get their help, which is also a guarantee of your personal safety." After saying this, Clint glanced at Leon, and after hesitating for a moment, he chose to speak, "You can wait for me here." After saying that, Clint got into the private room behind the blacksmith shop. In about 5 minutes, Clint returned to the front of Leon and had an extra straight sword in his hand. "I'll give you this straight sword as a weapon for self-defense. This is a standard weapon I once built for the orders of the Explorers Union. I made one more for personal collection out of my personal hobby, but I dare not face those terrible monsters, so this sword can only be regarded as a handicraft in my hands. I think it's more in line with the value of its forgedness to give to you, a brave man." Looking at the straight sword handed over by Clint, Lion's eyes lit up. Who would have a man dislike cold weapons, especially this kind of sword-like weapon with sharp blades? Although it is not Lion's favorite hand sword, the straight sword is also one of the weapons that Leon appreciates more. "Did you really give it to me?" "Well, I need him more than you." Clint pointed his head and then stuffed the straight sword to Leon. Leon took the hilt, looking at the straight sword about 1 meter 2 in length, weighed the weight, and felt quite easy. The sword body of the straight sword is cut on both sides, straight as a line, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and the blade is thin at the tip. It is very suitable for pricking and slashing. The entire sword body structure is very symmetrical and is well maintained. The hilt of the sword is a cylinder wrapped in leather. The length can ensure that the holder holds both hands, but it is easier to hold it with one hand. The sword grid connected to the sword body is a simple cross-shaped iron cast bar. It can also protect both hands while separating the hilt. Although there is no experience in using this weapon, this excellent length alone is enough for Leon to maintain a relatively safe distance from the attacked target, and the rest is to stab and slash the target. Looking at Lion's posture of holding the sword in one hand, Clint said to Leon with some envy, "I have to say that it's really cool to take this sword. Maybe you have the potential to become an explorer. Giving this sword to you is considered a gift to the right person." Leon smiled and was very satisfied with Clint's gift. "Thank you, this sword is very handy. You can see that Clint's craftsmanship is really great. It is definitely an excellent weapon. I will use it well. I think you should practice its usage skills more. After all, the monsters in the abandoned mine, you are going to have a variety of methods. I would recommend you to go to the Explorers Union for training before going to the mine." Clint smiled on his face when he heard Lion's approval, and then reminded Leon. Leon nodded, not ignoring Clint's kindness. After all, he really has no experience in fighting monsters seriously. If possible, he really wants to go to the Explorer Union to learn the serious practical skills. While Leon didn't say anything, Clint looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Leon saw Clint's social embarrassment and took the lead in speaking, "I'm happy to know you, Clint. We will often cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future. After all, this trip allowed me to see an excellent blacksmith. I think I should come to you often for help in the future." Yet, Clint looked up and said something. Seeing this, Leon had to mention it after saying goodbye. Clint heard that Leon was leaving, and she was obviously relieved and made Leon speechless. Finally, after waving goodbye to Clint, Leon left the blacksmith shop. "Hey, it's hard for you to be socially phobic." Leon, who had left the door, turned around and looked at the door of the blacksmith shop that was closed by Clint, and sighed silently and complained. However, this is why Clint's own personality, so he doesn't have to say much, he can only look at himself. As for the fact that because of Clint's favor in helping him pursue Emily, he had always been secretly in love with him in the future, Leon didn't even consider it. Not to mention that Emily didn't have any feelings for Clint, she just treated him as a friend and was just a matchmaker. Leon was quite resistant. After all, relationships require both parties to maintain each other. The result of unrequited love is basically a tragedy, and helping to match things is meaningless. On the premise that one party has no feelings for the other party, besides hurting the friendship between both parties and themselves, it is completely thankless. So if Leon wants to repay Clint's favor, the best way is to take care of Clint's business in the future. As for the others, Leon had no choice, and judging from the current situation, Emily's favorability towards her is definitely far more than Clint. Leon felt that if she had a little snack, she might have much higher chances of success than Clint's dating Emily. Clint is a good person, but a good person means that the probability of getting a good person card is infinite. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but sigh again and no longer thought about the future of Clint's tragic future. Chapter 61 Ancient Mystery. When Leon, who left the blacksmith shop, rode his bicycle by the library, he unconsciously stopped the car and admired the huge area, but the exterior was full of legendary style. He had a green exterior wall and purple roof and various suspended plants hanging on it. He also parked the bicycle under the wooden corridor under the museum windows. After pushing open the door of the library and entering, Leon saw the front desk at the innermost end of the library hall, and the bearded uncle sitting behind the front desk holding a book. Leon continued to focus his attention elsewhere and found that the library was very large, but there were not many free places to see after entering the door. The space on the right was basically occupied by rows of bookshelves. Although Lewis said that the library's exhibition items had been swept away by the former director, the books on the bookshelf did not seem to be loved by the former director who ran away. At least from Lyon's perspective, the books on the bookshelf were still full of books, with only a few places having time. "Hello, sir, is there anything that can help you?" Lyon's appearance was also discovered by the current librarian who was reading the book. The other party put down the book and stood up and asked Leon. "It's okay, sir, I'll just take a look," Leon explained. The librarian looked up and down at Leon. "You should be the new farmer that everyone is discussing in the town recently." "How did you guess?" Leon asked curiously. "Because black hair is not common in Stardew Valley, you are welcome to the library, Mr. Leon, right? My name is Gunther, and I am currently the administrator of the Pelican Town Library." After saying that, Gunther walked around the front desk, walked to Leon and spoke. "If Mr. Leon had nothing else to do, can he take a little time to listen to my request?" "But it's okay." Leon nodded and signaled that he was listening. Gunther smiled, then walked in front of Leon, took Leon around the rows of bookshelf and the provider to sit on the desk benches, and came to the exhibition hall at the easternmost point of the library. Looking at the empty showroom, Gunther sighed, "Sorry for you to see this scene." The former curator shamelessly swept through all the antiquities and unique minerals for display here, and escaped from Pelican Town, so there is no collection here now. "Well, I heard Lewis talk about this. I want to revive the library's exhibition hall collection, but because of the maintenance and cleaning of the library, I don't have much time to go out, so I want to entrust you one thing, which is to help me find special minerals that are representative of the antiquities and minerals buried in all parts of Stardew Valley." Speaking of this, Gunther looked at Leon seriously and bowed deeply. "Of course, I only need one copy." You can keep or sell the other extra Mr. Leon yourself, and there is no problem. In return for supplementing the exhibition hall collection, I will give you my own private collection as a thank you gift. I know nothing about antiquities, and I may not be able to determine whether it is valuable if I find it. Although Leon knew what the other party meant, he still showed a difficult look. Of course, this is just a disguise. Its real purpose is to let Gunther understand that he has difficulties and to seek more benefits. I understand that sometimes antiquities may not be different from garbage in the eyes of people who have no relevant research or understanding. Therefore, as a prerequisite for asking for your help, I will give Mr. Leon some special power. After saying that, Gunther took out a piece of bone from the dark blue suit on his body and handed it to Leon. Come Mr. Leon, there is some special power in it. It can let you see some secrets hidden in the soil and make you notice the true appearance of those covered-up antiques. With it, you will be much more relaxed when looking for antiques, of course, even if it is finished. It has become a collection of the showroom, and I will not bring it back. From this moment on, it will be yours. Leon took the bone piece, and the next second, the system actually showed a long-lost prompt. Ancient mystery? Hold it and you can see traces from ancient times, and now you can find ancient spots. Accompanied by the system, the bone pieces turned into powder in Lion's hands. This sudden scene was seen by Gunther, but Gunther did not have any unexpected expressions, but said to Leon with a smile, "I'll give it to you." "Well, I will." Leon nodded, his previous doubts were also solved. This special ability does not appear in the game. When the player enters the game, he will randomly generate it on the land of the open-air map of Stardew Valley. He dig it with a hoe to obtain various things such as antiquities, stones, or clay. The general image of ancient spots is that three things shaking like earthworm tentacles emerge from an open space, which is to distinguish the difference between ordinary land and ancient spots. There is also a green grass-like ancient spot that can dig out unique seeds, which can dig out seeds suitable for seasonal cultivation. When he was wild, Leon consciously searched for it, but he never saw such a special land. He originally thought that there were no ancient spots in the real Stardew Valley, but now he realized that finding ancient spots also requires a medium. Thinking of this, Leon unconsciously looked at Gunther, not expecting that this librarian was not a simple person either. Gunther also noticed Lion's gaze, but did not show any special expression. He still asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my face?" "Mr. Gunther, where did you get this bone piece?" Looking at Gunther pretending to be confused, Leon asked directly. There is no choice, Leon is curious. "A friend gave it to me." Gunther actually answered this question beyond Lion's surprise. "Friend?" Leon looked at Gunther in confusion. "Which hidden boss is this?" "Well, my friend, a more terrible guy. If you have a chance in the future, you may know him too." Gunther glanced at Leon and then added, "I also have to organize the bookshelf. If you have nothing to do, you can read books in the library. Although the books in the library can be purchased on the market, some knowledge may be very helpful to you." Without waiting for Leon to speak, Gunther got into the bookshelf and disappeared from Lion's vision. Leon looked at the bone powder in his hand and held it tightly in his hand to avoid spilling it out of the wooden floor of the library. Then he began to look for trash cans in the library, intending to throw away the bone powder that had lost its strength. Chapter 62 Invitation. Leon. While Leon was looking for a trash can in the library, a shout of surprise came from behind Leon. Leon turned around and found that it was Penny calling him, and beside Penny, there were two little beads, one man and one woman. The boy was lively and the girl was shy, following Penny one left and one right, looking at Leon curiously. "Hello, Penny, do you know where the library's trash can is?" Leon asked Penny with a smile. "Come with me, Jas, Vincent, take the books and wait for me first." Penny reminded the two children, and then walked to Leon to lead the way. When Penny took Leon to find the trash can, Leon threw the bone powder in his hand into it. Penny asked, "Are you planning to borrow books when you come to the library?" "I'm here to see you. My crystal hole has opened a very special mineral. I'll say you are my goddess of luck," Leon replied truthfully. After all, this is his main purpose in coming to the library. Thanks to Penny's lucky hand for allowing him to bloom colorful fragments from the Vientiane's crystal hole. "It's just that your luck has nothing to do with me, right?" Pan lowered her head and said with her face red and her hands unconsciously entangled together, as if she was very uneasy. "I think you have made more contributions, so if you have nothing to do at noon, I would like to invite you to have a meal to express my gratitude," Leon said seriously. He had never produced colorful fragments from the Vientiane crystal cave in the game, so he was very self-aware of his luck. Panai was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then subconsciously replied, "No, it's too expensive to eat outside, just eat something at home." When Leon heard that the other party's first reaction was not shyness or hesitation, but was considering the price issue, he felt a little sorry for the girl. Panai also realized that her words were a little abrupt, and hurriedly explained, "It's not that I'm going to your house, but to my house." "No, oh, I don't need to treat me to a meal." Looking at Penny talking and making herself shy, Leon smiled and said, "It's better to go to Starfruit, so that no one of us needs to go, and if you don't plan to come, I will order two as usual, one will eat by myself, and one will be delivered to your house in pack." "How can you do this?" Penny protested angrily when he heard Lion's domineering decision. "Why can't it?" Leon leaned forward and approached Penny and added softly, "This is my decision. Whether to accept this takeaway at that time will be your business." Looking at Leon, who was so close to him, Penny's face was almost red and bleeding. Leon was taller than her, so when Leon approached him, the area where she could look straight was Lion's strong chest, and she could smell the familiar and special smell on Lion's body, which was too great for her. "I'll go with you." In the end, Penny agreed to Lion's invitation and subconsciously covered her chest because she felt a little breathless. "Haha, okay, beautiful girl, see you in the Starfruit bar," Leon said, turning around and preparing to leave, but just after walking for a few steps, Leon turned back. "Ahem, I almost got into the show. Penny, I want to ask, do you know there are geography books in the library for the Stardew Valley area? It's better to have a roadmap that includes Stardew Valley to the Calico Desert." A dry cough relieved his embarrassment, and Leon asked Penny. "I don't know very well, you can ask Mr. Gunther." Penny replied, asking at the same time, "Are you planning to go to the Calico Desert?" "Well, there are some things that need to be passed, but there is no bus to the Calico Desert in the town, so I plan to find a way to go by myself." Leon had no intention of hiding it. "If this is the case, you can choose to take the bus to Zuzu City first, and then go around the Calico Desert through the long-distance bus there. Although it will take 2 more hours, it will be safer," Penny suggested. "Is there any such route?" Leon was a little surprised. He really didn't know that there was a long-distance bus to the Calico Desert in Zuzu City. "Well, but generally no one goes to the Calico Desert. Except for the annual Desert Festival, few people go to the Calico Desert to visit. It is too dry and there are basically no other attractions except sand and cactus," Penny said in detail to Lionco. "You know so much." Leon looked at Penny with approval. Since he met Penny, he had learned a lot of information from her that he didn't know. "After all, I am a teacher." Penny lowered her head and replied in a low voice. "By the way, are there only 2 children who are qualified to enter the school in the town?" Listening to Penny's words, Leon thought of seeing 2 little doubtings just now. The 2 children in the game are indeed Penny's students because the number of NPCs in the game is limited, but the population of Pelican Town in reality is quite large, so it should not be the only 2 children. There are many, but most families with children have moved to big cities because they think this will bring better educational resources to the children. The children who stay in the town are Vincent and Jas. When Penny said this, her expression was a little disappointed. "But that's good, and the teachers and educational resources that children can access in big cities will be better." "Yet." Leon nodded and responded, not continuing to say anything. "After all, this situation is not unique to this world. In the past Blue Star, parents who live in the countryside have the conditions, they will choose to send their children to urban schools with better educational resources and better environments." "I won't talk to you anymore. I have to teach the children. I will go to Starfruit to find you at noon." Because he mentioned the 2 children, Penny also realized that she still needed to teach them, so she hurriedly said something to Leon and turned to find the 2 children. Leon did not hinder Penny's work, but followed Penny's advice and went to Gunther to borrow related books recording the map of Stardew Valley to the Calico Desert. With the help of Gunther, Leon got a book called Stardew Valley and Surrounding Geography, and found an introduction to the Calico Desert in the catalog and read it carefully. Half an hour later, Leon returned the book to Gunther and left the library. This half-hour reading made Leon understand why Pelican Town has not taken the initiative to repair the bus leading to the Calico Desert, not because of funding, but because there is no need at all. Because the Calico Desert is really just a desert, except for a few oases that exists in the desert, other areas are basically covered by yellow sand. There is no high-quality land there, nor any special economic value resources. Except for the oasis, it is basically an unmanned land. Therefore, the Calico Desert, which does not have much development value and tourism value, has basically not many tourists in the Calico Desert, except for the Thread Desert Festival that attracts backpackers and explorers from all over the world. There is no need for Pelican Town to choose to spend too little development funds to repair the bus that may not be able to travel a round trip for a day for a very small number of tourists. Chapter 63 Gus's Story. However, knowing this would not prevent Leon from planning to go to the Calico Desert. After all, the colorful fragments I just bought still need to be sacrificed in the center of the 3 stone pillars in the open air, and replaced it with the most powerful galaxy sword in the game. Sharpening a knife will not delay cutting wood. The strength of the galaxy sword is definitely worth Lion's trip. Leon, who rode on the bike again, first wandered around the town and went to Grandma Evelyn's house, leaving a piece of leeks for George, who was watching TV, as a thank you gift for taking the bicycle for free. Although George's expression was still quite cold, after seeing the leeks handed over by Leon, he forced a smile. Evelyn was quite angry at first. After all, it was the second time she invited Leon to stay for lunch, but when Evelyn knew that Leon had made an appointment with someone to have dinner with Starfruit, and the partner was a single girl in the town, her attitude immediately changed. Even before Leon left, he gave Leon a tulip he had cultivated himself for him to give it to the girl who had eaten with him. In Grandma Evelyn's doting eyes, Leon left with the tulip. "Hi, Gus, I'm here again." As soon as he entered the Starfruit bar, Leon saw Gus wiping his wine glass as usual, as if the cups in the tavern could never be wiped. "Leon, please come in quickly, I will always welcome you here." Gus showed a bright smile when he saw Leon, and greeted Leon happily and sat down. "What should I eat?" "I want to invite a girl to have dinner together. I don't know if you have any recommendations." Although I have been to Gus' store several times, because Gus often changes menus, Leon did not know what Gus' menu style is today, so he planned to give the option to Gus. "Oh? So which lucky girl is here to have a meal?" Gus came to Leon and asked quietly after hearing this. "Penny." Leon didn't hide it either. After all, people would come later. Gus could see it if they said it or not. "Teacher Penny, let me think about it." Gus thought for a moment after hearing Lion's answer. "Do you think this arrangement is okay? Appetizer salad, main course tubers platter, and for soup, parsnip soup, and for desserts, cheesecake. By the way, do you want to drink wine?" After some consideration, Gus gave the menu he arranged and then asked Leon. "Don't drink." Leon doesn't like drinking too much, let alone Penny hates alcoholic beverages because of her mother's alcoholism. "Just be fine." "That's apple juice. By the way, is there any place to modify the menu?" Gus immediately gave his proposal and then confirmed to Leon. "No problem, how much is it?" Leon nodded, and was preparing to pay the money first to avoid some trouble. "Charge you 120 yuan. Gus gave his own offer. This price made Leon frown unconsciously. It was not that it was expensive, but that it felt cheap. "Gus, this price is wrong." Although Leon likes to have sex for free, it depends on the situation. Sometimes it seems that you have taken advantage of it, but after this little advantage, there is still a favor or a trap waiting for you. Indeed, it was a discounted price, Gus explained. "But you may not know that there is an unwritten rule in my bar, that is, if men and women eat in pairs, I will price at a price of 20% over the cost. We are just ordinary friends," Leon emphasized. "I know, so there is this discount." Gus retorted, "If you are a couple, I won't even give it a discount." "Why?" Leon looked at Gus in confusion and asked. Gus glanced at the bar and found that no other guests had arrived, so he said to Leon, "No one is now, let me tell you a story. Look attentively. When I was young, I was a chef who was learning skills in the kitchen of a top restaurant in the city. In the kitchen, I met a girl who worked part-time and fell in love with her at first sight." Speaking of this, Gus' face was full of memories and smiles, although she has not been here for a long time, only twice a week. Every time I see her, I am full of energy. Everyone in the kitchen knows that I like her, and it seems that only she doesn't know. With my efforts, our relationship is already considered friends. When she chatted with me, she said that the restaurant we work for is too expensive, and she may have to wait a long time to have a meal here. So I thought of treating her to a meal. However, because the restaurant's meals were too expensive, my salary was not high at that time, so I could only save money. Unfortunately, due to graduation, she never showed up again. After I learned about her news again, I realized that she had already gone to another city to work and had no chance to invite her to have dinner. Gus said this with a little regretful expression. When I became the chef in that store, I met her again one night, but this time she had already put on a wedding ring and appeared in our restaurant with her husband. She happily blessed me to become the chef, and I could only bless her to form her own family. After saying this, Gus smiled at Leon with a little embarrassed look. Isn't it a very old story? Yet. Leon replied in his heart. But this is one of my best memories, so after returning to Pelican Town, I opened the star fruit. On the one hand, I wanted to bring the delicious food back to this town where I gave birth to me and raised me, and on the other hand, I also wanted to avoid those embarrassing memories. This rule is also because of this reason. I don't want to witness the second boy who regretted missing the invitation to a girl for a meal because of the price. After saying that, Gus looked at Leon and asked, "Can you understand the meaning of this rule now?" "I understand." Leon nodded, "but I still have to emphasize that we are really friends." Yet. Gus answered a little perfunctorily. See you in Leon. The monk was speechless, so he asked tentatively, if, can I still enjoy this discount if I bring other girls to dinner in the future? Gus replied without thinking after hearing this, "Of course, but if the girl you brought has already confirmed her relationship with you, then I have to charge according to the price." Haha, remember what you said, Gus. Lion's mouth raised slightly when he heard this, and he reminded Gus meaningfully. Looking forward to your performance. Gus also understood Lion's thoughts, but he was not unhappy with being fleece. Instead, he reminded Leon with great enthusiasm, "You can enjoy this discount only when you bring a female companion." Among the residents of Pelican Town, except for some strategies, most of the stories have very simple backgrounds, so I will add some to them at the right time. While the full characters are also satisfying their desire to count words, if you don't like them, you can leave a message, and I will deduct this part of the content in the future. Chapter 64 Stunning. Faced with Gus' hint, Leon smiled and didn't say anything, and Gus was not asking questions, but instead changed the topic. "Then I'll go to the kitchen and prepare it first, so that Penny can have a meal directly when she arrives. If other guests come at this time, remember to greet me." "No problem." Leon responded to this small request, took out the meal fee and handed it to Gus. Gus threw it into the cash register on and off the bar without even counting it, then took off his coat, changed into a chef's gown and chef's hat, and turned around and entered the kitchen behind the bar. Leon, on the other hand, held his cheek with one hand, leaning against the bar in a daze. Fortunately, such boring time did not last long. The wine glass at the bar door was pushed open. Under the jingle of the bell hanging on the door, Leon came to his senses and turned his head, and saw Penny's figure. Unlike Penny I saw in the morning, Penny not only changed into a floral dress, but also loosened her long hair that she had previously tied up and draped it on her shoulders. Although there was no makeup on her face, her white skin and emerald-like eyes were already profound enough to make people feel deeply influenced. "I almost couldn't recognize you." Leon stood up and greeted him and joked at Penny. "Is it because it's too exaggerated?" After seeing Leon, Penny instantly crawled onto her cheeks and asked in a low voice to Leon with some confusion. "No, it's so amazing." Leon soothed Penny's mood, and at the same time picked a double table and helped Penny pull out the stool. "Please sit." "Thank you." Lion's gentlemanly behavior made Penny's mood tense up again, but unlike the previous nervousness, she felt more of an indescribable throbbing at this moment. Fortunately, Leon didn't do anything out of the ordinary afterwards, but just sat quietly opposite him and chatted with him about some ordinary topics, which stabilized Penny's heartbeat. Under Lion's intentional guidance, Penny soon entered a normal state. In Lion's frequent questions, he used his abundant knowledge reserve to help Lion's answers to his doubts. The relaxed and pleasant chat atmosphere made time pass quickly. When Gus delivered all the food to the table for the two, Penny could no longer see the hurry and tension before except for her smile. Gus' cooking skills are as amazing as ever, especially the tuber platter, which is the main ingredient, which is chewy and contains attractive soup. While retaining the special flavor of the ingredients themselves, it can also be integrated with the spices. Every bite makes people feel the strong impact of the taste buds. This dish is also very suitable for Penny's taste. Penny finished 2/3 of the portions alone. "Sorry, I seem to have eaten a little too much." Penny also realized her loss of composure and apologized to Leon with embarrassment. "Why do you need to apologize? Isn't eating just about having enough? Being harsh on yourself for the so-called politeness, then you don't need to apologize to me, your body needs this apology even more." Leon quipped at Penny with a smile. Penny immediately laughed and her expression became much more relaxed. He understood that Leon was not out of politeness, but that he really thought so. The atmosphere returned to its previous relaxation again. The two of them quickly ate the food on the table, leaving only the apple juice in the glass before they had finished drinking it. This also happens to provide the two with the opportunity to continue chatting. "So Leon, are you still going to go to the Calico Desert?" Listening to Penny's inquiry, Leon nodded. "Of course, I have some things to do there." "Have the route been planned?" Penny asked. "Well, I plan to spend a day going to Zuzu City and then transfer to the Calico Desert. Although it is a little troublesome, a day should be enough to get back to and from the farm to rest," Leon replied. He didn't want to go to the Calico Desert so much. In fact, it was the fastest to go to the Calico Desert from Stardew Valley, but that was after the bus was repaired, and if he wanted to repair the bus, he had to complete the sacrifice in the vault. However, the 42,500 Leon required for the vault cannot be collected in a short time, so I can only choose this way to detour. As for riding a bicycle to the Calico Desert alone, Leon gave up this plan after learning about the route. After all, the meat-packed iron cannot cope with the scorching sun and dry wind and sand. If you really ride a bicycle, you will suffer from old age. Sin. "Then when will you set off?" Penny continued to ask. "Let's go tomorrow." Leon is a practical person, so he naturally plans to complete the sooner the better. "Then can you wait for me tomorrow morning?" I want to prepare some food for you so that you can replenish your energy on the way. Moreover, the first bus from Stardew Valley to Zuzu City is 7:30 in the morning. I will go to your farm before this to wait for you. After learning about Lion's plan, Penny expressed her thoughts. Oh, isn't it too troublesome? After all, it takes a long time to go up the farm from the town, and you have to prepare food. You have to get up early, there is no need. Although Leon was very happy that Penny said this, she really planned to do this, and Leon was a little hesitant. After all, the trouble was not a little bit. Leon was a little scared. After all, it was not for nothing to say that he was the most difficult to absorb the favor of a beauty. It doesn't matter, just treat it as a gift for this lunch. Penny said firmly, I plan to do this regardless of whether you want it or not. Okay, you won. Leon was also helpless, but he had to accept Penny's kindness. After all, it was Penny who made the decision, not himself. He couldn't pinch the other party's neck and let the other party not be busy with these things. Penny finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. See you tomorrow morning. Okay, please trouble you. Leon nodded. After the topic ended, the two chatted for a while. After drinking the apple juice in the glass, they left the star fruit bar one by one. In the afternoon, Penny had no class, so Leon sent her back home. When she was at the door, Penny asked Leon to go back first, and did not invite Leon into the house for a cup of coffee or something. This made Leon understand that it was probably that Penny's mother Pen was still sobering up in the trailer house. After saying goodbye to Penny, Leon rode his bike to Pierre's grocery store and bought some fresh vegetables and seasonings. He made a lot of bags of food and rode back to the farm. But what he didn't know was that when he was checking out, Abigail happened to walk out of the living area behind the lobby of the business area. When he saw Lion's back holding a bunch of ingredients, Abigail licked his lips and spoke to his father Pierre, who was checking the statement. Dad, I won't eat at home tonight. I asked my friend to go out for dinner. Remember to say to my mother. After saying that, without waiting for Pierre to ask whether the friend was a man or a woman, he slipped out of the door and headed out of Pelican's town. Thanks to Dimension for his 1,500 points and the 500 points reward from the Holy Light and Dark boss. The boss is generous and the boss is healthy. Chapter 65 The Master is the Teacher. Back at the farm, throwing the purchased ingredients into the refrigerator, Leon took out the straight sword given by Clint from his backpack and started fiddling on the farm. It is one thing to like cold weapons, and whether it can be used is another thing to do it. Although Leon, who holds the straight sword, can make simple points, picks, snatches, and chops. However, when applied to actual combat, Leon was not sure that he could choose the appropriate attack method with more circumstances. However, even though Leon knew nothing about actual sword skills, this did not prevent him from playing. If there were no rape flowers nearby, he would have been more exciting. Of course, Leon is not just playing, the most important thing is to cultivate his own feel and ensure that he will not be in a hurry after taking out the weapon from his backpack in dangerous situations in the future. Just as Leon was waving his straight sword in the air, practicing the legendary sword move Syahiba chopping, a complaint rang beside Leon. Are you practicing sword? Your posture is so ugly. Oh, Abigail, why are you here? Leon immediately stopped the movement in his hand, placed the straight sword backhand behind him, and turned around to look at Abigail squatting not far from him. "I'll have a free meal," Abigail replied naturally. "This place? Didn't you have lunch?" Leon looked up at the sun still hanging high in the air, and asked Abigail speechlessly. "Of course it's supper." Abigail stood up, walked to Lion's side, then walked around Lion's side, and looked at the straight sword hidden behind Leon. "Wow, it's actually a real weapon that has driven the edge. I thought it was just a prop sword you used to practice." Interested. Seeing this, Leon handed the straight sword in his hand to Abigail. "Do you want to give it a try?" Abigail did not refuse, and stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword with great enthusiasm. During the process, Leon was still holding the sword, so he touched Lion's hand. However, Abigail didn't care about these small details. After completely holding the hilt of the sword, Leon also let go of his hand. "Hi, it's quite heavy." Abigail also learned from Lion's way to hold the sword in one hand, but this straight sword is iron after all, and it is amazing in length and naturally has a great weight, so Abigail, who was not prepared, almost didn't hold it tightly. However, after adapting to this weight, Abigail quickly placed the straight sword across his chest, and then showed a very well-organized attack combo in front of Leon. The sound of breaking through the air caused by the 3 consecutive slashes made Leon look sideways. "This girl has something. How is it, okay?" After Abigail showed this set, he smugly joked at Leon, "Is it true? More intimidating than your skills? It's pretty good. Do you still have talent? Show it." Leon was not angry about Abigail's provocation, because the things displayed by the other party were really well organized. Leon was even more curious about how much Abigail would be. "No more, just this one, what I have learned from the book. The book says that you only need to learn this one and practice hard to deal with most ordinary monsters." Abigail shook his head and explained. "Is that just one move?" Leon recalled Abigail's move just now. Although it looked simple, the offensive was sharp and the speed was amazing. The moves were coherent when they were used. After stabbing, he could even take the opportunity to cycle again and launch a second offensive. Thinking of this, Leon's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and grabbed Abigail's arm and asked, "Can you teach me this? For example, how to exert force and how to suppress force. I want to learn." "Hehe, yes, but you have to call me teacher." Abigail nodded with a smile, but did not forget to take advantage of Leon. "Teacher Abigail." Leon changed his name without hesitation. After all, the master is the teacher, and I will be my teacher when 3 people walk. Besides, the cost-effectiveness of being able to learn something new is not proportional to the effort of moving your mouth. Abigail was very fond of this new name, and the smile on his face never stopped. But she didn't just laugh, and naturally she didn't forget to start demonstrating this set of offensive skills to Leon. Abigail first showed Leon the start and end of this move twice in slow motion, and then explained some insights he had personally experienced during the practice, such as the details of the posture of exerting force, the rotation of his wrists and the coordination of his steps, etc. After explaining some theoretical knowledge, she handed the straight sword in her hand to Leon and asked Leon to start practicing by herself. She was watching from the side and reminding Leon where she did something wrong or whether there were any rules in the movements. Leon did not have any impatientness. While practicing, he followed Abigail's explanation and reminder, and improved his movements bit by bit. Not to mention, under Abigail's suggestion, he found that his offensive speed was getting faster and faster, and his movements were getting smoother and smoother. Leon, who learned something, would naturally not be stingy with praise for Abigail. Abigail was so happy that he taught him well that Abigail was full of enthusiasm for teaching. When he found that Lion's movements were still a little inconsistent, he was even more intimate instructing him. Even though Lion's heart was as strong as steel, his skin and body had some wonderful experiences that touched Abigail, he also felt a little passionate. As for Abigail himself, after his enthusiasm faded, he realized that he was too close to Leon. The strong muscles and body temperature accompanied by pheromones with sweat and male hormones made Abigail's body surged with heat that spread from nowhere. So both parties began to have a tacit understanding to avoid contact with each other. Abigail retreated 2 meters away from Leon, and Leon himself focused on the straight sword in his hand and the skills of this offensive in his mind. Silence became the main theme of this teaching. Until Leon realized that due to long-term practice and exertion, his wrists were a little sore and lactic acid in his muscles began to accumulate and sting, and Leon stopped his movements. "I have to rest, otherwise I'm afraid I can't even lift my arms tomorrow." As he said that, Leon wiped the sweat from his head with his sleeve, intending to go to the house to replenish himself some water. "Well, I should have a rest. I was exhausted when I had time, only practiced for half an hour. I didn't expect you to last for so long," Abigail echoed. After a long period of watching, she had calmed down and returned to her normal state of communicating with Leon again. "After all, I am a farmer. How can I go to the fields to work if I don't have good physical strength?" Leon said half-jokingly, then asked Abigail. "Thank you, Abigail, what I learned this afternoon has helped me a lot. If you want to eat at night, you can order whatever you want. I will watch it and make it. If it doesn't work, let's go to Starfruit and let Gus cook." Chapter 66 Let's Go Together. Hearing the food, Abigail stopped and followed Lion's footsteps, holding his chin with one hand, and fell into thinking. Leon did not stop and returned to the house to drink a large glass of cold water, then washed his face. At this time, Abigail also pushed the door open, and naturally became as natural as returning to his own home. He rushed straight to the mini refrigerator in Lion's house and opened it. "I want to eat meat, but it doesn't seem to be in your refrigerator." Looking around the ingredients in the refrigerator, Abigail complained in disappointment. "Is fish?" Leon asked. "No, it's just chicken, beef, etc." Abigail replied. Leon was shocked when he heard this. "Is there any chicken and beef sold in Pelican Town?" "Why not? You don't think Pelican Town is a poor area, right?" Abigail looked at Leon with contempt and complained. "That's not. I just haven't seen such ingredients appear in Gus Tavern, and I haven't seen the corresponding ingredients in your grocery store. I thought I didn't eat poultry, pigs, cattle, and sheep in Stardew Valley," Leon explained casually. After all, I can't tell Abigail that he has never seen Stardew Valley appear in the game in addition to aquatic products, other edible meats. "Gus is not good at cooking these, so I rarely prepare this type of ingredients at Starfruit Bar, while my father only manages plant-based ingredients and daily groceries. If you want to buy red meat, you have to go to Hoja's supermarket or John's butcher shop." Abigail patiently explained to Leon that Leon had just moved to Stardew Valley, and there were many things that Abigail could understand. I don't know where John's butcher shop is. After all, the real Pelican Town is very big, and he has not finished visiting it completely yet. As for the fact that there are indeed sales of such products in the Hoja supermarket, he knows this. However, because it was placed in the cold chain area, Leon did not go there for the last time to purchase supplies, nor did he think about whether the Hoja in Pelican Town supplies red meat. He was once again trapped in the inertia of thinking. So strictly speaking, this is the first time Leon has known that Pelican Town actually has red meat. He thought that this place was the same as the game. In order to prevent the game from being troubled by those extreme animated welfare, the recipes and ingredients for red meat were deleted. If you don't like these ingredients, then go to Starfruit to eat. Listening to Abigail wanting to eat meat, Leon is not good to buy it now, so he simply proposed to go to Gus to eat ready-made ones. No. Abigail refused the proposal without hesitation after hearing this. Just eat whatever you want. The pancakes last time were very good, I want to eat them. I can't eat enough cakes in the middle of the night. Leon reminded. I don't care, I'll eat anyway. Abigail spread his hands and sat on Lion's bed, and lay down straight, as if you didn't cook for me, and I was lying here for lying on the corpse. I wet the bed last night and I haven't had time to change the sheets. Seeing Abigail's rogue attitude, Leon naturally couldn't spoil it and immediately joked at Abigail. Ah! Hearing this, Abigail immediately jumped out of the bed like he installed a spring, but after a moment he realized that Leon was definitely lying to him. Otherwise how could he take the initiative to reveal such an embarrassing thing, and immediately glared at Leon. I don't want to make pancakes, but I have flour, so I'll make something else. Leon ignored Abigail's eyes, found a larger soup bowl and poured an appropriate amount of flour into it. Then he injected clean water, beat 2 eggs, kneaded the flour into a ball, and then began to rub it repeatedly. Abigail squatted aside curiously and watched Leon perform. After seeing Leon stretching and folding the dough. After repeating this several times, he pulled the dough into strips of the same thickness, with his eyes wide open. Leon, what are you doing? Ramen. Leon replied naturally, and at the same time he did not stop his movements, but he did not have the ability to pull the dragon beard noodles. Pulling a thick noodles was already his limit. After all, it was an amateur level. If he had a rolling pin, he would not consider the ramen, but was preparing to make hand-rolled noodles. Abigail looked at Leon in confusion. She didn't quite understand what ramen was, but seeing the shape of the noodles was similar to that of the pasta, she was quite curious about what it tasted. After Leon finished pulling the noodles, he held the noodles and asked Abigail to boil water in the pot and go outside to set the fire to cook noodles. There were no ingredients added to the noodles, only some oil and salt were added as seasoning, and some green onions were cut into it as decoration. The 2 large bowls of clear soup ramen without toppings were served on the table by Leon. Woo, what a elastic noodles! Abigail, who tried ramen for the first time, was shocked by the strong noodles at the mouth of the noodles. Leon didn't say anything, but just whispered the noodles in his bowl, sighing secretly that there was no reserve of peppers. Otherwise, if the dried noodles were poured with oil and spicy food, it would be really delicious. Compared to Lion's indifference, Abigail was quite happy to eat. Although there is only simple seasoning, the strongness and elastic texture of the noodles made her feel a brand new experience. Compared to the taste, this pasta called ramen in Lyon is more attractive to Abigail in its fun nature. After both of them had eaten noodles and finished the soup, Abigail sighed with satisfaction. What an interesting food. Go back after eating, I have to take a shower and go to bed. After entertaining Abigail, Lyon impatiently urged Abigail to leave. After all, the lonely man and widow were alone in the room at night. He was afraid that he would be a beast, and even more afraid that he would be worse than beasts. How can you sleep so early? Abigail didn't care, but looked at Lyon with contempt and complained, I'm afraid Mr. George didn't go to bed so early. Are you still a young man? I'm going to go far tomorrow. If I don't go to bed early, I won't have enough energy to catch the bus. Lyon explained. Let's go far? Are you going to play in the city? Abigail asked curiously when he heard this. That's right, Zuzu City will go, but you just need to transfer to the Calico Desert there. I have something to do there. Lyon didn't hide it, after all, this is not a shameful thing. That's not going to take a long way? But this is also the only way to go to the Calico Desert now. The bus going up to the Calico Desert has not been invested in repairing it, otherwise you will only need more than an hour to go to the Calico Desert from Stardew Valley. Abigail looked at Lyon sympathetically and said. Yes, so you go back first, I have to go to bed. Lyon waved his hand, trying to drive Abigail back. But Abigail had no intention of leaving, and he thought for a while and said, Lyon, can you drive? Yes. Lyon nodded, not understanding why Abigail asked that. Okay, then I'll drive that old car over tomorrow and go to the Calico Desert with you, but you have to drive the whole way. Abigail immediately made a decision when he heard this. Chapter 67 The Persistent Abigail. Hearing Abigail's decision, Lyon was stunned for a long time before he confirmed, You said you will be with me tomorrow. Yeah. Abigail nodded and looked at Lyon's stunned face, Are you very moved? No, I just feel troublesome. Lyon rolled his eyes speechlessly and complained to Abigail, I'm not going to play, I really have to do something, and the Calico Desert is not a fun place. Why do you think you are joining in this fun? Of course I can't bear to watch you go on a long journey. If you drive by yourself, you can go directly to the Calico Desert from Stardew Valley, which will save a lot of effort. Abigail replied. Finally, he was afraid that Lyon would misunderstand the meaning of his words and added, Of course, it is mutual help between sympathy and friends. I understand what you mean, but one thing is that you are sure that your old car can experience the erosion of wind and sand? If the engine enters the sand and breaks down on the road, we may have to experience a journey to survive in the wilderness. Although Abigail's proposal made Lyon's heart moved, considering the extreme environment of the Calico Desert, Lyon was more worried about some accidents, which led to him and Abigail being trapped in the desert. After all, driving in the desert requires very high configuration requirements. The flowing yellow sand and the blown gravel are all omnipresent, so for safety reasons, Lyon intends to reject Abigail's proposal. However, Abigail had no worries about this. It's okay, you don't need to worry about this at all, because the car has traveled to and from Stardew Valley and the Calico Desert more than once, and has never had an experience of breaking down. You can drive with confidence and boldness. You drove it by yourself? Lyon asked after hearing this. Emily drove over. She had a friend who ran an oasis store in the Calico Desert. She would occasionally borrow a car from me to visit her friends. I have never heard Emily say that she had encountered any special accidents in the desert. Abigail explained. So that's it. Leon was relieved when he heard this. If the old car had already had successful cases of traveling back and forth between the Calico Desert and Stardew Valley, it would be enough to prove that the car could withstand the erosion of wind and sand. Without the concerns about vehicle damage, Abigail's proposal became tempting. Then your parents agree that you go out with me. There is a guaranteed safety issue. Whether Abigail can go out is another question. Leon and Abigail are like-minded friends, but they are just nodding with Abigail's father Pierre. There was no contact with her mother Caroline. If the other party knew that her baby daughter was going to drive to the Calico Desert with a strange man, she would probably not agree with Abigail's idea. Why do I need their consent for what I want to do? Abigail asked in confusion. I'm already an adult, okay? This is the truth, but there are some things that need to be ventilated with your parents just in case. If you drive away in a quiet voice, your parents may be worried. Leon explained patiently to Abigail. Don't you just want to go to the Calico Desert with me? Abigail looked at Leon impatiently and complained, why are there so many reasons? I really don't want to. If I can, I would rather lend me the car and drive it myself. I will find a place to fill your car with gas in return. What do you think of this proposal? Leon nodded and suggested to Abigail. No, I just want to go to the Calico Desert. Abigail refused Leon's proposal without hesitation, wrapped his hands in front of his chest and pouted, obviously having a fight with Leon. That's okay, you have to convince your parents. What if there is no persuasion? Then you stay home honestly and I'll transfer to Zuzu City to the Calico Desert by myself. Why did you have to ask my parents to agree to you before going with me? Because this involves your safety issues and social etiquette issues. I am a newcomer and may have a lot of business cooperation with your father in the future. I don't want to be rejected by your father in the future because of this. My father will not be dissatisfied with you because of this. I don't believe it. After the conversation ended, Leon sat on the stool in the room with his legs crossed. Abigail stood beside the bed with his neck stammering, staring at Leon angrily. Both sides were silent for a long time, and finally Abigail compromised, okay, then I'll go back and ask my dad whether he agrees or not, you can wait. Well, I will wait for you before the first bus to Zuzu City will leave tomorrow morning. Leon replied. Abigail asked awkwardly when he heard this, what time is the first bus in the morning? 7:30. Leon added. It's too early. Abigail complained with a somewhat entangled expression, will you go to bed so early without going to bed more? It's getting late, even if your parents agree to you. Andy drove to the Calico Desert together, and the earlier the better. Otherwise, if you set off at 8 or 9 o'clock, the high temperature in the desert will make you understand what a mobile oven is. Leon complained. Okay. Abigail also felt that what Leon said was fine, and then waved his arm at Leon, then I'll go back first. You have to remember what you said. I have obtained the permission of my parents, so you can't find a reason to reject my kindness. After saying that, Abigail left the wooden house and went back to the town. Leon sighed. He was not rejecting Abigail's kindness. Being able to drive to the Calico Desert without detours was a great thing for Leon, but this time he was not going to play, but to sacrifice colorful fragments for the Galaxy Sword. If Abigail follows, it will be difficult for Leon to do this. With Abigail's curiosity, he will definitely follow him secretly. When he sees this scene, it will be difficult to explain, so Leon wants to do this alone. After finishing thinking, Leon stood up and went to take a simple shower. Then he changed into a new set of clothes and went to bed to rest. When the biological clock woke Leon up the next day, the first thing Leon did when he got up was to look at the time on his watch, which was just past 6 o'clock. According to the convention, after getting up and washing up, Leon went out to water the plants in the field. He was busy until after 7 o'clock. Leon had done his daily work and returned to the house to wash his hands. I don't plan to make breakfast by myself. Yesterday, Panay said that I would prepare a portion of food for myself so that I could eat on the road. According to Lion's speculation about Panay, the other party should prepare a lot of food, so I don't need to consider the breakfast issue myself. Chapter 68 3 People. After checking his backpack, he confirmed that he had brought colorful pieces, and with him another extra money, Leon left the farm and walked towards the bus platform. The bus platform in Stardew Valley is located on the dirt road connecting the farm and Pelican Town, so it didn't take long to walk that Leon saw the fork leading to the bus platform. Where, Leon not only saw Penny who had agreed to meet with her, but also Abigail and her old car. What surprised Leon even more was that Emily was standing beside the two of them. The three girls also saw Leon, and Abigail shouted pride at Leon, "How is it? I didn't expect that I would actually bring Emily with me." "What's the situation?" Leon quickly stepped forward and asked. "I went back last night to discuss this matter with my parents. They initially refused to drive to the Calico Desert with you alone, but when I said I would invite Emily to set off together, they agreed after confirming with Emily." Abigail explained with a smile. "So, you are her guardian today?" Leon did not look at Abigail anymore, but complained to Emily. "Haha, the guardian is too exaggerated, but Mr. Pierre told me that he would help him stare at Abigail and not let her run around." Emily replied with a smirk. "Leon, you're so angry. Emily is a friend who can travel together. What is a guardian?" Abigail complained dissatisfiedly. "She is not much older than me," he said. "If you are threatened by Abigail, you can blink and I will save you and leave." Leon teased Emily when he heard this. Emily shook her head and said, "No, when Abigail invited me, I decided to go together. I haven't visited Sandy for a long time." After understanding that this trip, I was afraid I could not be a lone wolf, so Leon had to turn his gaze toward Penny, who was holding a handbag and quietly watching the three of them chatting. "Anyway, there are already 3 people. Penny, do you want to go together too?" "I have to teach the children today, so I won't go, I'll give it to you." Penny politely declined Lion's proposal and then handed the bag in your hand to Leon. "I don't know that you suddenly changed your plan, so you only prepared 1 serving of food." "It's okay, they should have had breakfast." Leon took the tote bag and glanced at a Doublila lunchbox inside. It must have taken a lot of time to prepare. "I just made some izadokari sandwiches, and it didn't take much effort." Penny looked at Leon with a smile. "The things have been delivered, so I'll go back to the town first. I wish you a good journey." Watching Penny leave, before Leon could speak, Abigail was the first to complain, "When did you have such a good relationship with Penny? She would come here to deliver you breakfast. Yesterday she helped me a lot, so I invited her to lunch. I talked about my plan to go to the Calico Desert today. She was sorry that I invited her to lunch, so I prepared this breakfast as a return gift," Leon explained. "What's the big deal?" Abigail asked curiously. "I won't tell you." Leon asked Emily after perfunctory Abigail, "Are you going to drive or me?" "I'll drive when I go, so that you can familiarize yourself with the route and conditions first, and also give you time to have breakfast," Emily replied, looking at the tote bag in Lion's hand. "Then let's go. The temperature will not be too high when you walk in the desert early, and people will feel more comfortable." Leon nodded, then he got into the car very consciously and sat in the back seat, in the passenger seat, which he planned to leave for Abigail. But after all three of them got into the car, Leon was shipped now, except for Emily sitting in the main driver. Abigail did not sit in the co-pilot, but instead squeezed into the back row of Leon. "What do you want to do?" Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and asked. "I didn't have breakfast either," Abigail said with his eyes fixed on the Doublila lunchbox that Leon had taken out. Leon ignored Abigail and asked Emily, who had already started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, "Emily, did you eat it in the morning?" "I've eaten it, you can eat it yourself." Emily drove the car onto the main road with concentration and replied without looking back. Leon nodded, without asking any more questions, and opened the lunchbox in Abigail's expectant gaze. In the two-layer lunchbox, there are 4 sandwiches, bacon and fried eggs under the bread, and cheese and lettuce leaves. This classic combination reminds Leon of a burger. Notice that Abigail was staring at the lunchbox in his hand. Leon sighed, took out one of them and handed it to Abigail. Abigail took the sandwich and smiled with satisfaction, then began to taste Penny's skills. Seeing that Abigail was having fun, Leon felt relieved and picked up a portion and put it in his mouth. Although the sandwich is simple to make, Penny obviously used her heart. The bacon is frying perfectly, and the fried egg is also burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. With a rich cheese wrap, every bite can bring great satisfaction. At the same time, the combination of lettuce leaves can also relieve greasiness. One portion cannot fill her stomach, so Leon took the second portion. Just as he took a bite, he noticed Abigail licked his lips and looked at his pitiful eyes. The portion he had given her before had been sent into her stomach. Leon pretended that he didn't see it, and after chewing it slowly and eating the second sandwich, he planned to cover the lunchbox. But Abigail still maintained his desire to look like a needle, and finally compromised and handed over the last part to Abigail. Looking at Abigail eating sandwiches with a happy look, Leon shook his head and started chatting with Emily, who was driving. "Emily, how did you meet the friend you mentioned, named Sandy?" "When the bus to the Calico Desert was still running, I met Sandy during a trip to Calico Desert, and I was an old friend," Emily replied. "Sandy is very good and she especially likes Stardew Valley. She just needs to take care of the store, so she rarely comes to Stardew Valley in person. If you want to have a good relationship with her, some wild plants that can represent Stardew Valley's specialties will make her very happy." Speaking of this, Emily reminded Leon, "Leon, you'd better be friends with Sandy, so that you can buy some seeds that are not in Stardew Valley at a low price. Of course, I like to make friends. Chapter 69 Gossip. Hearing Lion's answer, Emily couldn't help laughing. I know, after all, not long after you came to Stardew Valley, many people like you, such as Gus. I can occasionally hear him chatting with me about why he didn't see you appear in the bar at night. Willie, who occasionally came to drink, was also asking Gus if you had come to the bar recently or something. But I think he seems to prefer making friends with girls. Abigail, who was full, leaned against his seat and joined the chat. I'll sue you for slander. Leon complained as he listened to Abigail's ambiguity. Okay, then I'll ask you, except us, who do you know the boys in the town who are about the same age as you? Abigail was excited when he heard this. Alex. Leon replied with confidence. What about Alex? Abigail asked. Clint? Leon added his personal name. Clint is about the same age as you? Leon, are you sure you have no problem with your eyes? Abigail almost slid down from his seat without laughing. Is Clint very old? Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. Although Clint looked at his unkempt face, he probably wouldn't be too old. Emily added, Clint is indeed about the same age as us, 3 years older than me, just because he is a little mature. When Abigail heard Emily's answer, he suddenly grabbed Lion's arm and leaned into Lion's ear and whispered, Leon, tell you a secret. Clint, you mentioned, you have a crush on Emily. Leon had a white eye for Abigail. Of course he knew, but Leon didn't expect that Abigail knew about this kind of thing, so he was even more curious whether Emily knew. By the way, Clint has a good relationship with you, Emily. As a friend, he often comes to the bar to drink, but he doesn't like talking to people, and he seems very withdrawn. Emily thought for a moment and finally gave her an answer. Is it just a friend? Abigail also went gossiped, don't you think he seems to have a good impression of you? Ha ha ha, right? I haven't noticed it. Although Clint is quite cute, he is not the type I like. Emily was not surprised when she heard Abigail's statement. After all, Abigail could know such a thing, how could she not be able to see it as the person involved? It was precisely seen that Emily kept a distance from Clint in order to avoid Clint misunderstanding his kindness one day and choose the straight shot was shot and he could only refuse, which eventually led to the introverted big boy being hurt. As she said, Clint was not the type she liked. Then what type of boy do you like? Abigail continued to gossip, not paying attention to Lion's hinting that she was shut up. Well, I can't explain it clearly, but if you have to give an answer, I think the style of Leon is pretty good. Emily thought while driving, and finally gave her own ideas. And after saying that, Leon, who was sitting in the back row through the rearview mirror, also observed the reaction of Leon sitting in the back row. Unfortunately, Lion's expression did not change significantly after hearing this sentence, which made her feel a little disappointed. As an example, Leon looked at his eyes and his nose and his heart, trying to weaken his sense of existence. Abigail, who asked this question and got the answer, was surprised by Emily's answer, and felt an inexplicable sense of a grievance in his heart. So the originally lively chat atmosphere became deserted instantly. The three of them had never talked about anything after this. Emily drove the car intently, and Abigail leaned against her seat and stared at the roof of the car board. As for Leon himself, he turned his attention to the view outside the car window. At this moment, the environment around the highway has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original mountains and green have disappeared, replaced by dunes piled up by yellow sand. Is the environmental change so exaggerated just because of such a short distance? Leon muttered back his gaze. Because Stardew Valley is very close to the Calico Desert. The car was very quiet, so Emily heard Lion's self-talk without being held low. Have no politicians in this country considered sand and soil prevention projects? Leon asked as he listened to Emily's answer. No, although the coverage of the Calico Desert is very large, there is no trend of further expansion. The existence of Stardew Valley is a line of defense against the Calico Desert, which has been the case since ancient times. Emily added. What's this? That's pretty good. Leon originally scoffed at this statement, but thought of the legends and special existences of this world, and realized that the crisis of land desertification may not be a threat in this world. This made Leon feel a little moved. How great would it be if Blue Star had such a special terrain that could withstand the erosion of the desert? Through the rearview mirror, Emily saw Lion's complicated expression and said, Leon, you seem to care about ecological balance. After all, I am a farmer. I rely on the land to make a living, so I will naturally consider more issues in this regard. Leon explained, is it strange to have such concerns? No. Emily exclaimed to Leon, now many people are only concerned with obtaining resources from nature, without considering whether such behavior will destroy the original natural environment. They rarely have such concerns as you. I appreciate your idea. Leon smiled when he heard this, and did not speak, but just turned his eyes out the window again, admiring the rare desert scenery. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen the desert in reality. While Leon stopped talking, Emily didn't think of continuing to talk. While driving on her own, she occasionally raised her head to see the side face of Leon, the person who was watching the rearview mirror. At this time, she couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't notice this subconscious reaction. As for Abigail, she was already asleep at this moment. She rarely got up early. The morning she woke up today made her sleepy. In addition, Leon did not chat with her, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep early. Emily's movements were a bit big because she passed by a right angle bend in the middle, so under the influence of inertia, Abigail, who was sleeping, was directly shaken down and lay straight on Lion's thigh. Originally, Leon planned to shout her up and let her change her position to continue sleeping, but when he saw Abigail's pretty face, he thought of the girl getting up early and driving over, so he couldn't bear to interfere with Ren Kingman's mess. He adjusted his sitting position a little to make the girl sleep more comfortable. But what Leon didn't know was that Abigail had woken up before lying on Lion's thighs, but she was curious about how Leon would treat her lying on Lion's legs, so she continued to pretend that she was still asleep. Abigail thought Leon would wake her up, but who would have thought that Leon actually agreed to lie on his legs in this position? For a moment, Abigail didn't dare to get up because this posture was too ambiguous. In the face of Lion's tolerance, Abigail was more happy in addition to accidents. Although Leon is always rude to himself in words, he didn't expect that something really happened and he acted quite gentle. Although Lion's thighs were too strong and a little uncomfortable with his head, it gave Abigail an unprecedented sense of security, so she just lay down and continued to sleep. Chapter 70 Oasis. Leon glanced at Abigail, who was sleeping heartlessly on his thighs, regretting that he did not have a marker in his hand, otherwise he would have to draw something like a turtle on this guy's face. Emily also noticed that Abigail had lying in a different place, but she didn't say anything, but just quietly increased the speed. Stardew Valley leads to Kali. The road in K Desert is a genuine asphalt road. Although it is a one-way road, there are almost no traffic that can be seen on the road. It's coming soon, Emily reminded Leon. Leon also turned his attention to the front windshield and noticed that the road ahead ran through a valley. Unlike the emerald green mountains in Stardew Valley, the mountains in the Calico Desert are reddish and conspicuous in the yellow sand. The oasis of the Calico Desert basically exists in the wrapping of mountains, because these towering mountains can provide barriers for the oasis to resist sandstorms and long-term sun exposure, Emily said to Leon Kopp while driving. So your friend Sandy lives in this oasis? Leon asked. Yeah. Emily nodded. By the way, Leon, what are you doing in the Calico Desert? If your destination is not an oasis, I can take you to where you are going first. My destination is an oasis. Leon replied that he confirmed that Sandy's oasis shop was located in the oasis in this valley. You're not going to buy seeds from Sandy, right? Emily asked after thinking for a moment when she heard this. No, but you can go and have a look. Leon didn't actually consider this, but when he thought of Sandy selling some crop seeds that were not in Stardew Valley, he became interested. After all, I have come here, so I must not go and take a look. Moreover, star fruit is one of the financial crops that must be planted in summer in the planning of Leon, because it involves your own money-making plan. Emily heard Leon's words and was even more curious about what Leon did in the Calico Desert, but she was smart and would not ask more questions without Leon's explicit statement. As the saying goes, if you run to the mountain, you can see the mountains near you on the road, but Emily's speed remains at 70 plus, and it still took more than 10 minutes before she officially entered the valley. When the car passed through the mountain walls on both sides of the road and the view suddenly became clear, Leon was amazed by the scenery in front of him. Unlike the simple set of the Calico Desert in the game, except for the yellow sand, a few coconut trees and cactus, the Calico Desert oasis in reality is really green. There are various low bushes with strong drought tolerance on both sides of the road. Although the land is also sandy, compared with the dry yellow sand outside, the sand here is darker in color, which is obviously because it contains moisture. The source of these moisture is a lake reflecting sunlight on the right side of the road. It covers a large area and has clear water quality. From time to time, you can see fish jumping and splashing water on the shimmering lake. Among them, the most conspicuous ones on the edge of the lake are of course the tall coconut trees, as well as some cactus scattered near the lake. Although these cactus are not tall compared to coconut trees, these 3-meter starting cactus look very burly. Emily continued driving forward until she came across a platform with a sunshade on the left side of the road, before she slowed down her speed. There is also a repaired parking lot in the open space near the platform. However, there are no other parking scenes in the parking lot. In the huge parking lot, there are only people like Leon. I'm here. After Emily parked the car, Leon shook his legs impatiently, allowing Abigail, who was sleeping, to wake up amid the screams. "Wow, you can't be gentle, I almost thought it was an earthquake." Abigail, who was sleepy, beat Hatch and looked at Leon with resentment and complained, "Your legs are really hard, just like sleeping on a pile of stones." "Haha." Leon turned his eyes on Abigail, then opened the car door and got out of the car with the door frame. His movements were a little awkward. Seeing this, Emily smiled and teased Leon, "Have your legs numb?" "Well, after all, I've been pressed by heavy objects for so long." Leon nodded, then tried to lift his leg, and soon recovered. When Abigail got off the car, he heard the conversation between Leon and Emily, and protested to Leon with some shame and anger, "Is it really that heavy?" "I know a little bit." Leon pointed to the obvious dent in his pants, "Isn't this telling everything?" "Humph." Abigail snorted coldly, then ignored Leon, took Emily's arm, and pulled Emily towards the only artificial building around the parking lot. Emily looked at Abigail in love, but she did not resist Abigail's intimacy, but she did not forget that there was Leon, so she turned around and shouted to Leon on the way to Abigail, "Leon, go see Sandy together." Leon nodded and followed the two of them. When he entered the oasis, he looked around, but he could not find the 3 unique stone pillars he wanted to see. This made Leon unable to determine whether there was a colorful fragment in this oasis to exchange for the galaxy sword, but you could go to ask the permanent residents of the oasis, and Sandy was a good choice. On the way to the oasis store, Leon looked at the 2-story building with active and large floors, and his desire to complain was filled with his desire. What should be said or not, I don't know if it is because purple has a special status in this world or people in this world like purple tones. The color of the exterior wall bricks of this building is darker and pink-purple, which looks extremely vulgar from a distance. If it weren't for the large glass floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing people to see the shelves, tables, chairs, and sofas placed inside, and the standard casual shopping mall style. When Leon encounters a building with this decoration style, he will definitely turn around and leave, because this will remind him of the bad experience of being tricked into gay by his friend. Following the glass door that Abigail and Emily pushed open into the store, Leon noticed a beautiful lady in the counter facing the door. "Ah! Emily, you are here. Welcome. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." The moment when Sister Yu saw Emily again, her expression changed from indifference to surprise. While waving his arms and shouting, he quickly walked out from behind the counter and rushed to Emily and hugged Emily tightly in his arms. The sea blue long skirt could not hide Wayan, which was squeezed directly on Emily's face because of the difference in height between the two, which made Leon very envious. Chapter 71 Sandy. Emily was obviously very happy to meet Sandy again, but Sandy's intimate action made her breathing a little difficult, so she hurriedly broke free from Sandy's arms. "Sandy, this time I also brought my friends to see you. This is Abigail, this is Leon." "Hello." Sandy looked at Emily with some regret, then warmly greeted Leon and Abigail. "I am Sandy, the boss of Oasis." "Hello, Sandy." Leon and Abigail responded in unison. "I haven't seen Stardew Valley tourists in the Calico Desert for a long time. Is it because the bus leading to the Calico Desert has been repaired?" After a brief understanding, Sandy started asking curiously. "No, we still drove here. Emily explained first. It's such a pity. It's rare to see a new face. I want to treat you well. After Sandy finished speaking, she took the initiative to take Emily and Abigail to sit in the rest area of the store, then turned back and grabbed Lion's arm and brought it into the seat. Then she turned around and went to the tea room in the rest area to prepare refreshments and drinks for everyone. Sandy's store has a lot of specialties from the Calico Desert. If you are interested, you can buy some and take them back. While Sandy was preparing to entertain them, Emily began to help her friends sell the goods in the store. Abigail was quite interested, but because she was just a new arrival and Sandy obviously wanted to invite everyone to have tea and eat, it was not convenient for her to leave the table and go sightseeing in the store. As for Leon, he sat quietly on the chair, thinking about how to consult Sandy later on if there is any stone pillar altar in this oasis. Sandy moved very quickly. The three of them sat for a while and saw Sandy coming back with a big pallet. When Sandy put the tray on the table, divided it into 3 parts, and handed it to Leon and others. This is ice camel milk, a special drink from the Calico Desert. This is coconut ice cream, which contains a whole coconut meat and coconut milk as the main ingredients, and this is fresh cactus fruit, you can try it. After the distribution was completed, Sandy immediately introduced the food and drinks he prepared to Aang and Abigail, and looked at the two of them with anticipation, as if they wanted them to give them a comment after tasting them. There is something delicious, Abigail will naturally not refuse, and he will be the first to taste these refreshments full of desert style. Leon just picked up the ice camel milk, and the coconut ice cream and cactus fruit were pushed in front of Abigail and Emily. Don't you like these desert specialty foods? Sandy asked in confusion as she looked at Lion's actions. I don't like sweets very much. Leon quickly explained, and I'm not hungry, so I think these delicious foods are the best for Emily and Abigail. So that's the case. Sandy was relieved when she heard this. It turned out that Leon was not disliked by these foods because of personal taste and eating habits. Emily, who was standing aside, smiled and picked up the coconut ice cream from Leon and handed it to Abigail. She was actually not hungry. The extra portion to Abigail was the ideal choice, because everyone in Pelican Town knew that Abigail was a greedy ghost and enlarged eater. As the protagonist of the humble protagonist, Abigail wiped his mouth and sighed, "It's really delicious. I didn't expect that there is such a unique food in the Calico Desert. It seems that he can come here often in the future." Just like it. Sandy smiled and nodded at Abigail, obviously very happy with Abigail's appreciation. Seeing that Sandy was not angry that you hadn't tasted her entertainment, Leon took a sip of the milky aroma and cold camel milk and immediately asked, "Sandy, I'm here in the oasis of the Calico Desert for the first time, so I have a question to consult you." "What's the problem?" Sandy turned her head and looked at Leon and asked back. "Does there be 3 stone pillars distributed in triangular shapes in this oasis?" "Yes, it's on the opposite side of the lake northeast outside the store." Sandy immediately gave the answer as she listened to Lion's description. "Yes, thank you." Leon breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he existed, his trip would not be in vain. "Is this why you are coming to the Calico Desert? Leon, is there any special place for these 3 stone pillars?" Emily listened to the questions and answers of the two, and understood the purpose of Lion's trip, and was immediately curious. Asked. I have seen from some classics that there are such special buildings in the Calico Desert. I am very interested in antiquities, so I plan to go and take a look. Leon did not explain the real reason, but just casually asked for a reasonable reason. When it comes to antiques, the Calico Desert is indeed a good place to find antiques. Many gold diggers and explorers have found relics from ancient desert dynasties in the desert. These relics are basically gold products and have a great market value. Sandy immediately added as Lion's statement. Ah, can you find treasures here? Abigail, who was burying his head with the delicious food, immediately put down the food in his hand and asked excitedly. Of course, but those treasures buried in the desert are hard to find, Sandy added. I'm going to go to treasure hunt, Leon, let's go together. I don't want the treasure after finding it. I just want to experience the feeling of harvesting the treasure. The enthusiasm of Abigail owners is unmatched by ordinary people for adventure and treasure hunting. When they heard that they could actually find treasures here, they suddenly felt that the food in front of them was no longer fragrant, and then suggested to Leon. Leon sighed when he heard this. Yes, but I have to go and see the 3 stone pillars first. Otherwise, you can rest here now and the sightseeing over there is over. Let's find you to go out for treasure hunt together. I want to go too. Abigail shouted with his hands raised. I want to go there too. I have been to the Calico Desert so many times, but I have never paid attention to this special building. Emily seemed very interested in the 3 stone pillars that Leon paid attention to. Seeing this, Sandy immediately made a decision and said, since everyone wants to go, I'll lead you the way. Seeing the 3 girls making the decision, Leon was speechless. He originally wanted to go and see it secretly by himself, and by the way, he could sacrifice the colorful fragments in the center of the stone pillar for the galaxy sword. Now that the number of piers has increased sharply, I am afraid it will be difficult to operate. However, after seeing the expectations and excitement on Abigail and Emily's faces, Leon was not willing to deny their plans because of his private business. Then let's go together, it's more lively. As for the question of how to try to sacrifice the colorful fragments to obtain the galaxy sword with so many people, Leon didn't want to cover it up anymore. Just be seen if you are seen. Anyway, it's not a shameful secret. Chapter 72 Ancient Spots. After all, this special incident will not reveal the core secret of owning the system. At that time, if you really get the galaxy sword in the sight of others, Leon can also find other reasons to make excuses. As long as you do not expose your particularity, Leon doesn't care that the secret that the colorful fragments can be transformed into galaxy sword at the altar of the stone pillar will be known to others. After deciding to go to the stone pillar altar together, the 4 of them prepared to set off together. As a long-term oasis, Sandy naturally knew the preparations needed to travel in the desert. Before leaving the store, she specially handed over a bottle of about 500 milliliters of bottled pure water to each of the 3. Sandy, don't you go out with us, do you need to lock the door? When the 4 of them left the store, Abigail asked in confusion as he looked at Sandy's attitude of not locking the door and planning to set off. No need, I'm not the only one in this store. When I leave, others will help me see the store. Moreover, during this period, there are not many customers in the desert at all. Sandy explained. Abigail no longer worried about Sandy when he heard this. Leon subconsciously glanced at the second floor of the building and thought of the casino run by Mr. Chi on the second floor of the Sandy store. Perhaps Mr. Chi's employees were the ones who helped Sandy watch the door. Mr. Chi, who was thought of by Leon, was standing behind the glass window on the second floor, and his eyes were on Lion's body. A new generation of farmers? I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Leon didn't know that Mr. Chi had seen him. Under Sandy's guidance, the four began to set out in the direction of the 3 stone pillars. Because there was no serious road to that area, all 4 of them chose to walk. Abigail looked around excitedly along the way, and from time to time, he had to squat down to observe the sand under his feet. "What are you doing?" Emily and Sandy walked in front hand in hand, so Leon naturally walked behind Abigail and walked behind the 2. At this moment, seeing Abigail jumping up and down, Leon asked speechlessly. "Looking for treasure?" Abigail replied naturally. "The treasure is not that easy to find." Leon sighed when he heard this, and the treasure cannot be exposed to the ground, otherwise it would have been taken away long ago. Listening to Lion's conclusion, Abigail retorted with some dissatisfaction, "What if I'm lucky and can pick up the treasure directly on the ground? Then I can only wish you good luck." Listening to Abigail's words, Leon shrugged. He might have known nothing about finding treasures before, but yesterday he obtained the special ability of the ancient mystery in the library. Now it is not difficult for Leon to find treasures. Because this ability allows Leon to see the ancient spots marking the location of the antiques, and along the way, Leon did not see an ancient spot at all, which means there is no possibility of the ancient spots nearby. Abigail pouted at Leon, as if dissatisfied with Lion's perfunctory attitude. Then he didn't know whether he wanted to prove himself or felt that he could really rely on luck to find the treasure and continue to look for the treasure. Are they couples? The interaction between Leon and Abigail was seen by Sandy and Emily, who were walking in front of him. The casualness of the 2 when they got along and the small emotions Abigail showed in front of Leon made Sandy ask Emily curiously. "No," Emily shook her head and replied, "they should be just friends with good relationships." "What about you? What's your relationship with Leon?" Sandy immediately brought the topic to Emily. "We have known each other for so long, and I'm familiar with you like sisters. Do you think I can't see that your eyes are not right at all looking at Leon?" "What are you talking about? I just think Leon and I can chat with each other very well, just like-minded friends." Emily stopped and defended her, and a hint of blush also climbed onto her cheeks at this moment. Sandy smiled secretly when she saw this, but she no longer squeezed Emily with words. Judging from Emily's performance, she confirmed that there should be no problem with what she speculated. But Sandy turned around and looked at Abigail, who was jumping up and down, and noticed that although this lively girl spent most of her time observing the surrounding environment, she would occasionally unconsciously turn her eyes to Leon on the side, and couldn't help but sigh. If Emily really wants to take down this handsome guy, she will probably have a headache. It's a pity that she could only think about this in her heart, and she didn't want Sandy to say it directly. After all, it was Emily's own business and she was not easy to interfere. Although the oasis covers a large area, because Sandy's shop is located at the center of the oasis, the journey from the shop to the area where the stone pillar is located is not far away. Moreover, Leon did not find nothing on the road. The wild-picking radar of forest magic can also make Leon notice that it can provide guidance for collecting items. For example, under a passing coconut tree, Leon found a coconut lying on the sand. There were no traces of damage from small animals in the desert. The shell was intact and seemed to have just fallen off the tree. Coconut, fruit. The seeds of coconut trees, with a wide range of uses. After picking up the coconut, Leon saw the coconut notes given by the system, which were as simple as ever. When Leon bought the heavy coconut, he put it into his backpack when the three of them were not paying attention. After all, it was really inconvenient to walk with such a football-sized coconut. And just as Leon put the coconut in his backpack, Abigail noticed that Leon was squatting under the coconut tree, and hurriedly ran over and pulled Leon away from the coconut tree. "Hey, Leon, don't you know if you don't stand under the coconut tree? If the coconut falls off and hits your head, it will be a big trouble. You can't expect me to order something good." Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained. "I'm worried about you," Abigail said to Leon with his eyes wide open. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Leon smiled, not blaming Abigail for his kindness. "By the way, have you found the antiquities?" "No, I feel that there are coconuts and cactus in addition to sand, which is not like a place where antiquities can exist." Abigail complained with a little disappointed expression when he heard this. "Maybe you can find it just by looking," Leon comforted. "Haha, I don't think there are antiquities in this place." Abigail was obviously disappointed with the search for antiquities. He pulled Leon and complained while walking together, "It must be those greedy gold diggers and explorers who have searched all the things here." Leon was about to comfort Abigail, but suddenly noticed the direction of the two people moving forward. On a piece of sand, three twisted translucent creatures suddenly appeared, which were ancient spots. "There should be some missing places, such as here. You can try digging." Chapter 73 Palm Fossil. "Is this here?" Abigail looked along Lion's finger and found that there was no special place there, no different from the sandy land passing by. As for the ancient spots, she couldn't see it at all. Leon nodded, then walked forward and squatted down, while stretching out his finger to try to touch the ancient spots on the sand, but his fingers passed directly through the three twisted earthworm-like translucent creatures and touched the slightly moist sand. "It's indeed illusory." Leon thought with some disappointment that if it were the ancient spots that looked like earthworms, if they were real, they might be able to harvest some bait while looking for antiquities in the future. After all, the earthworms that can appear with ancient objects must be very special. If you are used for fishing, I don't know if you can catch mermaids and sea monsters. What to dig? Abigail also came over and squatted down, asking with a tangled face. "Hand," Leon said, and then he started to pluck the sand on the ground with his hands. The texture of the sand itself is soft and loose. Moreover, because it is close to the lake, the sand has moisture and looks more viscous. There will be no embarrassing scene of the sand being pulled out from the front of the feet and the yellow sand around the back of the feet being filled with the yellow sand. As the sand was taken out by Leon, it piled up on the side. Abigail was embarrassed to see this. Then, it added to help Leon expand the width and depth of the sand pit. Emily and Sandy noticed that they were squatting on the ground digging a hole like a child who was playing in the park. Although they were confused, they still didn't stop them. They just stopped and waited for the two to finish playing, but they had no idea of coming to join in the fun. Leon. There's something. After digging for a while, Abigail was the first to touch a hard object. This thing had a special touch in the soft sand, so at the first moment of touch, Abigail knew that this thing must not be sand. Dig it out and take a look. Leon smiled and encouraged Abigail, and stopped his movements at the same time. After all, things have appeared, and with a goal, there is motivation. Let's leave this fun of discovering antiquities to Abigail. Abigail had no ink marks, so he accelerated his movements. After a moment, he appeared in the sand pit about 30 centimeters. The stone slab was grayish-white, and the surface of the stone slab also had a pattern in the shape of palm leaves. So it's a stone. Abigail was a little disappointed when he looked at the stone slab. She originally thought that she could dig out some special antiques. Who would have thought it was a stone slab? Although it had patterns, it was also a stone. It's not an ordinary stone, it's a palm fossil. Palm fossils, anti-artifact palm fossils are more common, but this one happens to be relatively complete. Leon touched the palm leaf pattern on the stone slab and received a brief introduction provided by the system. When you touch the outline of this fossil palm leaf with your hands, you can feel some slight bulges on the edge of the leaf pattern. Although there is no slender petiole, the leaves are completely preserved, which is indeed in line with the relatively complete description in the description. Is it a fossil? I thought it was just a stone with a special pattern. Abigail was a little surprised when he heard this, and at the same time became interested in this palm fossil. Is it valuable? It's not too big, it has research value, but its collection and economic value are relatively weak. After all, the output rate of palm fossils is not low, Leon estimated. After all, I don't know much about the price of fossils in this world, but palm fossils are relatively common fossils and their economic value should not be too high. Oh! As soon as she heard it was not worth it, Abigail lost interest again. It was not that she wanted to make money by digging treasures, but she simply felt that she had no sense of accomplishment when digging out valuable antique treasures. You can take it back and send it to the library's exhibition room as a collection for display. Sandy, the fossils dug out of the desert should be able to be taken away, there is no property rights dispute. After noting the movements on Leon, Sandy and Emily naturally came over curiously. After seeing Sandy, Leon took the opportunity to ask about the ownership of the excavated antiquities. Of course you can take it away. Whoever digs out the things buried in the desert will belong to whoever digs them. Sandy replied, then noticed the palm fossils in the sand pit in front of Leon and Abigail. But I didn't expect that you actually gain something. You are lucky. This palm fossil has a very good quality. Do you understand the valuation in this regard? When Leon heard Sandy's words, he felt that the other party seemed to have research on this aspect, so he immediately asked. Because in the past, many desert gold diggers and explorers would appear in the store to rest and exchange information, I have heard some news about this. Palm fossils of this type can be sold for about 300 or 400. Sandy shared her estimated quotation without hesitation. 300 or 400 is not much, but it's better to put it in the library. Its cultural value is much greater than its economic value. Leon was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still had no idea to sell it. Now he has the ability to observe ancient spots. As long as Leon is willing, it is not difficult for Leon to find antiquities. In the future, if you encounter high-value antiquities, you should consider selling them. This kind of antiquities with a price is not too high. Leon still intends to repay them as a reward for obtaining this ability to Gunther. After all, Gunther promised him to fill the number of collections in the library showroom, which was also an equivalent exchange. Everything is okay. Abigail didn't care how Leon dealt with this palm fossil, but she was very interested in Lion's ability to find antiquities. But there are quite a lot of people now, so she is not convenient for her to ask why Leon can directly point out where antiques exist, and she plans to ask when the two are alone in the future. I think Mr. Gunther will be very happy. Emily agreed with Lion's point of view. The library showroom was once a must-visit place for tourists, where you can see many strange things, but since the director took away the collection and ran away, few tourists have visited the library. Then you wait for me here. It's inconvenient to hold such a fossil. I'll take it to the car for him. Leon nodded and then suggested. Although he can put palm fossils into his backpack, he has so many people, so he doesn't want to expose his special ability. The third woman nodded and agreed with Lion's statement, but Leon was not in the moji. After taking out the palm fossils, she turned back directly. He didn't say that he really wanted to put this fossil in Abigail's car and do a full set of shows. If they couldn't see it, they would put the fossil in their backpack. Then when I went back, Abigail and Emily did not see any traces of the palm fossils in the car. That explanation, it's troublesome to get up. Chapter 74 Where is my handsome galaxy sword? When Leon put the palm fossil on the rear seat in the car, closed the door, and turned back to the place where he found it and met with the three girls. But on the way back this time, Leon did not just rush the road, but picked some fruits under the coconut trees and cactus on the road that had attracted him for a long time but were inconvenient to collect. Unlike the coconuts that fall under the tree, the cactus fruit requires Leon to pick it off on the cactus on tiptoe. The sharp thorns on the cactus are protection for the cactus and obstacles for Leon. Fortunately, Lion's movements are flexible and his eyes are good. He has not been stabbed by these thorns. At the same time, he can also unscrew the spherical fruit growing on the cactus. Cactus fruit, the sweet fruit of the spiked cactus. This cactus fruit with thorns is not big, but it looks very beautiful. It is just because the fruit also has thorns. Although it is soft thorns, it is also prickly. So as soon as it is picked, Leon put it in his backpack. Lions who fell on the ground along the way were not spared. However, compared to the naturally falling coconuts that were occasionally seen on the ground, lions were even more envious of the large clusters of coconuts squeezed together at the top of the coconut tree. It's just that climbing trees is not lions' specialty. Although putting down coconut trees can avoid climbing trees and picking coconuts. But it was too time-consuming, so Leon planned to come here alone to trouble these coconut trees next time he came here alone. I'm back, I'm moving very fast. When Leon met with the three girls, the three of them were now staying under the shade of the trees to avoid the scorching sun above their heads. Although the shadows prevented them from facing the sun, the high temperature in the desert still made their faces covered with sweat. Go back quickly. It's not a good time to stay outdoors for a long time. Seeing this, Leon suggested to Sandy, and Sandy did not refuse, so on the next journey, the group also accelerated a lot. A few minutes later, Leon saw the altar he was thinking about. There were no plants around this altar, only 3 round stone pillars in triangular shapes stood on the sand. The stone pillar is conical, thick at the bottom and thin at the top. A golden sphere is hung at the top. In the upper part of the main body of the column, there are 2 thick rings wrapping the stone pillar itself. After approaching the stone pillar, Leon also noticed that there were some complex patterns carved on the pillars, which looked like a child's graffiti, but if you look closely, you can find the mystery and special beauty revealed by these patterns. There were many people who tried to pick the golden balls and rings on the stone pillars because they felt that this was cast from gold, but none of them succeeded. Everyone who tried to climb these stone pillars would faint when their feet were off the ground and their bodies touched the stone pillars. As a local, Sandy spoke at the right time when everyone was watching these stone pillars. Is it because of a curse? Abigail immediately asked with interest when he heard this. I don't know either. The person who fainted did not have any other symptoms after waking up, just a simple dizziness. Sandy replied. Hearing Sandy say that she would only faint without any other danger, Abigail immediately came to one of the stone pillars, but before she could do anything, Leon grabbed her collar and pulled it back. Don't try it easily. Although Sandy said that those people did not have other symptoms, it was a latent curse. There was no problem at the scene, but they suddenly died after going back. After frightening Abigail, Leon let go of his hand when he saw Abigail give up the risk of trying to try for himself. Ignoring Abigail, who looked full of resentment towards him, walked to the center of the 3 stone pillars. I felt an inexplicable attraction, and these stone pillars seemed to be calling me. When they reached the center of the 3 stone pillars, Leon suddenly said something that made the 3 girls stunned. Of course, Leon himself did not have any special feeling, but he had to lay the groundwork for the scene where he took out the colorful fragments and exchanged them for the galaxy sword next, otherwise how could he fool these girls in the future? They seem to be craving something, and it seems that something in me attracts them. Continuing his performance, after Leon finished speaking, he put his hand in his trouser pocket and took out the colorful pieces. Of course, this was taken out of his backpack. Just as Leon took out the colorful fragments, an irresistible repulsion began to spread with Leon as the center. The 3 women, who were originally standing within the coverage of the 3 stone pillars, were pushed out directly under this repulsion, but they did not suffer any damage, but they could no longer approach the inner area of the triangle covered by the 3 stone pillars. The only thing that was not rejected was that all the attention was attracted by the colorful fragments in his hands. This gem with already bright colors began to shine at this moment, and its light became more and more dazzling. The halos of red, yellow, blue, purple, and green began to merge with each other, leaving only a pure purple halo. Although these halos are dazzling, they are not dazzling, otherwise Leon might have been blind. At the same time, Leon could feel the colorful fragments in his hand being held by himself, but the touch had changed. It seemed to have changed from the original square to the strip, but because this purple halo obscured Leon's vision, Leon could not see clearly what was happening under the halo. Fortunately, the purple halo soon dissipated, and at this moment, Leon felt that the originally heavy feel in his hand became much lighter. When the halo completely dissipated, Leon saw the product changed by the colorful fragments in his hand. What's the trick? What's this? Where is my galaxy sword? But what changed from the colorful fragments was not the galaxy sword in Lion's consciousness, but a watermelon knife about 40 centimeters. That's right, the watermelon knife is the same style as Huaqiang's melon-shaped long-shaped control tool. The only difference is that this watermelon knife is purple all over, and the knife handle perfectly fits Lion's hand shape, making it very handy when holding it. Galaxy Watermelon Knife, Level 12 Knife 4060 damage plus 6 speed plus 3 critical strike characteristics and retractability. The system also gave the attribute description and marking at the right time. From the perspective of attributes, the damage is good, and it also has additional attack speed and critical hit bonus. In the game, it can definitely be regarded as an all-round top quality attribute. Moreover, compared to the common attributes in the game, this Galaxy Watermelon Knife has another feature, expansion and contraction. Although I have not experienced the actual display of this feature yet, Leon can still imagine it through the literal meaning. As for telescopicity, it should be a big or small ability similar to Monkey Brothers' Golden Cudgel. But these are not the key points. The key points are the name of this Galaxy series weapon, the Galaxy Watermelon Knife. No matter how high the prefix is, it always makes Leon feel very inconsistent and low when combined with the watermelon knife. Compared with the Galaxy Sword, Galaxy Dagger, Galaxy Hammer, and Galaxy Hammer, weapons like the style of Watermelon Sword are completely unavailable. With this weapon, Leon always feels that he is not going to take the risk of killing monsters, but goes to the street to cut people and collect protection fees. Thank you for the high gifts and rewards from the boss who likes farming and the boss who 12125783. Thank you for the rewards from the Book Friends 2024-25515 and the Orange Cat Disco boss. The bosses are in good health. Chapter 75 Legend. Just as Leon was holding the watermelon knife and wondering about his life, the repulsive force covering the altar of the stone pillars had disappeared. Abigail, who was the first to discover this, ran to Leon immediately and looked at Leon himself up and down. "Are you okay?" "There's something," Leon replied with an ugly expression. "Ah? Then go back with me to find Harvey. He has a good medical skills and should be able to help you." Abigail's face turned pale when he heard this, and he hurriedly grabbed Lion's arm and prepared to take him away. "It's not that there is something wrong with the body, it's because I'm mentally injured," Leon hurriedly explained when he saw that Abigail was really anxious. Abigail also realized that he seemed to have been fooled by Leon, so he directly reached out to punch Leon in the chest, which was very light, but it was appropriate to express his anger. Then Abigail, who breathed a sigh of relief, focused on the strange knife in Lion's hand. "What is this? What happened just now?" "I took out the colorful pieces, and then the colorful pieces turned into this thing. Maybe this happened." Leon looked at the watermelon knife in his hand with bitter expression and answered Abigail's doubts. "That's it. The scene just now scared me. I thought you triggered some mechanism. But these stone pillars are quite magical. They actually have such special functions. Have you known about this long ago?" Faced with Abigail's series of words and doubts, Leon did not explain much, but stared at the Galaxy Watermelon knife in his hand in a daze. It turns out that the legend is true. This should be Yuba's craftsman's platform. This is a big discovery. Not only Abigail, Sandy, and Emily also came to Lion's side at this moment, looking at the galaxy watermelon knife in Lion's hand, and the person who spoke was Emily. What does it mean? Leon was a little confused when he heard Emily's sigh. Emily said slowly, in legend, Yuba is a farmer, a blacksmith, a herder, a craftsman, and a creator of all professions. As a blacksmith, Yuba likes to pick the twinkling stars from the sky and forge it into various weapons on his own craftsman platform. And he handed over this method to his believers. As long as the believers can get the fragments of the stars, they can come to the craftsman stage of Yuba to forge the exclusive weapon that is most suitable for the forge according to their fighting will. After saying this, Emily pointed to the watermelon knife in Lion's hand. I always thought this was just a story, but judging from the situation you encountered, the legend does not seem to be completely fiction. The colorful fragments are fragments of stars. You hold the fragments of stars and come to this craftsman platform. Following your fighting will, you forged the fragments into a unique weapon that suits your imagination. All of this matches the legend. Is there any legendary method of rebuilding weapons forged by the stars? Leon asked. It seems that there is no. In the original story, everyone can only forge a weapon on the craftsman platform of BA. This weapon will become a partner who will accompany the believers throughout their lives. I have never seen any plots related to recasting. Emily replied. So, is this watermelon knife forged according to my will? Leon heard this explanation. Shoo, I couldn't hold it anymore. Could it be that his fighting will be reflected in a watermelon knife? It should be. Emily comforted her with some uncertainty. Actually, this weapon looks quite cool and very sharp. Leon could only cover his face when he heard this. He didn't know what to say, but Emily had already made it clear that everyone could only forge a weapon here, which means that there was no possibility of returning and exchanging the galaxy watermelon knife. It is in line with the game settings. Each character can only get the galaxy sword when he comes to the stone pillar altar for the first time to sacrifice colorful fragments. There will be no change when he comes with colorful fragments in the future. However, there are other ways to obtain other galaxy weapons, which is to go to the Adventurer Guild near the mine to spend money to buy it. I just don't know if the Adventurer Union in the real world will have Galaxy series weapons for sale. Abigail patted Leon on the shoulder. This is a weapon made by the stars, and it has something to do with legends. Leon, you shouldn't dislike its appearance, it is the weapon that suits you the most. Then I'll give you this watermelon knife. What do you want? Leon said to Abigail's glance and then asked back. I want it. Abigail nodded without hesitation. This is a legendary weapon made by Boz Craftsman Platform, why don't I want it? Forget it, it doesn't match your temperament. Thinking of Abigail's appearance holding the watermelon knife, Leon couldn't help but tremble. The style was too confusing. Humph! Abigail snorted coldly and stopped arguing with Leon. However, Emily turned her eyes on the 3 stone pillars and sighed, if others know that this is the craftsman's platform in Yuba, then it will be in chaos. I think this news is still confidential. Do you agree? Sandy, who had been watching next to her, suddenly spoke. Sandy, don't you want to rely on this information to make the Oasis store more customers? Hearing this, Emily asked Sandy in confusion. No, that's too noisy, and I think it's good now. This oasis is one of the few shelters in the Calico Desert. I hope that the guests will be tourists, not greedy explorers and fanatical believers. Once this is exposed, the craftsman platform of Yuba, it's hard for me to imagine what this quiet oasis will look like. Sandy shook her head and explained her thoughts. Emily nodded thoughtfully, indeed, if you really reveal this news, what you may be facing may not be prosperous tourists, but disaster. I have no objection. Although Abigail didn't quite understand the meaning of the conversation between the two, she didn't really want to tell others about the news, because she also wanted to get a colorful piece of fragment to forge it into her own weapon. If there were more people knowing, the weapons created would have no collection value. I have no objection, either. Leon agreed. He didn't think about anything else, but he was too lazy to care about these messy things. He is still immersed in the impact of the watermelon knife, which is reflected in the impact of his fighting wool. Seeing that everyone agreed to the proposal, Sandy breathed a sigh of relief, then raised her hand and shouted, "Okay, come out and see Yuba's miracle, and have some new understanding of the many secrets of the oasis." This trip was a lot of gains. In order to celebrate that Leon got the legendary weapon forged by the stars, let's go back and have barbecue together. Okay. Emily and Abigail had no objection, and Leon looked at Sandy when he heard this and nodded.